But you know, he's all of the leading cars are running pretty similar pace. They're running 1 minute 38 laps, so there or thereabouts. Fastest laps they've turned, most of them in the 36s. It's about right this time in the race. They're not pushing desperately hard. For a few drivers say that, you know, they're certainly not on the ragged edge just yet. I mean, they're driving hard, but not like they will be at the end of the race, let's say. And by the way, we're just coming up. Where are we? We're just coming up to 12 minutes before the 6-hour mark in this race, where the first tranche of points will be handed out for the Michelin Endurance Challenge, which we don't have. It's not just normal 4 races. It's traditionally Daytona, Sebring, 12 hours of Sebring, the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, and the 10 hours of Petit Le Mans at the end of the season. This year there will be a 5th Michelin Endurance Championship race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in September.
Okay.
Is that race? Is that a 6-hour race?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're right. Yeah. So but that's well, to go there and race over the Yard of Bricks. Fantastic. Now we've got 11 minutes to go until that. 10.5 minutes to go when those points are handed out, and there are 3 GTP cars that look a little bit short on usable energy. Maxime Martin has 10% left in the 25 BMW. The 01 Cadillac of Alex Palou has 10% left, as does the 85 JDC Porsche of Tijmen van de Helm. So there's 10% enough to...
they all should be pretty close.
No, they are going to be close, yeah. So this could really come down to actually who's been the most efficient. And it might be that if you can get just through the next 10 minutes or so, you'll score those points. But if you have to pit, you could drop down. Report about the number 33 Sean Creech racing car. Nick Damon, what's the update on a car that's had a pretty eventful day?
Well, it's actually just driven into the pit lane and straight into behind the wall, into the paddock and the garages. So obviously, after spinning and crashing and having issues, obviously it's just not happy with that car, and it has gone back behind the wall. Interesting, as it goes back behind the wall, popping back out again onto the track is the 20, the high-class racing. Orica 07 in the P2 class. So we lose one, we gain one. You know, it's a nice even way in the P2 class.
Thank you, Nick. So a quick VP Racing Fuels in-race update. The front of GTP right now in the front of the motor race. It's Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Then it's Tom Blomqvist for Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Then Maxime Martin for the BMW M Hybrid team. Car 01 Cadillac, run by Chip Ganassi Racing in 4th, Alex Palou at the wheel. And rounding out the top 5, you have Brendan Hartley in car number 10 for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. In LMP2, it's Malte Jakobsen who leads the way by 7 seconds at the moment in the 04 CrowdStrike racing car. Then it's Felipe Fraga for the 74 Ranch Racing by Riley team. Then Tom Dillman for Inter Europol. 4th in LMP2, it is Connor Zilic for Era Motorsport, and then the number 99 Spike the Dragon AO Racing Connor Zilic. In GTD Pro, leading at the moment is Brian Sellers for Paul Miller Racing in their BMW. 2nd place is Frank Pereira in car number 19 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Then Earl Bamber, car 4 for the Corvette by Pratt Miller squad. Then it's 64 Ford Mustang Mike Rockenfeller, followed by, in rounding out the top 5, Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. Then at the front in GTD, we have the Mercedes of Kenton Cook, car number 32 for Korthoff Motorsports. Then it's the 47 Ferrari Cetilar, driven by Antonio Fuoco. In 3rd place is McLaren, Inception McLaren, Ollie Milroy, car number 70. In 4th place in GTD is the 34 in Conquest Racing Ferrari of Albert Costa. And rounding out the top 5 there, it's car number 96, Turner Motorsport, Jake Walker. And that is your VP Racing Fuels in-race update. And just like that, just in time, Risi Competizione are into the pits. Nick Damon.
It's a full stop with fuel and a driver change. Couldn't quite see who hopped in. Now, what we are about to get, and I'll tell you right now, is that neither the BMW nor the 01 Cadillac are that bothered about the Endurance Cup points, because they're both about to come in any second now and miss that window by a few minutes. I suppose really they were, that was absolutely measured by the fact of when that last full course yellow came, and it just doesn't run to 6 hours. And whether everyone else is to come in as well, who knows? Here comes the BMW. I can see its kidney grills coming towards me, and I think right behind it is that 01 Cadillac as well. There's a 25 in, and behind it is one of the two Acuras. I think it's the blue one. It is. It's the 10, because it's hard to tell at the lights. We've got 3 in at 1. Engine off. Full service for the Cadillac to my left. In is getting Van der Zande. Out getting Alex Palou. Maxime Martin's got out of the BMW. Can't see who's got in. And not sure if Ricky Taylor's staying on board that 10 car. He has been on board it virtually the entirety of the race. Are now just doing tyres. It's 4 tyres for Renger. I'm not sure if it's 4 tyres for the new BMW pilot, because I think I only saw 2 being taken away. All the teams, I see this from both the GTD teams and the prototype teams, having a little bit of a shifty at the brake pads each time they come in, make sure they've not got any uneven wear or exceptional wear. Obviously, most of the GTD teams will have to change brake pads at some point in the 24-hour race, but having a look to see when it is. And those 3 prototypes are all off and away, pretty much in the order in which they turned up. And then I've just looked at my left, there's the JDC Miller Motorsport car. Picking up a couple of tyres. They've got a slight problem with that. Yeah, I caught it late. It didn't fall off the jack. The jack's coming off. Just 2 right side tyres, the JDC car.
Thank you, Nick. Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters working hard, keeping an eye on things. Well, we are just over 6 minutes to go to that 18-hour mark. In fact, coming up for 5 minutes to go. So a few of those drivers having to come in just short of the points being handed out, but it might all even itself up, because we've got another of our GTP cars in. It is the number 7 of Matt Campbell from the lead of the motor race. Nick Damon.
Yep. Oh, sorry. And there are, as you say, more. I'm actually at the back of the Cadillac garage at the moment, attempting to try and get Alex Palou, so I can't actually see what's going on.
Okay.
I'm going to fess up to that one.
No problem. I've caught Nick Damon out on the hoof there. You have to get up pretty early to do that. Meanwhile, slight issue for the number 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, who's pulled over and got back going again. Pulled over just at the bottom of the banking, so maybe he's had to do a bit of a recycle there. So the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine has to come in for service, as does the 24 BMW, and indeed the number 40 Acura for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. Likewise, the number 5 Mustang sampling Porsche run by Prodan Competition. So
back now.
By my count, Jeremy, all of the GTPs, with the exception of the 31 and the 6, this is the 31 Whelen Cadillac and the 6 Porsche.
Yes. Is it number 5? Yeah, number 5 cars in now, so yes.
Yeah, the Proton Competition Mustang sampling cars come in. So they've all just come up just shy of that 6-hour mark, where those Michelin Endurance Cup points are handed out, and as has the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, because that sound you can hear is that 5.5 litre engine popping down the gears and heading for its pit box, the very first pit box in pit lane. Of course, the pole setter. Tires and fuel going on there.
And a driver change as well, I think.
Driver change going on. Nick.
I am now leaning over the wall whilst I wait for Alex, who's talking to his engineer. I'm peering down the pit lane in my best kind of like nosy Parker look, leaning across over the garden gate, and it's a full service with 31 Whelen Cadillacs. They've all come in. Tom Blanc was out of that one. Alex Palou was. I'm not quite sure who's got into that car actually, because there was both the drivers were sitting on the Pratt perch earlier, so could be a poem 1 from 2. But they are all now coming for service. But obviously, as I said before, back time to that long yellow about 50 minutes ago.
Thank you, Nick. So Pippo Durrani on board then, the number 31 Cadillac, pulls off on electric power only and then bumps that 5.5 litre V8 monster into life. Into the pits then also comes the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport GTP car. Tyres going on there on the right hand side of the car as it stands. And then around
Yeah, driver change on that one as well.
So Nick Damon down in the pits.
Yeah, there was a driver change as well on that one. There's a lot of helmets wandering about anyway, so the number 6 is getting the full service and a nice clean bit of glass as well. As to my left goes the 80 Mercedes from GTD. So yeah, all of the prototypes now have been, all the GTP prototypes are now being in. And I can give you a quick chat with Alex below. Alex, your first taste of sports cars at Daytona, how was it?
Yeah, it was fun, really fun. Led for a little bit on the first run there, and then we got shuffled back with that yellow, but yeah, pretty good. The car is solid, it's really fast. It was really good going through traffic, and yeah, very different to what I'm used to, but I'm loving it.
Multi-class racing completely different, obviously, from single-seaters. Can you learn anything from racing in multi-class you can take the single-seaters? Yeah,
absolutely. Patience, for sure, that's number one, and I can take it to normal life as well. But every time you're in the car, you push yourself to brake a little bit deeper, a little bit later, go on the gas a bit earlier, and honestly, it's just a dream to be able to share this 01 Cadillac car with teammates like this that I can learn every single session and every single lap that they do. So yeah, pretty happy. Gonna get some rest now, and I'll be back in during the nighttime.
Off you go, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. One of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters speaking to Alex Palou, who sounds incredibly relaxed despite having driven a 200-mile-an-hour prototype around Daytona International Speedway. Now, interesting one, Jeremy. We've now got, it's now figured itself out. Our timing screen was just a touch behind the
no, just while the pit stops.
Yes,
we're taking place. The number 7 car has maintained its lead after that around the pit stops. I wondered whether the number 31 team might, having stayed out longer than everybody else, I wonder whether they might sort of time how much fuel they put in the car such that they would be able to, i.e. take on less and get out ahead of the number 7 car to pick up the points for the 6-hour mark, but they didn't. They remained in second place. In fact, the gap has extended quite a lot. It was only a second or two, depending on traffic, between the two leaders before that round of pit stops, but Matt Campbell has really got the hammer down and has extended it to over 11 seconds as they complete lap 186. And in fact, to people Durrani now has got his hands full with Renger van der Zande, who's on tyres that are already up to speed, having got a couple of laps right together, those two Cadillacs, battling for second and third.
Well, two cars that got hands full with one another is Ken Cook in the 32 Mercedes and the 47 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. As they come up to the start-finish line, it will be the Kordoff Mercedes that takes the maximum score in GTD, as in right on that moment, the number 47 Chetlar Ferrari comes into the pit lane. For Kenton Cook there, holding off the Ferrari factory driver is quite impressive. Now, Shea Adam, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, is very well read on these regulations. The Chetlar car has just come in, Shea. Will it score those points or not?
If it crossed the start-finish line and was still in the lead at the point of time, then yes, but you do not get the points at the mark. It is the completion of the lap after the hour mark has elapsed. So it doesn't mean that it, just because you were leading when 8 hours to go, or 8 hours in, or however many, 6 hours at this point, that doesn't count. It counts at the end of that lap. So we've seen people cut out from that before, namely several teams at Sebring last year during the 12-hour. Chetlar was the car that stayed out. They were the car that gained the most points in that situation.
Shea Adam, and that was a bit exciting because we've just had a car coming very slowly into the pit lane. Chetlar have made it to their stop. That was the CrowdStrike pit report. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf, and Jason Anzalone joins us from Michelin. Hello, man. How are you? Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year, John. No, it's great to be here.
And it's great to have you here. Another challenge. All of the cold years that you've had to put up with, and from the raw to here, what was the difference in temperature from the raw to the race?
Yeah, I think it's 35 degrees or so. I mean, it was very cool last week when we were here during the war, and this week, as we all know, it's very hot. And You know, we can't control Mother Nature.
You have to work with it, though.
Yeah, we got to do our best.
And that in every way actually is why Michelin down through the years has always been involved in motor racing, because you race here and we get the advantage on the street.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we use motorsports as a test bed for innovation and technology. We learn in the most grueling of conditions. You know, the 24 hours of Daytona. Think about all the data points we're getting on a tire. We take that information and try to figure out how to utilize the technology into the street tires.
So this time last year, we were talking about the new GTP category. Pete Mottarani at the moment in second place in that number 31 Cadillac. Matt Campbell leading for Porsche Penske Motorsport. How much data did you get from last year, and what did you learn from that?
Oh, I mean, tons of data, tons of data. You know, for us, I would say working with the teams in the first year of GTP, again, just understanding what the tire is going through with all the data, our performance analysis team working on the information and just trying to feed that back to the teams to see what's working, what's not working, just to help with the performance.
And as far as the racing is concerned, what surprised you about last year, good or bad?
I would say overall very, very positive. I mean, the testing leading up to the season was a bit challenging, I will say, but then what we saw was very good reliability during the season, which again, for us as the tire manufacturer, really was quite good, because we were able to learn a lot. And, you know, we're working on the next year's spec right now, and you know, what we're learning here in 2024 and 2023 is helping us feed that into the next development.
Stay with us, Jason, if you will. I'm going to go down to a CrowdStrike pit lane report with Nick Damon.
And with Tom Blomqvist just out of the 31 Whelen Cadillac. Tom, it's always best to bring the car in from the lead. How is it performing?
Yeah, no, it was solid. The car's been running really well. We've you know, been in basically the top three kind of most of the race now. But that Porsche is obviously looking really racy at those restarts. You know, we're good over the distance, so we need to look at a few things and try and maybe work on that, because as you know the yellow restarts, and that's kind of where the race tends to be won or lost if you can make ground on those scenarios. So yeah, a little bit of work to do, but yeah, happy with how that first time in the car. I just, you know, at the moment it's just about surviving and yeah, trying learning and constantly improving for the end where it really matters.
I think you're unique in the fact you've driven two of these GTP cars. Last year, of course, you won here with the Acura. What is the difference in the two cars? Where do you see the strengths and weaknesses, the Acura versus Cadillac?
I mean, long story short, one's good on the way in and one's really good on the way out. So, yeah, I mean, obviously both manufacturers done a fantastic job. You know, we won a lot of races last year in the Acura, and then obviously the Whelen Cadillac won the championship. So, yeah, I've been in good hands lately. But, I mean, we're looking strong this weekend, which is obviously good for me. But, yeah, we just got to maximize what we got.
Great stuff. Thanks, Tom.
Michelin Endurance Cup points were on the minds of everybody, and no one more so than Cawthorne Preston Motorsports, because Kenton Cook, last year you got the coolest trophy at the banquet with the MEC. Now you guys start off the campaign right where you want to be. How important was it to stay out front of Antonio Fuoco for the maximum points?
That was a good battle. Oh man, it was difficult because I had to fuel save the whole time, and it was yeah, they're like, go fast, fuel save, go fast, but fuel save a little more. But yeah, the Mercedes by Korthoff is going pretty good, and you know, it's always a pleasure to be in a good car. It's unique opportunities to get these. It's unique to get these opportunities and to have a fast car. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So it's obviously early, so we'll see how the rest of the night goes, and maybe a little bit of dancing in the rain in the morning, but we'll see.
Congrats, and thanks for talking to me before you even debrief with your engineers. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I got crap all over my face. It's dirty.
He does too, John. I mean, he was working hard out there. And now I can tell everyone that Riley's off-sequence pit stop that seemed completely out of the blue was Bill Riley doing Bill Riley things.
Yeah.
He too wanted the Michelin Endurance points.
That's how they won Pilot Challenge yesterday as well, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. Car going slowly, Jeremy, around the banking.
Yeah, number 75 car, I think. The Sun Energy Mercedes that was running so well earlier on, down in 10th position in the GTD Pro class now. There's some difficulties, and Lucas Stoltz is driving that car at the moment. It's a lap off the pace in GTD Pro.
And also the number 60 Lamborghini has just come into the pit lane and gone straight behind the wall, which clearly is not good news for them. We'll catch up with that in a moment with our CrowdStrike pit reporters. Jason Nance along with us in the booth. It's become a traditional visit to us here at the start of the season. Jason, more cars. I mean, Michelin, great partnership with IMSA. IMSA is becoming more popular, which is lovely, but that's just a bigger challenge for you. More cars, different manufacturers. You've got Lamborghini coming in next time around. Oh, and by the way, the Ford Mustang Challenge coming in at Mid-Ohio as well, so just a bit more work for you.
Yeah, just a little bit, John. You know, our team is really up to the challenge, but you know, it takes a lot of planning. It's really about understanding what the needs are of all the championships or the series that are running here in the IMSA paddock, and for us it's a great challenge, but certainly up to task with the Michelin, the Mustang Challenge that Ford is coming out with. We designed a bespoke tire for that championship, a 19-inch tire, so we're really excited about that. Built in one of our factories in South Carolina, so it's domestically built, which is very different than all the other tires we're running in the paddock, which all come from France. So this is a great opportunity.
Which is your motorsport hub, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct, John. That's correct.
What is that? Okay, that's an interesting point then. How does that start? What iterations do you go through there? Do you start in the real world? Do you start in virtual reality? How do those conversations start with the guys at Ford about a tyre for a single make series?
Yeah, so it could always be a bit of both. I would say that for us in the Mustang Challenge series, we did more of a in real life testing program for that. We did some development loops and we did some different things that we thought might work well with the chassis, and of course we test and we learn and we say, well, we like this, we don't like that, and then do another development loop, but it's in collaboration with Ford in this sense.
And do you have to think about who might be competing in that championship, whether it's a pro or a pro-am or a full am? Got a spinner out on the circuit. That's the number 20, the high-class racing, the MDK high-class racing car, but that is moving in the right direction. Does that play a part about who's going to be driving your tires?
Absolutely, because you don't want to come out with a tire that is difficult to manage, and we want to try to make this a tire for all levels of drivers. So for us, again, that's really in collaboration with Ford to understand how the tire's working and what we agree on that's going to work best.
Now, last year we were talking about how you guys were going to move forward and the green agenda. Everybody, we can't, look, we love motor racing, but we can't ignore the green agenda. Michelin's been at the forefront of that. How are you moving forward this year?
Absolutely. Last year was all about GTP and the 30% reduction in allocation for that class. For 2024, we introduced a new tire, the Michelin Pilot Sport Pro, into the GTD Pro category, which is now seeing a 17% on average allocation reduction across the season, which is bringing fewer tires to the paddock, but while delivering high levels of performance, really around that sustainability mindset that we could do more with less while still helping put on a good show.
For a long time now, rubber has not been the major component of race tyres or indeed street tyres. What about the technology behind that?
Yeah. So when we think about the technology that's in the tires around the materials, and really that's the focus, is, you know, how do we improve wear life as we are here in the paddock, but then also how do we translate that technology into our passenger car tires, especially with the world of EV coming on board, where they're much harder on tires and
they're heavier.
Yeah, because they're heavier, exactly. Heavier and more torque. So they are a bit harder on tires. So if we can learn how to improve the wear life, that is a competitive advantage for us.
So zero emissions cars means that everybody's looking at particulates from things like brakes and tyres. Do you have to be cognizant of that as well?
Yeah, absolutely, John. You know, our company Michelin is really focused on the full life cycle of the tire, and for us, we have to take into all points and really the wear particles that a tire creates. Michelin, there's been studies on this, how we have a significant competitive advantage around the amount of wear particles we have on a tire.
Remember that. Remember that when people are talking about on your EV car, oh yes, but it's a big heavy SUV or it's a big heavy EV. Well, if you're Michelin, you're still doing your bit. What do I get out of this, Justin, when I, as a consumer of tyres, my latest car came with a different manufacturer's tyres on, I won't say who, and I managed to change to Pilot Sport 4S's. Now, 4S's, we've now got a 5S as well. So, where are we going with this? How much further can you continue to push this technology? And do you ever stop?
If we stop, that would probably be a bad thing for us, John. We always need to push the boundaries of innovation and technology. We want to continue to be a leader in performance, and really performance made to last. And so, if you think about that tire in particular, it's an ultra high performance tire. We want to deliver the high levels of performance while getting good wear life for being a summer tire. And, you know, it's not made to necessarily last 100,000 miles like some of our passenger tires, but over the life of that particular tire, we want to make sure that the performance is there mile after mile for the entire life of the tire.
Hey, look, I live in the UK. We get wet.
Yeah.
Right. I don't have cups on the car. Although people tell me, oh, you should have cups on the. I don't. I have a 4S Sports on the cars, and that's a really important thing that people feel comfortable. How do you educate people to say, I want to put Michelin on my car? Because sometimes the manufacturer that I bought from do have Michelin tyres. You build them specifically for my car, but you don't always get Michelins on them. So what is the education process here?
Of course, we got to use good marketing in order to speak to the consumer in a way where they understand the technology that the tires bring. Most people aren't thinking about tires having a high degree of technology, so we need to simplify the message through marketing approaches here in the IMSA paddock, in our consumer activation where consumers are stopping by and we're educating them, of course through digital and social media, and so we have to just make it easy for the consumer to digest, because not all consumers are as passionate about tires as, you know, myself and others at Michelin. We love tires.
I think people who are listening now will understand how much difference tires can make to the performance of cars. My Porsches, you do a specifically homologated tyre, and I'm using a motorsport term there because that's true, which has an N on it.
Yep.
Porsche, that means it's Porsche approved. So are those N tyres for Porsches, or the ones that you do for Mercedes-Benz or Audi, which have their codes on, are they significantly different from a quote-unquote normal Michelin tyre?
The answer is yes. When we specifically homologate a tire with an N marking, to use your example of Porsche, that was made in conjunction and built specifically for that car. And we may have the same size of tire with a non-marked, but it will make a difference in the performance of the tire, because again, it was specifically designed for that vehicle.
Let's talk about IMSA this year, 2024, more cars, fantastic competition. What are you hoping to get out of this year for Michelin, and where are the challenges?
So for us, we want to have as clean a season as possible from the tire perspective. For us, introducing the Michelin Pilot Sport Pro is really important for us, since this is a new tire into the WeatherTech Championship. We're going to be learning something new at every single round this year, and with the addition of an extra Endurance Cup round, you know, that's also a focus for us. So for Michelin,
Indianapolis though.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really excited for that race.
Everybody likes stats. How many tires do you bring here?
16,000 between the Roar and the Daytona weekend.
Is that enough?
We think so. We think so. I mean, that's a lot of tires.
How many wets have you brought?
I believe the number is around 5,000.
All right, so if it does have a little splash in the morning, which is where the weather forecast says it might be, you're confident you're going to be okay
Yeah,
with
with plenty of wet tires. It may add some excitement to the morning, so we'll see what happens. No problem with wet tires.
Thanks very much for all you do for motorsport and all you do for the motorists as well, Jason. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks so much, John.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Oh, brilliant stuff. I love learning about tyres. People think they're just small, round, black things in the corner. They really are black magic, and it's a marvellous thing that we have Jason Anzalone to come in and talk about that. Shea Adam is going to be leaving us and changing over, so we'll say thank you to her. We're coming up to Nick Damon in the pit lane. It's exactly 8 o'clock. Jeremy Shaw is alongside me. Porsche, Cadillac, BMW in the top 3.
Indeed, the BMW René Rast is driving the number 25 car at the moment. A couple of laps ago, he moved up into 3rd place at the expense of Renger van der Zande in that number 01 Cadillac. So the BMW with the René Rast at the wheel is charging hard at the moment, and not too far behind them is Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10 Acura. About 10 seconds behind him is Dries Vanthoor in the second, is Jordan Taylor, and then following him, chasing hard after him, is the second of the BMWs, Dries Vanthoor, at the wheel of that car at the moment.
Cameron Lawrence joining, yes, Cameron Lawrence joining. We had Stephen Lawrence's cars yesterday and Cameron Lawrence in the booth as well, which is a bit too much for me. How you doing, fella?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right. What about this for a race then?
This has been great. I mean, it's been so cool seeing this level of competition. You know, the GTP cars being new last year, and just seeing the advancements that they've all made, and seeing everybody running so reliably as well as how quick they are. And then you bring on LMP2 with the amount of competition. Same thing, just the amount of cars, and it's just so deep. It's just hard to look away. What do you watch? You know.
What are you seeing then from a driver, from a coaching perspective? What are you seeing as this race now with 17.5 hours to go? So we haven't even got anywhere near half distance yet. What are you seeing? What has caught your eye?
I think you see some of the inexperience early in the race. You know, maybe it's some of the nerves, maybe it's some of the inexperience, especially with LMP2. You know, they're great cars, but with some of the less experienced drivers, they've still been caught out. And then same with new cars. You know, we've had some cars that we really expect more with, but I think everyone's kind of run into a few little hiccups. You know, unfortunately, like the FAF McLaren was running extremely well and then had to go back to the garage. So again, but a excellent team with a new platform and just learning that new platform. So it's been very interesting to watch that, but it seems like everybody's kind of settled in right now.
Our Porsche keys to the race, our first point was calm and patience. And I actually said in our Michelin Countdown to Green, sometimes even the most experienced drivers get caught up in the event. And when you saw what was happening earlier on today at 1 o'clock before the 140 green flag, how can you not get excited about that, frankly? How do you control that as a driver?
It's tough, you know. There's some mental coaches that are out here. It's really just kind of an entire mental approach. But yeah, everybody says, you know, we know what to do. We can be calm. We'll make it to the end. But you know, especially you're up in that top 3 of your class and you can see the lead, and you know, you go and take those chances and you want to run up front. But you know, like just same with the lead Lexus, I was just so hard to watch, just doing nothing wrong, nothing on you know their own wrongdoing, but just wrong place and wrong time being in the lead of the race there, and that was super unfortunate. But yeah, you see, it just comes with experience. You know, you start to calm down. You kind of know your task. You go out there and drive. You got to make it 22 hours, and then the last 2 are where it really begins.
How did you used to control that? Did you have? Look, I've just been watching. We were involved with Nissan GT Academy, and on the way out, I watched the first hour of Gran Turismo, and I know Jan Martin very, very well. He used to listen to Kenny G and Enya before he went racing. How did that is true. That of anything else in the movie, that is absolutely true. How did you used to control that?
Oh, that is so funny. For me, I think it's just a little bit more my demeanor in my past. growing up playing baseball and just kind of my routines. I think for me, it was just being in the routine. You know, as long as I was kind of doing the same routine every time, it just kind of got me in the right state of mind and the right focus. So that was a big part. And honestly, when I won this race in 2015 with Riley Motorsports in the Viper, I didn't even know, I didn't pay attention to really anything else. I knew my job. I didn't know when I hopped in with 5 hours left that we were in the top 3. I had no idea. I didn't know till the last 2 hours that we were.
He's got the winner's watch on. I noticed that the other day and didn't ask about the black-faced Rolex Daytona Cosmograph.
Yeah, it's
that is the winner's watch, isn't it?
This is not the winner's watch,
is it
unfortunately.
Not?
No, I have a nice white
one.
face. Yeah, that one stays at home most of the time. I think it's been to Daytona a couple times. It's my pride and joy. It's my trophy, so it stays locked up safe a lot of the time. But I do love wearing it. So this is the one that I care about a little bit less. But yeah, just
leave now.
I bought cars that are worth less.
There's a story behind
one.
this one. There's a story behind this one, but we'll talk about that one later. But going back to the frame of mind, I didn't know that we had the shot of winning the race when I was in the car the last stint that I did, which was probably a good thing.
Yeah, all right.
Probably I was I was much younger. I was early 20s. This was my first Rolex 24. You know, I just didn't have that experience to fall back on to keep myself calm. So I think just having that team, that group around you, that also probably kept me calm without me knowing, but just really being focused and knowing that you had one job, I think that was the best thing for me. I didn't know where we were until the last hour.
200 laps now completed in this race. Matt Campbell leads in the Porsche car number 7. The gap since the round of pit stops has stayed pretty much constant, around about 13-14 seconds. And they're in 3rd position. Rennie Rast, he's closed down just a touch on the 2nd place car of Pipo Derani. Rennie Rast in 3rd, so it's Porsche, Cadillac, BMW, Cadillac, and then the 2 Acuras in 5th and 6th. And Philip Albuquerque and Jordan Taylor driving the 2 WTR Andretti cars, numbers 10 and 40, running certainly a very good pace here at this stage in the race.
Cam Lawrence with us, Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre, watching Rennie Rast and Renger van der Zande BMW against the gold-fronted Cadillac, having a scrap for 3rd and 4th position. There's 17.5 hours left here, Cam. What is the point of having the scrap now? And look, I'm not decrying this. Renger van der Zande is trying his best to get past Rennie Rast, and he's going to have a go up on the high banks through 1 and 2. Does he go high? He's faked high, goes high again. What is this about now? Because this is not winning the race right now, so why would you do it?
Because it's fun.
You
right?
try telling a race car driver to slow down. I wouldn't be backing off either. And you see him make the pass there. That was a good move. And you know they're battling, but these are pros. I mean, and these are the top level of pros that we've got here. So they know what they're doing. They're gonna obviously not give it up to anybody, but you could see the BMW really wasn't gonna fight that hard once he kind of got position on him. So it was a good move. It was a good scrap. It's good to see the BMW and the 25 car running back up front, running some pretty good lap times. You know, you're just not quite sure what you're going to get at Daytona, but it seems like right now everything is pretty tight, pretty close. So, yeah, try telling me to slow down if I was.
But you never know what's going to happen. The race could end the next lap. I mean, we know that this is supposed to be a 24-hour race, and we don't wish anybody any ill, but in some ways, you never know, do you?
You don't. You never know. I've been a part of a few of those races. Actually, that same year, 2015, Petit Le Mans was cut short because of the rain and the darkness, and it just wasn't safe to continue. So, you know, hopefully this isn't one of those years. The weather's been much warmer than usual. You know, there's that slight chance of rain, but it's cool to see that we're already at 200 laps. I don't know kind of where we are in that lap count, and you know, that lap record.
8:33 is the lap record.
Lap record. Well, we're doing pretty good. So it has been good to see that the pace has been there, and the number of laps could be pretty high this year, which will be good for the drivers and for the fans.
But also, how much is it about as a team, as well as the driver in the car at the time? How much is it about getting into a rhythm and basically going with what the car feels good at?
Yeah, you know, that's funny. I talked to Lone Star Racing and AJ Peterson. They're, you know, another Texas team, and talking to him before the race, this is their first race running as Lone Star Racing, but a lot of them been a part of it. But some of them pretty new, and they were nervous going into it, and we spoke about that. He was actually talking about how the team, you know, the pit crew, the pit stops are like, just get through the first few hours of this race, and the speed and the routine and everything will kind of come to the team and the drivers and everybody as a group, and you'll kind of see everything start to speed up. So even at that level, you know, it's not just the drivers. You talk about the crew guys, the tire changers, the fuelers, the strategists. It really takes, you know, on a race like this, it takes some time to get settled in and kind of see what's going to happen and see what you've got to, for the end.
It's kind of like sometimes you get a street car and you sit on cruise control in a street car on a highway and you think, I'll sit at 70 miles an hour. At 70 miles an hour, that kind of feels okay, but not great. And so you back it off to 65, and that doesn't find. You've got to find the sweet spot. And also, as a racing driver, if you're not pushing, I put before the court Ayrton Senna at Monaco, sometimes if you're not pushing, it's not the best thing. And Nick Damon will remember all about that because you were in the F1 pit lane that day.
I certainly was, yes. But now, I mean, as a segue, now I'm in the Daytona pit lane.
Very nice.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm with Tom Dillman, who just got out of the 52 into Europol car from the lead when he brought it in. So it's a silly question, really, but obviously it's going really rather well at the moment, or is it early? It's too early to tell, but you do seem to have a huge amount of pace in that car.
Yeah, I think it's early days. First of all, we need to survive. You saw there was many incidents with LMP2s. So taking care of the car, seeing where the balance is, make some adjustment if needed. But first of all, yeah, go through the night to be there at the fight at the end.
When you actually get into the start of a stint, you come out of a yellow flag, and how fast do you need to go? Is there any point going as quickly as you can and putting out a big gap? Because that gap's going to disappear on the next yellow flag. So how, the question is, when you have a fast car, how much do you use it?
Yeah, you need to judge the amount of risk you take, right? So I had to pass a car at the beginning of my stint, took it without unnecessary risk. We take, I over two cars actually, but yeah, also you need to practice, you know, for the final showdown. So you need to see where you are strong. Our car has some strength, some weakness, but some strength as well. So we need to see how we can use it at the end.
Do you have a plan for the whole 24 hours, or do you have to kind of be very flexible because of the yellow flags? You know, in a normal European race, you can almost back time from the end, but here it's so different because I assume they'll want you in the car at the end.
Yeah, we need to use the time of the bronze driver, of the silver driver, so that Pietro and me can do the end, obviously. Same for everyone. It's a very different approach than in Europe, where every second you lose or gain count in the end. Here it doesn't, you know, it goes back to zero all the time, but still you cannot afford a mistake. We saw some big crashes and they're out of the race, so yeah, it's a fine line always.
And so what do you prefer, the European method where you just go, you know, every second counts, or the resetting versions in the States?
I think both have some good things, you know. I like the fact that every second stint, every second count, every mistake counts. Here it's not like that, but for us the pro is pretty fun at the end, you know, it's like a sprint race, all out, elbows out, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Great stuff, thanks Tom.
Thank you.
Tom Dillman talking to Nick Damon as part of our Cried Strike pit report team. Cameron Lawrence to my left, nodding away there. It's a fair point. It's a fair point, well made. That several fair points well made there that Tom was talking about. At IMSA Radio, hello, Sean Running says, loving hearing Cameron Lawrence. And remember his fantastic win in the Viper in 2015. Awesome guy, and one of my all-time favourite race cars. That Viper, that was
iconic.
Man.
It was.
I drove one of the Oreca Vipers at Paul Ricard. 95, maybe 96, when it still had the normal edge pattern gearbox on that car. What a beast that was for me. And I had 15 minutes, 20 minutes in the car and a couple of sessions at Ricard. What was that car like to race? Was it as big and brutal as it looked?
I think it's more impressive that you survived in that car. I mean, that car that you drove was a beast. The one that we drove, built by Riley Motorsports with FCA and Dodge, that 5th gen car was a much more refined version of the earlier cars. So I loved it. In my background with front engine, rear-wheel drive, big horsepower that I came up with the Trans Am series and kind of tube-frame cars, I think it fit my driving style, which again just helped with that calmness and kind of being in the rhythm and being more comfortable. So it was a greatly balanced car, very well built for endurance racing. When I looked at that car versus some of the newer cars in GT3 that were coming out, I was like, that's the same control arm. That's, the Vipers, it's twice as thick, it's twice as heavy. I'd go door to door with that paperclip any day, it's just be fine. But it was a joy to drive, especially in these longer endurance races. It was very easy. It was similar to the Mercedes. You see that car being very good for the gentleman drivers and very easy to drive. And there's a lot of resemblance between that Mercedes GT3 car and the Riley Dodge Viper that we drove in 2015.
Even with the chicane and the short circuit at Ricard, it was pulling nearly 200 miles an hour up to scene.
No replacement for displacement.
Oh, man, that thing was incredible. I feel very, very honoured to have been able to drive. I drove the straight car as well at Le Mans, around the full circuit at Le Mans, which was the old RT, which was the sort of semi-open top car, which was a lot of fun as well, which had it literally had a truck gearbox, even the race car in those days. I always thought the later ones were fabulous because the styling that they did sort of made it look like the original Viper, but it'd been working out and it was a bit more ripped. We've got the Sean Creech motor, the Sean Creech Racing 33 off at the Le Mans chicane to driver's left there. We're staying green at the moment.
Is that a replay?
Well,
not,
it's not been their day today, has it?
It was going really, really well for quite a while. Joao Barbosa had a really strong run through his, I think probably the one stint he's done, and the car was showing really good pace. The Sean Creech Motorsports guys did a really good job to get that car to be as competitive as it is, considering the fact that nobody has run a Ligier in several years. We talked about that battle for third position a little while ago, with René Rast having found a way past Renger van der Zande, and then Renger van der Zande trying to redress the balance. Well, he did that. He's done that about 4 laps ago. Van der Zande then in a Cadillac number 0 went back ahead of René Rast, and both of them have closed in now on Pipo Derani. Is what is becoming a battle for second, third, and fourth.
Nick Damon has a CrowdStrike pit update.
Yeah, we've got a couple of the GTPs come in. There's the JDC Miller car, the 85, the yellow machine. That's come in fuel only, and the 24 BMW V8 hybrid has also come in as well. So not quite sure. It's interesting. There's kind of like a weird kind of process of these cars coming in. They all come in together. Then suddenly they kind of split up a bit. But these two come in together. So looking at the wall of the various other hybrid teams, it's not like everyone's going to come in immediately, but sometimes they leap to action. It is just a fuel stop for most of them as well, so they had to have a driver standing on the wall as well. But all go.
I suspect they are expecting a yellow with that Sean Creech Motorsport, because that is not on schedule, Jeremy, is it?
No, it's not. It's they've only been out for about 40 minutes. They can do almost an hour. No, I wouldn't have expected those cars in at that particular point. Phil Hansen seems to be struggling a little bit in the number 85 car, but Dries van Toor was doing a really good job with turning laps as quick as the two Acuras ahead of him. So yeah, curious on that one. But look,
it's Ben Keating in the 85.
Oh, yeah, well, he's just. Is it now? He's just got into it in that case, because it was Phil Hansen driving it.
Sitting in 9th position. Jeremy earlier on pointed across towards the ocean to the eastern side. A beautiful sort of orange moonrise. It's a waning gibbous moon at the moment. I had to look that up. I didn't know it, so don't think I just got that out of the top of my head. It was full. I think it was a full moon last night, or maybe the night before. It was absolutely stunning as it comes up. It's got a really lovely orange colour. Plenty of people still here at the track and on the infield bleachers, as well as here in front of us. This is a big crowd here.
It is a record
weekend.
crowd.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that for sure now?
Yes. Well,
Right.
yes, I was told that earlier on today. Actually, even at the drivers' meeting, the track president was told the assembled drivers and team managers that was indeed the case, and it was a record crowd also last week at the Raw.
Got the number 31 Cadillac, Whelen Cadillac, into the pit lane with Pipo Durrani behind the wheel. This is the red fronted car. They're taking a couple of tear-offs off the screen and the headlights. That's pretty cool. But this looks like a standard stock. No tyres being offered, and Nick Damon has the gold fronted Cadillac, the 01.
It's a GM party, isn't it, as both caddies come in at once. Not sure it's interesting they both come on. They obviously are separate teams. And it is fuel only, I think, for both of those cars. And they are looking to leave very similarly. The Whelen car came in first. It goes on my feet now. Oh, it's going to be a race. It's a race to the... Just got it all there. Going to be about a metre and a half ahead, the 01 car than 31 at the end of all that. But yeah, so the caddies have both come in. Not just indicative of anything, whether they're a little more thirsty, they're going for a burn. This is the sort of stuff that Jeremy can tell me.
Well, I think this is all about the Sean Creech car being stranded, actually.
Possibly that, and also possibly the fact that just watching a replay here of the number 31 car coming out of the pit lane, and almost
side by side with the 01.
Was there nearly contact between these two? Yeah.
No, they're just trying to work out who was ahead at the pit line, I reckon.
Yeah, okay. But I wonder whether they might have short-filled a little bit at that last stop, which was right before the 6-hour mark.
Well, yes, good point.
They all did.
Yeah,
did they all? I don't know. But curiously, I'm surprised to see the number 31 car now. Here is the full course yellow. So yes.
Yeah, that was smart. Now this is not good news for Philippe Albuquerque. He's down to 5% energy remaining. Ricky Taylor in the number 40 Acura with 10%. René Rast in the 25 BMW with 10%. So they do not want this to be a long time before the pits are opened. And this is all for the Sean Creech Motorsports. Nolan Siegel behind the wheel of the Ligier. Ligier that was successful in the hands of particularly United Autosports. I seem to remember them dominating at Spa for a couple of years with that car. Although it wasn't the favoured car, the Oreca always was. There's a couple of things technically with that car which are disadvantageous. It's got very heavy nose cone, for example, and when you want to move weight around in a car, you want to put it where you want it rather than necessarily have it where it actually is in the car. So it's a couple of things that can be, as I said, disadvantageous, but they think on any given day they might have a different chance if they've got a Ligier like anybody else. If they've got an Oreca like everybody else, why would they be at the front of the field?
What was I going to say? So, okay, so that pit stop then for number 7 car, it's Joseph Newgarden who's going to take over the wheel of that car from Matty Campbell. Joseph in for the first time today. That will hand the lead to René Rast, and that becomes the 7th different car to lead this race, and officially the 13th lead change.
Full course yellows. Cameron Lawrence with us. Racing drivers hate full course yellows unless they're catching up 30 seconds. Because driving around behind the safety car, it's not fun, is it, in a race car that's not meant to be going at, 60 miles an hour or thereabouts.
Well, and these GTP cars are so advanced. Talking to some of these drivers and just the strategies with the cars, and when it's full course yellow, you put them into basically a mode for them to drive under full course yellow, because like you said, it's just not normal. And there's so much technology with the hybrid and the way these deliver power and the brakes. They're probably taking away all of the regen right now just so they can coast a bit and save even more fuel under yellow. So there's so much. There's so much that goes on under yellow. It does keep you a bit more entertained and a bit more focused than it used to with a few more simpler cars back in the day.
pass around starting, Jeremy.
Yeah, make that the 15th lead change in the race, but the 7th different leader.
Serious question here, Cam, for those of us who will never race at this level, whether we have a race license or not, whether we've done, you know, club level racing or not. So you've been racing like these guys have, maybe for the better part of an hour and a half, and you're fully focused in on what's going. Then the yellow flag comes out. You're slowing down. Do you feel the cold? What happens inside that cockpit?
Yeah, you start to notice things that you didn't when you were, you know, so hyper focused on what you're doing at speed. So you might start to hear things, smell things at the car, you know, just different things that are going on. But yeah, for me, you know, you kind of realize, okay, like, am I tired? Am I not tired? I probably should drink something. I haven't drinking in a few laps. So you become a little bit more aware of some of the other factors that are going on when you're driving the car versus when you're at speed and just focused on the performance side of things. So it can be good and bad. You know, sometimes some drivers lose a bit of focus under yellow, and just like saving fuel or kind of slowing down a bit during the race, when you get in that rhythm, it's almost easy to make mistakes because you kind of lose a bit of focus, or focus on the wrong things, I should say. So yeah, it's a bit of a break, but you look forward to either that pit stop, you know, just something to do, and look forward to that call that we're going green this lap, and get hyper focused on going fast again.
Do you start to feel the aches and pains?
I don't think so yet. You know, it's so crazy. You know, it's dark. It feels like this race just started, but we have 17 hours left. So I think, you know,
so you haven't been banged around in the seat so much that you go, oh, hang on. That left elbow's banging against the door, that left knee's banging against the transmission tunnel, or whatever.
I hope not with 17 hours left, but it certainly could. But at this level, you know, the level of all these drivers has just gone up so much. So, I mean, fitness and preparation is just so high at this level that probably right now everybody's doing pretty good. You know, maybe Ben Keating might be feeling it. I can't believe that guy's such an Ironman already doing stints in GTP and LMP2, so probably if anybody has an excuse, it's Ben. I don't know how he does it, but
he'll never complain, I'll tell you that now.
No. And the stints you ran, I think, 2 stints in the number 85 car before, and yeah, he wasn't losing much ground to those very, very highly paid professionals around him.
I said this earlier, can you imagine what he would have been like if he started racing at 8 or 12?
He's just unbelievable. The amount of work that guy puts in is just unreal. I mean, it's top level for any of these drivers, like you said, no matter what age. But yeah, it's almost a good thing, right? We haven't really spoken about Ben too much, which can be a good thing, right?
Yeah,
like, under the radar, you're not, you know, causing any issues. You're not slow. You haven't, you know, wrecked or had a spin or anything like that. So he's definitely, I mean, he goes out there and just does the job and does it well. So it's great to see him and what he's done, and for me to have that relationship with him going back to the Viper days, it's really cool to watch.
I can't imagine you started off obviously in the LMP2 car, then switched to the GTP. Now he's back in the P2 car again. I would imagine it's got to be really difficult for him to, having done a couple of stints in the race already in GTP car, to step into the LMP2, which is a lot less sophisticated, a lot less going on around you, but you're just as busy with all the mental aspects of it.
Yeah, you see all of these drivers make mistakes, right? I mean, we all make mistakes at certain points in our careers and these races, and for somebody to go back and forth, like you said, the technology in those GTP cars, I mean, just alone to just work both systems in both cars and not make a mistake just with that. I mean, the buttons on the steering wheel, the starting sequence, the pit sequence, everything is tough enough. And then you want to talk about the performance and the handling differences between the two cars. It just is, nice. I just can't say enough good things. It's just so impressive. It's not an easy task for any driver to ask them to do that, let alone a gentleman driver like Ben.
Was it obvious, Cam, even when you were driving with him in the Viper days, that he was something a bit special?
Yeah, I think back then, even if you ask Ben, I mean, they were kind of the A car. They were at times ahead of our car, even when we won races. They might have had some bad luck. But even thinking back to like Watkins Glen, the year that we ended up winning the race, but they were ahead of us at one point, and Ben made he would make a tiny mistake that just might cost them, you know, enough, and we would sneak by, or we'd be able to kind of steal the win away. I think through Ben's career, I mean, you can really see kind of his progression. Not that it was ever, you know, for lack of effort or lack of skill, but Ben makes very few mistakes these days. And it's just, I think it's just a testament to his work ethic. But yeah, I mean, he was great back then, and still driving both cars. He drove my car, but his main car was the 91 car that he was full time in. So he was doing stints in both Vipers even back then. So it was always impressive. The guy's just an engineering background. I mean, the way that his mind works is different, and it shows with his success.
Nick Damon is our CrowdStrike pit reporter at the moment. We've had a couple of pit stops. Nick, what you got?
Yeah, we had the GTP cars who hadn't come in just prior to this yellow flag. We saw both the Acuras, the 10 and the 40, that was fuel only, I think. The Porsche number 6 also changed driver. Lawrence Van Tor got out, Kevin Estra got in, and behind me, the BMW did something, but I wasn't looking at it. But he did come in and go out and nothing happened, so that's fine for the BMW. And then now we have a lot more takers for the next time they come round, as we're going to have obviously all the GTD and the GTD Pro cars will be leaping off their pit walls to service their drivers and cars.
Thank you, Nicholas. How's it feeling out there now? I mean, I'm only looking at the stark numbers here. It still says humidity 80 degrees, 25 Celsius in the air, and on the track, that's 77 across the board in the Fahrenheit scale. Yeah,
it's warm. I think it's the humidity more than anything else, because it is just muggy. You know, without the sun, it's not got an incredible amount of heat, but you're just not able to shed the warmth you've got in your race suit, because of course it's too muggy to let you sweat it off, to be honest. So I'm not going to complain, because I came here from like -2, so it's absolutely fine. And I'm not going to complain again, because I'm getting to see a phalanx of very, very well-run, beautiful and professional GTD cars, one of which always trying to run me over. The 3 and the 4, both the Pratt & Miller Motorsports Corvettes come in formation. The 4 come in before the 3. Sometimes that, of course, is actually choreographed. They are getting fuel and right side tyres for the 3. I just need to check whether the tyres for the 4. Yeah, I think they both got right side tyres. But we have received a consignment of every single GTP car, virtually bar about 5. And they're all pitting in now. Everyone's doing fuel, obviously. That's your Corvette, and that's very warm and humid when you get the exhaust smoke. It's very pleasant, actually, as well, in many ways. The 20, I can see the Heart of Racing 23. That's doing all 4 tyres. Actually, they're doing just thrown a brake disc off, I think. I'm just meandering up to the 23 car, the Heart of Racing machine. That looks like a brake disc. We're quite early in the race to be doing brakes, but yep, they are doing brakes. So whether this is a problem or schedule, but we're only 7 hours in, so that's a bit surprising. It's a pad and disc change going on, or rotor change for our local fans. And there's also a huge amount of clearing out going out from the amongst the ducts. Now, I was wondering, perhaps the ducts got really full and it overheated, but yeah, so they've now done it. It's pretty quick though. They've just done the left-hand side already. So right-hand side, they're doing the left-hand side. So it's not a particularly long process. Now, it might just be that they know they can't get 24 hours out and they can only get, 12 or something, and they'll take it through. But that's the GTD problem. What if I can get a quick word with someone here, Justin? Ian can have a quick word with me. Oh, I'm just going to climb over.
Getting old, man.
I'm very, very... Look how nimble I am. I've come through to... with the hard race with it. So that was a very early rotor change, or brake change. We'll do both for both languages. Was that planned? Was there a problem? I saw you clearing a lot of stuff out the ducts.
No, it's just a good opportunity to get it done. You don't know if there's much rain in the night. We may not have to do it again. So just taking a preemptive gamble there on the brake change.
So theoretically, you started this race thinking if it was all dry, you'd have to change twice, did you?
We can do it on one, but it's always nice to have a nice high pedal for the drivers at the end. They always love that.
So obviously we look at a lot of these races, but is it a case where every single car will need to do at least one change then?
I think there's a couple of cars, depending on what brake compound they use, they can go the whole race. But definitely our 2 cars, we need to do at least one.
But I suppose really in an American race, it's really not the same penalties it would be in a European race. If you do them under the full course yellow, it's almost no penalty at all, is it?
Well, it isn't, but other series, they have a 3-minute mandatory stop, stuff like that. But no, I think we take that as a free stop, as it were.
Thanks very much. There's the heart of racing. That's actually from straight from the horse's mouth.
Thank you, Nick. Ian James talking to Nicholas there down on that CrowdStrike pit report. Cameron Lawrence with us.
Yeah, there's something interesting. You know, now with how quick all these brake changes are, even that one, you know, they might want to do it now when there's a little less pressure too. You know, you get to that midway point or later in the race and you have a little more pressure, you get a little more reluctant to do that change, and sometimes you wait too long. But also there's some games to be played with brake pad compounds, like you mentioned. You know, some guys might go for that maybe a harder compound that doesn't wear as much and try to skip the brake change, but you know, you get a nice yellow like this, there's really no penalty for it. But you'll see some teams that'll do the opposite and actually run a more aggressive brake pad later in the race to try to get a little more performance out of it,
right,
rather than
more aggressive. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so somebody will run a less aggressive compound that wouldn't wear as much and
so
try to go a harder compound,
right,
and they might go, you know, 18 hours on that harder compound to make sure they get the life out of it. And then for the last bit of the race, the last quarter of the race, they might switch it up and go to a softer, more bite, higher bite, get a little bit more performance out of the brakes, but it might wear faster, so something you can't run as long, but get that performance out for the end of the race when you really want the pace.
And how does that affect how you drive the car, and what does that do in terms of the, I'm kind of making a word, of raceability of the car that you're with? What change does that make, or what advantage does that give you? Can you brake later?
Yes, yeah, so with
really?
with a softer pad or higher bite pad, yeah, you could probably brake a bit later, which will obviously help your lap time here, hopefully give you a little bit of advantage of some of those cars that maybe didn't take that strategy, or go with a harder, longer lasting pad where you might have to brake a touch sooner. So there's a lot of games that get played kind of behind the scenes and small details like that, where you don't really know what people are doing until the very end, and you might see a car that was a bit of a sleeper or pretty average that shows a little bit extra pace, and it could be a few tenths here or there, you know, but you know, everyone would get a few tenths if they could, some way or another. So that might be the secret for somebody that wins this race is, hey, we did our brake change with, you know, 6-8 hours left in the race with a more aggressive, softer, higher bite pad that gave us that 2-3 tenths that it took to win this race.
Just had a car spinning on the main straight under yellow. I think it was the 92 Porsche, the Kelly Moss car. We'll try and pick that up for you and get that. Yeah, in fact, I've just got that onto the race control. Spun on the front straight, continue.
It's David Bruley,
right?
Who he had that spin in qualifying as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that was.
Andrew Green.
He went straight on at
turn
3.
Yeah.
Back to green flags. That was a quickie. 17 hours and 5 minutes to go. Cameron Lawrence joining us in the booth. The IMSA Global Broadcast Centre with Jeremy Shaw and me, John Heinlein. Nick Damon, our CrowdStrike pit reporter at the moment. Our leader, Joseph Newgarden, in the Porsche number 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Pete Borderani is right with them. There are 14 full-time IndyCar drivers in the race this weekend. Pete Borderani is kind of saying, right, this is not your race, this is our race. I'm not having you leading here and having a real go going out onto the high banks as the stream of cars, headlights, white headlights for the prototypes, yellow for the GTs, of course. The leaders streaking past a couple of cars that were ahead of them on the restart. Renger van der Zande is not too far back either for the 01 Cadillac. That's, if you can see it through the darkness, that's the yellow fronted car, the gold fronted car, excuse me. And then Dries van Teur, yes. Straight through the middle, threading the needle for the number 96 Turner Motorsport car, Jens Klingman. 4th place in GTD, picking his way through, and Jeremy looking at extra stops on that last yellow flag sequence.
Yeah, there was an extra stop for the number 85 JDC Miller Sports Porsche 963, which had dropped it off the lead lap. So they were, all 10 cars were on the lead lap before when that Porsche caution came out. The number 85 car was in for a much longer stop. So having stopped just before the caution as well. So maybe try and check out what's going on there. In GTLM, Alex Quinn, who was a bit of a star last year, driving for the PR1 Matheson Motorsports team, has just taken the lead in the class. This year, he's driving the AO Racing Spike number 99, the Dragon car, Spike the Dragon. He's just taken the lead from the car in which he drove last year, number 52, which has Jacob Schmikowski at the wheel at the moment, who took the restart in the lead. Ben Keating, who also drove the 52 car last year, is now in number 2. He's in 3rd position, ahead of George Kurtz.
Man in the 21 GTD, it's the AF Corsa car. Tiny little bit of damage on the right front part of the splitter there for Simon as he was pulling away. Cameron Lawrence has to leave us now. You are welcome here any time. I want to see you back in a race car soon, but you're welcome in the booth anytime, Cam. Thanks for being with us.
I really appreciate it, guys. Yeah, this is definitely, if I'm not in a race car, this is second best. The seat you guys have here and the job you guys do is always great, so I love joining you guys. But yeah, this view right now with the moon coming up, and the lights are up
here at night.
I mean, it's unreal. You got the Ferris wheel. I'm really looking forward to you know, a few more snacks in the infield and some fireworks tonight. But I'll be catching those from outside the booth. But yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me be in here with you guys.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a good race.
You need to find me in one of these black-faced Rolexes.
Next time I'm in the Bahamas, I'll pick one up for you.
Thanks, man. Cameron Lawrence with us in the booth for a goodly stint there and giving us some great insights into what it's like to be a pro racing driver in one of the biggest races in the world. 17 hours still to go. Let's take a quick look at the VP in race rundown. We'll start at the top of the field. Joseph Newgarden leads from Pete Materani, the number 7 Porsche from the 31 Cadillac, the 01 Cadillac from Renger van der Zande in 3rd position, and then about a couple of seconds further back, Philippe Albuquerque for the first of the Win Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acuras in LMP2. Leading is Alex Quinn for AO Racing Spike, doing Spike things and I suppose breathing flames on everybody else. A second and a half after the restart to Jakob Schmikowski for Inter Europol. 99 from 52 with Ben Keating back in the number 2 United Autosports car, another second or so behind. In GTD Pro, well, top 4 are all ahead of the GTD field. It's Sheldon von der Linde for Paul Miller Racing's BMW number 1, and he's just jumped from 3rd to 1st after the restart. Risi Competitione's Daniel Serra, who carved his way through at the start of the race from a rather lowly qualifying position. He's holding second. And both of those guys have just set the fastest lap of the race so far, as Sheldon van der Linde, the fastest GTD Pro lap overall with a 46.142. Seb Priaulx, Paul Sinner set the time last Sunday for the 77 AO Racing car, and Tommy Milner in 4th for Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller. Then in GTD, it's Aaron Tielitz for Vassar Sullivan from Maxi Goats for the Court of Preston Motorsport AMG number 32. And then another couple of GTD Pro cars, Tonio Garcia for Corvette and Mirko Bortolotti for the bright green Iron Lynx number 19. 3rd in GTD, Jens Klingberg for Turner Motorsport in the 96 car, with Daniel Morad actually sitting in there right behind, challenging at the moment for Winward Racing after a fantastic run for the 57 car early on in the race, and indeed, of course, for Winward in the pilot race yesterday. That's your VP Racing update here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Around the world on RS2 and our world feed television, as well, of course, as Sirius XM channel 207 here in North America, and at the track 107.9 FM WWDIS. Good to have your company wherever you are. I'm trying to catch up with the Twitter, the X, whatever you want to call it. Peter Mackay did a good job whilst I was away, having my pit stop watching the movies being made. Fascinating. Pretty much all the time I was away, which was well over a couple of hours, in one of the hospitality boxes off to our left, just beyond the race control and the broadcast booth, the film company were building a broadcast booth, a fictional broadcast booth overlooking a real race to tell a fictional story about a not real racing driver who's in a real race. However, they're going to put a real commentator in there because Lee Diffie's going to be part of it, and it took them well over 2 hours, and they weren't finished. There was about 50 people working on that, and that, if you ever wonder why the movies are so expensive to be made, then a perfect example going on there. They were drilling things, they were making things, they were hanging stuff from the ceiling, all in the end of one of the hospitality boxes to create the illusion of a broadcast booth, which was quite extraordinary to watch. And as you can imagine, having been in a few broadcast booths down through the years, I was quite interested to see how it was working out. And actually, I think they did a pretty good job, to be honest. But then again, with Jerry Bruckheimer, you'd expect that to be the case. Newgarden and Durrani battling it out down to the International Horseshoe. Jeremy.
Indeed, and behind them, Philip Albuquerque in the Acura number 10 has just got past Renger van der Zande. So, as we saw in the beginning of the previous stint, which I think is when Renger van der Zande took over that number 01 car, yes, from who? From Alex Palou. He seemed to struggle a little bit in the early part of the stint, and then came back strong later on. Maybe that's the same again now. Maybe he's just being, a little bit wary at this stage in the race. I mean, he was actually side by side with Albuquerque when he came across the line last time around, just 0.031 of a second between the two of them. But that battle for third position is pretty stout at the moment.
Nick Damon is our crowd strike pit reporter at the moment. Time to catch up with some of the drivers who've just got out of the car. Where are you now, Nick?
I'm at the brand new Mustang GT3 pit lane, with Dirk Muller out in the 65. So Dirk, I mean, we're now a few hours into the race. How is the new car going?
Yeah, very well so far. I hope everybody out there really enjoys and likes it. Thanks all for coming, and I mean, I can smell barbecue. That's not really quite fair, but that's what it is. No, it's so good so far. I mean, I just came out of the car, double stint. We double stint the left side tires at the end. We got the yellow in the beginning, a yellow at the end. Everything under control, lead lap, and there we go.
You mentioned the barbecue smells. I mean, how much can when you've got those laps behind the safety car, how much can you see about the atmosphere and what's going on in the circuit?
I tell you, I see it all. I really see it all, especially, like you said, safety car is where you have a bit more time before you're just so focused. I can see car moving in turn 5 when I see the headlights. That's sometimes a little blinding, honestly, but I mean, that's the way it is. That's the same for everybody. I like it personally to drive at night, and can't wait to get back.
So what was it that attracted you to this Mustang program?
Yeah, I mean, so, it feels so long right now, but it's our very first race, right? So, knock on wood, I did on my head right now. Now we had, very intense year of testing on the simulator, on track, durability tests, a lot of sweaty tests back in Europe. And like I said, now we are having the very first race with our Ford Mustangs. And I think everybody, for performance, Ford, Multimatic, we can be proud and see what we can do here.
As you said, you test everywhere, but racing surprises you because both the boot lids fell off. Any idea why both the boot lids failed in the car?
No, so good so far. Everything runs smoothly.
At the back of the car, right at the beginning of the race, the trunk lids fell off. Do you know why that was, or did the team know why that happened suddenly?
I think there was a little contact involved. At least on one of the cars. On the other car, I don't know. It might have been like really unlucky that both cars got a little tap on the rear. These are things which we did not try during testing. I swear to God, we didn't bump our cars there. I mean, I tell you what, these are the little things we are learning, and we can believe this is not happening a second time.
Great stuff, thanks. Don't roll around at the 65. I've learned a lesson there. Don't use the English word boot when he's probably used the American word trunk.
Well, I want to know why manufacturers aren't bumping into their own cars when they're driving. Daniel Borad is hunting down the car ahead. He's in the Winward Racing GTD number 57. Maxi Coates is ahead of him in 32, caught of car team EMG GT3s, and the dark blue and black car closing up on the green car. It's great Twitter from Sophia. Don't know where you are, Sophia, in the world, but thank you for tuning in. What's up with the colourful LED lights around the driver windows on some of the GTD cars? Looks cool. Serve any practical purpose? They do, because it helps the pit crew and the spotter, who are 3 floors above my head at the moment.
Actually, they're just down here.
Well, they're sitting in the old press room.
Yeah, most of them.
Oh,
yeah.
right, okay, so they're not on the roof anymore.
Well, some are, maybe some are, but particularly in this weather. Last year they were in there.
They were wrapped up on the roof with electric blankets. Sun Energy 1 car going slowly. Coming out the International Horseshoe, his lights have gone out as well. That's a very dangerous spot. See if that can go. Sophia, it's to help identification. You'll see some cars with lights on all sorts of different places, and it allows the pit crews, when they're watching the TV pictures that you're watching, and the spotters who are up here in the main grandstand with their binoculars, to be able to say, oh yeah, that's the one with the blue over the top, or that's the one with the yellow over the top. Also, it means they can identify the other cars as well, because they'll have Andy Blackmore's spotter guide out. There's the purple header rails on the Ferrari, and they then can look on their timing screen, because they'll have one, and they'll say, is that a pro driver, is that an amp driver? And they'll be telling, particularly the GTP drivers, right, you're coming up on the Ferrari number such and such, and oh, it's that John Hindhaugh in the car, and he's a bit of a nutter. He could be anywhere on the track at the minute. Or they'll say, you're all right, it's Jeremy Shaw, he knows what he's doing. He'll stay to the low side when you go by. Cadillac Racing 31. Durrani gets a great run on Joseph Newgarden for the lead and takes the lead. And Cadillac, a little lock up on the left front of the Michelin tyre on Pimo Durrani's car. Pimo has had enough of an IndyCar driver leading a sports car race, and it's back to the front for GM and for Cadillac. And Joseph Newgarden settles back down into second place, the Indy 500 and IndyCar champion, having to give best there to a great run down the tri-oval by Pimo Durrani. People look pretty engaged in that, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know whether Newgarden got held up a little bit coming out of the Le Mans chicane perhaps, but certainly by the time he got to the tri-oval, that Cadillac had a good head of steam, was able to just draft up alongside and then passed and into the lead at the braking zone. He was actually in the lead as they crossed the stripe here, and then took the lead for sure going into the turn 1 there. Really interesting to see that happen. We'll see whether Newgarden can stay with Pimo Durrani. Meanwhile, just behind them, number 10 car is running in 3rd place. That's Philip Albuquerque. And Renger van der Zandt has lost 1 more position. Now it's Kevin Estra up into 4th in the number 6 Porsche. So both of the Penske Porsche Motorsports cars, 7 and 6, up inside the top 4. With number 6 car had a problem an hour or so ago with using too much energy. First of all, they got a warning, then they got a penalty, so they've got to keep an eye on that one as this race unfolds. There's a maximum amount of energy you're allowed to use during any particular stint.
Yeah,
if you overstep that mark, then there are penalties.
So let's work out what happened. Newgarden good through the traffic on the infield, even though the Sun Energy car coughed and spluttered right ahead of him. Now that's all fine. Iron Dame's car right in there as well. Who's in that 75 at the moment, Jeremy? Who did we put in that?
It's a long way down. They've had various difficulties during this race.
Lucas Stoltz.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, it was Luca who was driving it when it had problems before as well. That was a while ago.
Didn't see what happened to Joseph, or whether it was just a really good run by Peepo. He was close, goes to the high side, coming down into turn 1. Sparks flying from the bottom of the Cadillac. Then the little lock-up, using the customer Mustang as a little bit of a pick there, a little bit of a screen. Not really basketball season at the moment, sorry, it's the divisional NFLs at the weekend, isn't it? And after our race finishes, so I can nip to Publix, grab some wings, perhaps a beverage. Other supermarkets are available, but we don't have wings as good as Publix. I feel a Sunday afternoon and evening of NFL coming up.
Crazy golf, I reckon.
You don't do American football. You've lived in America for how long? How long have you lived over there?
39 years it'll be this time.
Yeah,
I do. Well, when it comes down to playoffs time, sort of kind of.
Ah, then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There's too many timeouts for me, yeah.
That's just means you can go and get another hot dog, Jeremy.
Quite.
You have to look at the positives in this. Daniel Morad still chasing down the 32 of Maxi Goetz. That's the two AMGs. Second and third. 32, the grey car, is Maxi. Daniel Morad in the dark blue, black, and a bit of red on the 57 Wimbledon car this year. So he heads towards the far end of the infield. There's a bit of traffic ahead of them as well. So that's Antonio Garcia, who's the next GTD car, but that's a pro car. Then there's Aaron Thielitz. Is that Aaron just up ahead? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
In the yellow and black number 12, Vassar Sullivan. So that is the leader in their class. And they're separated from Aaron by that Antonio Garcia Corvette Racing, who sits 5th in GTD Pro. I tell you what, this new telemetry screen that John DeGeeks told us about earlier on, I've been watching it. And McLaren, the driveway Motul McLaren FAF car has just been passed by two GTD, it's a GTD car, just been passed by two GTPs, like it was chained to a post. That is not a slow car, but there's at least now a couple of times on this lap where the GTP cars, Jeremy, are up over 200 miles an hour. 202, 204 miles an hour. I'm seeing on the telemetry. You can follow along as well. Now, I don't care what anybody says. That's hauling the mill. That is hauling the mill in a, 1,200 kilo car. And it's got to do the infield as well. So it's not as if it's just going around the oval. Wow. GTPs are already coming of age. I reckon we're going to see lap records this year, this 2024 WeatherTech SportsCar Championship Series. Never mind about the previous version of these cars, the GTPs. I think we're looking at some of the outright lap records that were set in the Audi and Peugeot days with 1,200 horsepower, with huge sticky tyres and with downforce for fun. I think we're going to be challenging some of those. Certainly race lap records, maybe not the qualifying ones because they can turn those engines right up, but I think the race lap records are going to be under threat this year.
Yeah, well, you know, we saw it already last weekend. We hear, that's for sure. I mean, they can really stretch their legs. They can really stretch their legs here. Of course, the GTP cars. You know, some of the other tracks that you were talking about earlier on, these cars are quite heavy. They're over, well, 1,030 kilograms for the Cadillac, 1,051 for the Porsche, 1,072 for the Acura. The Acura's 42 kilograms heavier than it was here last year. That's a lot of extra weight to be carrying around.
In the LMP1 days, of course, they were 900 kilos, but those cars never came here, so the Audi and the Peugeot never came here to Daytona, but went to most of the other tracks. But they were they had twice as much horsepower and probably twice as much tyre in terms of width and grip.
Yeah, good point. I'm not sure about grip, but width.
Well, that we're working back to it. That's a very interesting point. The tyres are much narrower, and Jason Ancelona, who was here earlier on talking to us, they are working so hard to get double-stinted tyres to give the same performance potential as what we saw a few years ago. In LMP2, our leader is Spike. Well, that's the car. Alex Quinn is behind the wheel. Spike is the latest creation of AO Racing. They've had Rexy, the T-Rex coloured Porsche, running here, the green car. They've had Roxy, the close relative Porsche. That was a GTLM car, GTE car, racing in WEC. That was purple. And more sort of pinky purple. And now we have Spike, the fire-breathing Dragon Orica. I feel there's a cartoon series coming on here. I was hoping for Idris the Dragon, to be honest, but then again, that's an age thing. Nick Damon wouldn't understand that. I've ordered the engine. It is Oliver Postage Gags, as Nick has just said in my ear. Some of you back at home in the UK at 2 o'clock in the morning, if you're still with us, you probably remember that.
And people over here wouldn't have a clue.
No, not a clue.
Ignorance is bliss sometimes.
That car, did you say, did the clangers make it to the States? I probably think not. Trumpton, Camberwick Green, absolutely. Thunderbirds, the original Thunderbird. Jerry Anderson, talking marvellous stuff. Shaped my childhood, all of that. So Alex Quinn picking his way through traffic. It's a distinctive car with the dragon wings on the fin, which are, seem to be slightly fluorescent in the darkness, which is great because it means I can see the car pretty easily. A little bit of a purple LED over the top of the door. The other thing, Sophia was asking about this earlier on, the other thing that we have to have here is the illuminated door squares. And I've just noticed that the one on the left-hand side of the number 99 isn't. So keep an eye on that. 16 hours and 40 minutes to go. We've just gone past 9 o'clock in the evening here at Daytona International Speedway. I'll give you a quick rundown of cars that have had issues and that we have lost. I think still the only official retirement is the number 11. Stephen Thomas TDS racing car went over the back of the curb, the left-hand Michelin tyres at the exit of the Le Mans chicane, and pretty much face planted the wall. Stephen got out of the car. That car we've not seen for a very long time. The number 20 MDK by High Class Racing has had a couple or three incidents, and actually is out apparently, certainly at the moment, according to time. So I'll keep an eye out for that one. In the pits for a wee while, we've had the number 88 Richard Mille Origa and the number 22 United Autosports car. The 22 had an incident earlier on, came back with some plain black bodywork, but that's gone back behind the wall again. It's been missing for a wee while. And Lucas Stoltz in the Sun Energy 1, that car was moving slowly, Mercedes, and that car is pitted. We await news of its fate. And at the front of the field, Pete Motorani leads by just on 1.7 seconds as we have completed 202.31, Jeremy?
Yes.
Yeah. Newgarden just closing in a little bit the last time around. Battles down the field, as you might imagine. Daniel Morad and Maxi Gert still fighting. Actually, it's Daniel Morad now and Antonio Garcia that's ahead of him because Maxi's gone through. Gregory Hobbs says, I remember Ivor and the Wombles listening in the kitchen. Yes, excellent stuff. Watch with mother, jumpers for goalposts, wasn't it? It's all part of our formative years. I've never been able to look at the stream chain without going, oh. Can't help it. Trump and Campbell with 7 of them.
Great to hear from you, Greg. Saw your dad the other night. He was on good form at the RDC dinner.
Is he here this week?
He's probably not here now, but he was here on Wednesday. I don't know. I don't think he was going to come back for the race. I think he's probably watching just along the coast here. With the other, I'm not sure. He and Brian Redmond were both there.
Yes.
Lucky enough to sit on the same table with them, which was always fun.
Entertaining,
yeah, it's always fun.
It?
Yeah.
Pass for position, a little moment or two ago for the Corvette number 3, Antonio Garcia. Gets to the inside of the red and white Porsche. So I don't think that was a pass for position. I'll take that back. That was just a pass. Daniel Morad still right up behind Antonio Garcia. Engines in the dark. Why do they sound different? Because the air is fatter. It's a scientific fact. Durrani has pulled out about a second and a third on.
Yeah, that's actually been trimmed back a little bit in the last few laps, John. It extended out to 2.5 seconds. So I think it's more traffic than anything else, but yeah, all of the leading GTP cars running pretty much the same pace. Excuse me, pretty much the same pace. Low 38s. 38s in general is pretty much what they're all doing. The car does seem to be struggling a bit lately, though. Isn't number 85 of Phil Hansen? He's a lap down in that JDC, not a motorsports car, and seem to be running the same pace as everybody else. Ahead of him, the tail end of the car's on the lead lap. The three of them are running absolutely nose to tail. Dries Van Toor in number 24 BMW, Rennie Rast in the sister car, and then Alessio Picciarello, who's taken over the wheel of the number 5 Proton Privateer Porsche from Loic Duval, and those three cars are having quite a good battle of late. Meanwhile, the battle is heating up also for second position because Joseph Newgarden's got Philip Albuquerque right behind him, and now Kevin Estre has closed in to join the party as well in car number 6. So the two Penske Porsche 963s sandwiching the Acura of Philip Albuquerque. Not too far behind them is Renger van der Zande, and then behind him is the second of the Acuras that seemed to have a bit of an issue a couple of hours ago, but now seems to be running strongly in the hands of Jordan Taylor. That's kind of a 40 in 6th place.
Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhoff in the Global Broadcast Centre. Hello. And welcome along the coverage. Coming up later on, our famous Night Elves Night Shift powered by Sacred Copy. That'll be Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, along with our Crowd Strike pit reports. Another VP update in about half an hour's time. Porsche key to the race. I think the one I'm going to keep going back to is no penalties. There's been a lot of penalties in the pit lane. Overtaking with the yellows as well, which is highly unusual. Dealing with the traffic and the tyres. All have been relevant so far. But I'm impressed. We've completed some 234 laps. Continue at this pace. That's the computer. It says 7:55. But we continue without any yellows. We go lap distance for GTPs in 33. For GTD Pro is 729 and GTDR, but it's a bit more than that, 765. So those are the numbers you need to keep an eye open for come 1:40 tomorrow afternoon. At IMSA Radio.
Yeah, we've only had 2 years previously, haven't we, with GTD Pro, and last year there were quite a lot of cautions, so it was a relatively lower distance that was covered by the various leaders. There's a pit stop for Dwight Merriman in car number 18, the Euro Motorsport car. We saw young Colin Zilic doing a super stint in that car just a little while ago, and Christian Rasmussen in that same car has set the fastest lap of the race in LMP2. And the third and fourth drivers, because Dwight Merriman is driving the car right now, and Ryan DL, former winner of this race. 1:37s there for the two leaders, Pipo Derani and Joseph Newgarden. A couple of seconds between those two cars at the front of the field. Maybe a bit of a problem in traffic there for Kevin Estre, costing a little bit of ground on the last lap or so. Same with Ranke van der Zande, who is finding a bit of a handful in the number 01 car compared to the pace that Alex Palou, and before him Sebastian Bourdais and Scott Dixie, to be fair, were running.
Let's go to Joe Bradley, who's just joined us in the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit update. We've only got one official, I think we've only got one official retirement at the moment, which is the number 11. But the number 22, I saw something from the team United that car might be coming back. Joe's wandered down there to speak to the man who can tell us all. Here's Richard Dean.
Yeah, Richard Dean, team principal at United Autosport. Firstly, Richard, welcome back to IMSA. You're back proper for the full season.
Yeah, 2 cars all season, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Hasn't gone great for one of your cars, the 22. Excuse me. What's the story on that one? It's we take it it's an official retirement, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Official retirement. There was just no way we could fix the car. It sort of took the left side of the car off with damage. Yeah.
Driver okay? I'm not sure who was in the car.
Dan was in the car. Dan Goldberg's in the car. He's absolutely fine. He's naturally disappointed. He was really quick. You know, we got pace from both cars. Definitely fast enough, both cars, but, you know.
You're no stranger to this race and indeed this type of racing. And motor racing is cruel, Richard. What will you be happy with in October at the end of, you know, when the checkered flag falls on Petit Le Mans at the end of your first proper season in IMSA? What will Richard Dean be happy with?
Well, only a championship win.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Doing it properly. The weather's going to be better for you guys, racing on these iconic racetracks over here.
Yeah, you know, we've done Daytona before, but, you know, we've enjoyed it, but we've never won it, and that's what we've come for. You know, we've moved into a new facility in Charlotte, and we're doing it properly, and, you know, we've got a great collaboration going with Billy Glavin and his boys at Junior 3. They know the ropes really well, so we're not, you know, we're doing, like I say, we're doing it properly with a base here. We're not flying everybody just in and out. We're here because not just for this year, we want to be here long term. We want to win all these races, and we want to win the iconic races. We want to win the championship. So,
is it fundamentally the same team personnel regarding your engineers and your crew?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the engineering level, where it's the same team that was running in the World Endurance Championship for the last 4 years. You know, like I say, we're just integrated over here with some, you know, US staff, US base, and just to try and give ourselves a foothold and do it properly. But yeah, you know, the competition here in P2 is incredible. The quality of the teams, quality of the drivers. So we have to keep pushing. We can't take our foot off the gas.
And a little bit different rules with regards to the you know, full course cautions and the like. But, you know, your team of guys quickly got their heads around it, have they?
Yeah, I mean, the two race engineers have done IMSA before. We've got on the number 2 car that's been leading most of the race. We've got Gautier. He's been with us on and off a long time in IMSA. He was with Peugeot last year. He ran the car when we ran Fernando Alonso and Lando Norris here in 2018, so he's got a lot of IMSA experience.
Wow, was that 2018? I feel I would have said that was last year or something. Enjoy the rest of the race. I know, you know, we're even of half distance, Richard, and hopefully chat to you in the small hours as we normally do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Richard Jane and Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. Apologies for the quality of the sound. We'll get Joe out of the fish tank and sort that out for you. Still Daniel Morad trying to work his way forward in the 57. This is the Windward Mercedes. He's got the class leader now ahead of him.
Yeah, Aaron Telitz took the lead in the class just after the restart. The team having gained a couple of positions during a pit stop, and Aaron Telitz did the rest from there to put it into the lead. But there's a whole train of cars there with Seb Prio, the third place car in GTD Pro. The first 4 cars in GT are all Pro entries. Number 1 car is driven by Sheldon van der Linde. That's a Paul Miller Racing BMW. He leads by about 4 seconds over Daniel Serra in the Risi Competizione Ferrari car number 62. And a big gap in GTD terms of almost 15 seconds to Seb Prio, car number 77, the AO Porsche.
There's the change for the GTD lead, Jeremy.
Yep, and then behind Serra, behind Prio, I should say, is Tommy Milner. And then behind Tommy Milner is this pair we're looking at on the racetrack on the screen right now. It's the 2 GTD leaders. Number 12 was leading number 57, now the other way around. And also in that train is Antonio Garcia in a Corvette. Maxi Goetz in number 32, caught off Preston Mercedes. And you know, as usual there, big long train cars, Mirko Bortolotti's right in there, number 19 GTD Pro Lamborghini for Iron Lynx, and number 55 Mustang of Dennis Olsen. That's a privateer car running in 4th position in GTD.
Yeah, that's been a long drag back to the lead in GTD for Windward, and Daniel Morad, he's set about his task very well indeed. Into the pit lane for the Raj 74 Oregon. That's car. This looks. fairly.
Yeah, no, we're in the middle of a sequence of pit stops for the LMP2s, John.
So that's the leader in LMP2,
yeah, well,
Carl Robinson.
He was running in 4th position, but with the 3 ahead of him having pitted, he's cycled into the lead briefly before making this stop. It had been the number 99 car of Alex Quinn, who'd pulled out a pretty hefty but healthy margin over the rest of the field in LMP2. Number 52 car was running in 2nd place, but that was the first of the cars to make a stop under this sequence. So we'll see how they all check out again afterwards. Interestingly, the Tower Motorsports car number 8 got back on the lead lap at that last restart, and Scotty McLaughlin has been charging along there. He's running in 3rd position at the moment, but again, just brought that car into the pit, so he will fall back again from there. But it's been a good run by that Tower Motorsport team to get that car into contention. It wasn't that long ago. It was 2 laps in arrears in the LMP2 class.
Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the booth, and in our pit lane for our CrowdStrike pit report is Joe Bradley.
Car of interest in LMP2, and if you're like me, a geek, the reason being is...
We're all geeks, Joe.
Yeah, we are. I mean, good company, aren't we? All kindred spirits. Well, you will find of interest the number 33, the Sean Creech Motorsport entry. They're running a Ligier, the only team to run a Ligier. In fact, the only team to run a Ligier in LMP2 for some time, and they've had a tale of woe, haven't they? They've had one of those character-building weeks or weekends that motorsport can throw at you. The car was crashed and heavily damaged yesterday, and the team worked feverishly to get the car back and ready for the race. They've kind of used all of their bodywork spares, however. The race has been a complete catalogue of issues. And probably, you know, when you think about it, and I'm going to come back to this team and get one of their team to, well, their crew chief, to give us a bit of an inside look at how they've and what they've had to rectify on the car. But I was just chatting earlier, and it's, you know, the car, if you think about it, the Ligiers have been kind of just garaged for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years at least, and had nowhere really to compete. So it may be that that's come into play with all those component parts being woken up and being asked to do something. But what I'm planning on doing, John, is finding a member of the crew. At the moment, there's nobody around here that can give me the insight that I'm kind of looking for. And we'll pop back and we'll have a word. The car is still in the race, and it's, you know what? Do we have a Spirit of the Race award for IMSA?
Now, what we have is the BDO Knows Strategy Award.
Well, this is not so much a strategy; it's just a will to continue,
yes,
isn't it? You know. The Joe Bradley, you should have gone to the bar award, is what I'd think, you know, called.
Should have packed in hours ago.
Yeah,
award,
all credit to Sean Creech. They've got that car and they're still going round and round. And whatever this race is throwing at them, they're addressing it.
So, Joe, we added the number 22 to the number 11 as an official retirement now with Richard D. Do we? I'm following a sheer type trend here. Do we know if the 88 has been officially retired as well? This is the Richard Mille AF Corsa, because that would mean that all of the cars that have been officially retired, 11, 22 and 88, are all double numbers.
Oh, that's a bit spooky, isn't it?
And all divisible by 11.
Oh, that's far too spooky. I think that team pulled the plug on that quite a while ago, but I'll check it out. I'll check it out to confirm. But I think I saw that team tearing down their pit perch and stuff. But I'll check that out and get back to you.
GTP pit stops, Jeremy?
Yes, we saw the second place car come in a couple of laps ago, Joseph Newgarden. Then on this lap now, with 242 laps in, we see the number 31 car gives up the lead to come onto the pit lane, along with what was the second place car, number 10, and also the number 01 car as well. So that leaves Kevin Estra in the lead at the moment in car number 6. Has that car led the race before? No, it has not. That becomes our 8th different leader in GTP. That is it. We've got 10 cars, 8 of them have led inside the first 8 hours of the race.
Hello to Adrian Silva, has had his first stint marshalling here at the Rolex 24. He says, loved it. Second stint starts at 1:30 in the morning. Meantime, I'm listening to IMSA Radio here at the track on 107.9 FM. Well, Adrian, thank you for listening to us. That's the first thing. But more importantly, thank you for becoming a marshal. And that is super important for the sport to continue. If you're in the UK, British Motor Racing Marshals Club, here in the US, go and find your local club and see if you can volunteer, and they'll take you through your training. It is the best view in motorsport, and it gives you the opportunity to be part of events like this. Edwin, thank you very much indeed for letting us know at IMSA Radio. 23 minutes past 9 in the evening, and in the pit lane for number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. It's the car with the white swooshes and the white pinstripes on it. Looked fairly regular as they were in the pits, and in fact heading out with those purple marker lights on the front. Joe Bradley has gone to Richard Meal and can give us this update.
Yeah, just two lowly mechanics just tearing down all the pit equipment and clearing out. It's always sad to see it this early. I mean, it's relatively early stage. It's been, you know, they've been in there quite a few hours, but still with that such a long way to go before half distance. It's like, when is the best time to retire from a 24-hour race, you know? It's, do you want to drop out early, or do you want to drop out with an hour to go? I think I'd rather drop out early, to be honest.
Hugh Chamberlain always used to say, if I'm going to have to drop out of a 24-hour race, let's make it before the end of alcohol serving hours, whatever that might be in whatever area of the world. So at least the guys can have a bit of R&R before they have to tear things down. We'll do a full, or we'll do a rundown for you as a VP Racing in race update in about 5 minutes time. For the moment, we're watching Jenson Button trying to close down the 9.5 second gap between himself and Kevin Estre. Now, is that his first time in the car?
Yes.
Wow, so his first laps are nighttime laps. Nice. JB out in the number 40. Dex Imaging, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acura. Had a good chat with Jenson on stage at one Daytona on Wednesday evening, wasn't it? Yeah. And subsequently afterwards, he's loving this. Also doing a parallel program in the World Endurance Championship, although for Porsche in the 963 there. So something a little bit different, and just come back from Bahrain, where he'd been testing the 963. He said the hardest part was jumping in between the two different prototypes because their steering wheels have all the controls in different places. What is controlled on the right thumb wheel on one of them is on maybe a left rotary switch on the other, or vice versa. So we're looking at the strategy screen here. Just had that set of pit stops at Richard Westbrook in the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche.
Yeah, they've been struggling lately.
Yeah.
And a little bit of shuffling after this round of pits. So number 31 car still leads as it did before the sequence began. But up in the second position with a gain of 2 places during that pit stop sequence is car number 6. That's Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche. Philip Albuquerque remains in 3rd position in car number 10, which means therefore that Joseph Newgarden in the other Penske Porsche has lost a couple of positions. So they've sort of switched all the way around about the number 10 Acura, which is in 3rd position now, and Sebastian Bourdais has taken over at the wheel of the 5th place 01 Cadillac from Renger van der Zande. Jenson Button resumes in 6th in the number 40 car for his first stint of the race. Colin De Filippi behind him is back at the wheel, the starting driver of car number 25, and Neil Jarni is doing duty again now in the number 5 car.
So Joe Bradley has been, in his inimitable way, investigating some of the cars that we were talking about early on. So we've confirmed now the official retirement of the number 22 United Autosport car. We're pretty certain the 88 is gone as well. Add those two to the number 11 with your Sharpie of Doom on the Andy Blackmore Spotters Guide wall chart. The 7.5 Lucas Stoltz Sun Energy car, which was going slowly a few laps ago, not had a great run, that car, has gone behind the wall. And the Sean Creech Motorsport number 33 is the other car. Now here's another double number car that stopped at the Le Mans chicane, didn't it? And that car has been greyed out, which tends to suggest to me that that one might not be coming back. So 11, 22, 33 and 88, along with the 75 potential problems. Back into the pits from the number 13 Ore Fadani driven AWA, which has had a troubled run so far. Also coming in, Simon Mann in the AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari. However, more significantly, Maxi Goetz is in from the sharp end of GTD, number 32, caught off Preston AMG, as Joey Hahn comes in the pits in the 65 Multimatic. It is GTD pit stop time, Jeremy, isn't it? With the time coming around to half past the hour.
Indeed so, yes. The leading car is still out there, number 1 car, Sheldon van der Linde. He's had a really strong pace in that car. He was kind of edging away from number 62 car of the Risi Competizione Ferrari, which was in for its stop just a couple of laps ago. So 230 laps completed by those guys. By the way, we never did go do the official results at 6 hours, did we?
Right, this is the first Michelin Endurance Cup points of the year.
Yeah, I think it was. Here we are. Right, so officially, well, it's unofficial because they aren't confirmed until after the race. But at the 6-hour mark in GTP, number 7 car from Porsche-Cadillac Motorsports was in the lead, so will score maximum points, 5. On 4 points, second position, number 31 car, Michelin Engineering Cadillac. Third position is a number 01 for Cadillac Racing, so 3 points, and everybody else behind them will have 2 points toward their season tally. In LMP2, the CrowdStrike Racing by APR will get maximum points, kind of 04, followed by number 74 of Riley. Third position into Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsports, who won the championship last season in LMP2. They're in third position at Scarlet 52, and in fourth position, and then number 18 for Era Motorsport. GTD Pro, surprise, surprise, Paul Miller Racing out front. It's BMW, car number 1.
They're rather good at this, aren't they?
They are rather good at this, yes. And in second position, number 64 for Multimatic Motorsports. Great run for that team to get the maximum points at, or second place points, excuse me, at 6-hour mark. And then behind them, the 2 Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller Motorsports. Corvettes, kind of a 4 in third position, kind of a 3 in fourth. And finally in GTD, caught off Preston Motorsports. Again, they've had a great run to date. Kind of a 32 maximum points in GTD. Inception Racing, they put a lot of emphasis on the MEC as well. A couple of years ago, number 70 McLaren in second position, followed by Turner Motorsport in the BMW number 96. So 5, 4, 3 points for them, and in the fourth position was number 47 Ferrari of Chettilar Racing. Next points for the Michelin Endurance Cup will be awarded at the 12-hour mark.
Very short with that. I'll do a quick field rundown actually, as it is just on half past for our VP Racing in-race updates. Just had a load of pit stops in the GT category, so we'll start at the top with Pimo Durrani, who leads by just on 4 seconds from Kevin Estre in second. So 31 Cadillac, the red front, the wheeling car from the 6, which is the white pinstriped Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Another second and a half further back, Philippe Albuquerque for the Black and blue Wayne Taylor Racing Acura in third position. And it is...
I don't know why I said wow.
Why did you say why?
I said wow because just looked at the lap time of Richard Westbrook in the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports car. He just did a 136.9.
Yeah.
I've seen very few 37s over the last couple of hours. That car is a lap down in GTP. Is it 2 laps down? No, I think it's only 1 lap down. It's 1 lap down in GTP, and it seemed to be struggling over the last couple of stints.
Side by side.
Could have been older tyres, of course. Quite likely older tyres.
Through goes Seb Bourdais on Joseph Newgarden. That was a battle for 4th and 5th.
Didn't take long for Bourdais to whittle down that gap. It was about 4 seconds not too long ago. So Bourdais has been doing what Bourdais generally does, which is charge along up into 4th place, and as you say, John.
Well, yeah, and then it's Jenson Button for Wayne Taylor Racing with their Acura. He's 0.8 of a second ahead of Conor De Filippi in the number 25 BMW. Alex Quinn leads for AO Racing in the number 99 by about 20 seconds from Inter Europol in the number 52. That's the green and yellow car. Ben Keating with the wins. Mission Food number 2. United Autosports Orica in 3rd place. In GTDs, I kind of need to let them run. Brendan Arebe is leading for Inception Racing at the moment. I think he holds us a pit stop.
He does, yes.
Yeah. Aaron Thielitz having just come in the pit, and here comes Brendan Arebe into the pits. So Sheldon Vanderlinde has just pitted. Aaron Thielitz has just pitted as well. Davide Rigon for Risi Competizione must be somewhere near the front of that 62 car. He might actually end up in the lead when this all shakes out. Just waiting to see where the Paul Miller Racing car comes back around. Seb Prio's up there for EO Racing, as is Tommy Milner for Corvette and his teammate Antonio Garcia. And don't forget that we've had a good run for the Winward Racing car. Phil Ellis now has taken over from Daniel Morad in that car. All the details via IMSA.com or search Alcamel IMSA timing, and you can get everything that we've got here in the booth. That's your VP in race update.
There's another penalty call for number 34 this time. Failure to adhere to the minimum full refueling time. That's 40 seconds. If you're filling up a tank, you've done a full stint.
Isn't it, in the
Conquest Racing, yeah, that's right.
They've got the fastest lap in GTD.
Have they?
1:46.3, yeah. As long as that's up to date, which I think it is.
Yeah, that was set by Albert Costa.
Yeah.
Back on lap 126. The race leaders, by the way, just completed their 250th lap.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, it's almost 16 hours in. Team RLL number 25 out on the banking at the moment with Conor De Filippi to the high side, passing a variety of cars. It's the joy, isn't it, of what we've got here.
Cadillac's looking strong again now. Hippodronis edging clear at the front.
7 seconds now, Jeremy.
Yeah, and Philip Albuquerque and the Acuras close up with Kevin Estra, but closing on both of them is Sebastian Bourdais, having got past stewards with Newgarden, and quickly pulled a fair bit of a gap. Behind them, Conor De Filippi in number 25 BMW has just found a way past Jenson Button in the number 40 Acura. Car 2 spent.
That's Ben Keating. No, that's a mistake. Surely.
In 3rd position in LMP2.
That's heading up on the banking. Not unheard of to spin there, but unusual for Ben Keating to make a mistake. Joe Bradley is watching a pit stop for the number 14 RCF Lexus. This is the car that had an accident, not of its own making. Mike Conway early on, the whole front end had to be rebuilt, Joe.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. It wasn't an LMP2 car. Spinning just coming out of turn 1. It was the high-class car, and Mike Conway really had nowhere to go, and quite a heavy impact caused the team to lose a lot of time. So, you know what, the pressure was off. They got the car out pretty quickly, and it's a bit of a recovery drive. Driver staying on board this time. It's just fuel and tyres for the number 14. Interesting to see just where that car will end up by checkered flag.
Well, unless there's some more yellow, unlikely to make up the laps that it is down. And it is down, I'm looking for 14. It is down 54 laps on the leader. And that would be 37 laps on the class leader. I think victory might be out of reach for
that would be a bit of a
car.
stretch.
Now, that even Jerry Bruckheimer would take that one on as a script idea. Coming down to 16 hours to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio or watching IMSA TV, our world feed available outside the US. Hope you're enjoying what we're doing. Many thanks to the team up in Concord, North Carolina, in the new production facilities for NASCAR Productions, for providing the international feed. Pictures this evening, outstanding in the darkness here. Around the circuit, you can get us on 107.9. So if you're thinking about making a move from the grandstands the next hour or so, take us with you in the car for a little bit of, well, a bit of a run here. And then you can listen to us on the internet, RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Go to imsaradio.com and click listen now. Or, of course, you can get us on channel 207 on Sirius XM. I thought I saw a car by the side of the track, just in between turns 2 and 3 there. But it's in a place where the fencing is a little bit high and I can't see. Try and check that out next time around. There are some people leaving there. It might have been a spectator car from the infield, but I'll keep an eye on that the next time we see the cars going through that area of the circuit. Under 16 hours to go now. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane for CrowdStrike. And we're thinking about our BDO No Strategy Award. Plenty of time left for somebody to make that crucial call to get the team maybe back on the lead lap or to pull the fuel strategy pin at some point. All still potential in the next few hours. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Philippe Albuquerque working through the far side of the circuit. He's trying to chase down Kevin Estre. Porsche's really easy to spot out there on the GTP cars. They've got the now, I think, range complete on the Porsche road cars. They've all got that lit bar between the two rear lights, and the race car has it as well. Second place for the white striped number 6. Heads through speedway turn number 1 and 2, picking off the traffic and then dropping back down to the line, with Albuquerque trying to close in. A couple of seconds back at the moment, and Bourdais about another half a second back from those two, Jeremy.
Yeah, closing in pretty rapidly over the last few laps since Bourdais got past number 7 car of Joseph Newgarden. They got come down from 7 seconds to 6 seconds, 5.8, 4.9, 3.9, 1.6 last time around. So that is coming down inexorably. It's not going to be long before Sebastian Bourdais is right on Philip Albuquerque's tail, trying to make it 2 Cadillacs on top of him. In fact, he's pretty much on his tail right now. Just a half a second between them as they come across the line to complete lap 255, heading towards turn 3 now. Actually, second, third and fourth absolutely together coming out of the International Horseshoe, and Bourdais challenging Albuquerque as they head toward the kink. Philip Albuquerque a little bit defensive down there at turn 5. Even no way through for the inside there for Sebastian Bourdais.
Tough place to make a pass, in fairness.
Yeah.
Very
particularly with the guy in the middle of the road.
Yes. Making the defensive move there is not difficult.
That's just fine, no problem there. It wasn't a reactionary defensive move, so absolutely no problem.
In terms of the GTP field, we don't just talk about how many laps they've done or time, we're talking about their energy. They're all much of a muchness at the moment. De Filippi with 60%, Gianni in the number 5 Porsche with 60%, everybody else 55 or 50%. So they all stop fairly closely together, Jeremy.
That's right, yeah, number 6, 40, 25 and 5 all came in together, just a dozen laps ago. The first car to pit on this sequence, number 7 car, 7 number 24, they will have less usable energy than anybody else at this point in the stint. Wait a minute, look at this, car number 6, penalty, failing to adhere to the control powertrain parameters. Stop plus 10 seconds this time.
Wow, that's the third time it's been picked and the second time for a penalty?
Yeah, first time was, I think the first one was a warning. I think the second one was a stop.
Was it a drive-through?
A drive-through, yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just a drive-through.
That's the second place car. You cannot do that in a normal pit stop, so that has to be around the pit lane. He's going to lose the position anyway. Bourdais down the inside into turn number 6 and picks up Estra. So this is a recurring problem for Porsche number 6, and there'll be a bit of a head scratching, I would think, Jeremy, down there in the Porsche Penske Motorsport pit, because they'll have their telemetry and the logging loom that is fitted to the car by IMSA for the competition. A different loom, by the way, for WEC, and a different set of measurements. So this is going to annoy them. This is about torque sensors. This is about how much power these cars are producing at the wheels, which is where it counts. Here it comes into the pit lane, taking this pit lane penalty immediately. Pit lane speed limiter comes on, the headlights go off, the purple, 4 purple marker lights within the headlight cluster come on. So that car will trundle to the end of the pit lane. The red, white and black number 6 then pulling into the pits and into the penalty box, should I say, at the end of the pit lane. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wave your hand and off it goes. I don't have to say elephant or hippopotamus to make that work, you see. I can tell a second. Tricky pick exit here at Daytona. Many a person has, in virtual reality and in real life, has on cold tyres understeered into that pit wall there. Estra back out then. So the new top order, Pipo Derani now by 6 seconds. And just about holding his own last time around to Sebastian Bourdais. The 2 Cadillacs back at 1 and 2. 4.5 further back is Philippe Albuquerque for the first of the Acuras. It's the number 10 black and blue car. Then Joseph Newgarden for Porsche Penske Motorsport. That is now the best positioned Porsche, 21 seconds off the lead and 10.5 away from a podium position. Seems early to be talking about that, so I'll put that thought out of my mind. Then it will be Kevin Estre, having taken that 10-second stop and hold in 5th in the number 6 Porsche. Oh no, it's Conor De Philippi actually who's gone through. Then Jenson Button in 6th. Kevin Estre yet to come across the line. Where is he? Is that going through?
He'll be down the tail end of the cars. He'll be back in 9th position, Kevin Estre.
With that drive-through. Is that how much time has he got on the lost there, Jerry?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Neil Johnny, Jesse Kron. Yeah, I think you're right. Richard Westbrook's fallen off the lead lap, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Right.
And through the last stint, Phil Hanson was struggling, probably on old tyres, because he was really quick in the test here. So probably just using up some rubber. They're going to have fresh rubber to go in the final stages of this race. But Resty has turned some really good laps during this stint, and he's regularly been quicker than the leaders. Where is he on racetrack compared to everybody else? He's really contention to get the lead lap back yet. They have to wait, I think, for a full course caution, but clearly that car seems to be running well now. It wasn't too long ago he turned a 1:36.9, did Westy. That car's fastest lap of the race was a 36.6, by which he turned way back on lap 35, so clearly not too much amiss there.
It was just pace, Jeremy, wasn't it? They didn't have a problem with that.
No. Well, I wondered because there was one stint that was a bit short, but I think judging, there was one stint that was fairly short, but I think it was probably just using older tyres. So everybody has to do it at some stage. Just a question of when.
Bourdais said that 8 sets they had the double stint.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on number of cautions and what have you, but they got 21 sets, I think it is, to last them through the race. And if it was green all the way, it would only be 2 or 3 probably, but with the cautions, it'll be a bit more than that.
News of another retirement, and this time it's not divisible by 11. This is the number 75 Sun Energy AMG GT3. That car was slow just before the last caution, actually, coming out of the International Horseshoe, and ground to a halt. It was recovered, and in fact I think it came back behind the wall of its own power. So that's another one for Joe Bradley to investigate. I'm expecting that will be a driveline problem on that car.
The Sebastian Bourdais, by the way, has found a way past the rock. We saw it past Albuquerque, didn't we? But he's now pulled away already by 6 seconds. That didn't take long, did it? In the course then of what, 3.5 laps, he's put 6.5 seconds between himself and Philip Albuquerque. That's not close. So Bourdais is definitely, he's been the hard charger during this stint. When he took over the wheel of this car on lap 244, he was in 5th position and about 10 seconds behind the leader. Now he's up to 2nd, and the gap is half of that.
International Horseshoe incident. And that is the number 10 car. This is Philippe Albuquerque from 3rd in the race. He's out wide over the exit curb, and 0 electrical power on that car. No lights, no marker lights. And I'm looking to see if the hybrid light is green. I can't see it at the moment. Let's see if I can get the binos on that car, because it is just, well, there's a green, yes, there is a green light on the front of that car, so it can be touched by the marshals. And here comes, and we must have gone full course yellow because we've got course vehicles moving out. The intervention Porsche Cayenne GTS is there. The doors come open and Philippe is getting out. He didn't want to touch the ground in the car at the same time until he was sure that it was safe to do so, and there's steam and smoke coming out the front of that car. There was a bit of urgency with the AMR safety team there, so maybe they had more information. But Felipe reticent to get out the car until he was absolutely certain that the hybrid was safe. Now, the reason that's important, you do not want to be touching the car and the ground at the same time. You'll see sometimes the drivers jump out so that they fly through the air before they hit the ground. That's because carbon fibre will conduct electricity, so you don't want to be touching that and the ground at the same time, and therefore make yourself potentially live with the high voltage systems. Philippe's got back in again here, so I wonder if there was a bit of smoke or something there in the cockpit, because he was eager to get out, Jeremy.
He was, wasn't he? Number 52 car, by the way, did come into a closed pit. See that he was running in second position in LMP2. It's still number 99
gone straight
car that
out,
leads.
Jeremy. I'm not even sure if he stopped in his pit
that's
box.
That's fine then, no problem. They lost a little bit of ground, but not too bad. I think he might actually been able to hang on to that second position, perhaps over Ben Keating in number 2 car. There was also a pass for position just a few moments ago by Connor De Filippi on Joseph Newgarden, 2 Team USA scholarship winners, and that becomes now the battle for third place, of course, with the problem for the number 10.
Well, I'd also battle for top Team USA scholarship driver in the race.
Indeed, so which are 12 in the race.
12 on
and 3 more in the support series, and I don't know, there's about another dozen are on the premises of various different guises. But seen Buddy Rice, Jimmy Vasser, Brian Herter, and the last year's boys were both here this weekend. Jack Sullivan and Ayrton Houck, 2 names I think you might be hearing a little bit more, quite a bit more of in the future.
I like those a lot when I spoke to them in the latter part of last year. Pass around will start. We'll head to Joe in a moment to see if he's got any information from Wayne Taylor about that issue in the pit lane. The Cadillac, is that a CTS-V that's out there as a safety car? Looks very purposeful. Albuquerque back in the car. He definitely wanted to get out of it very quickly. Now he's got back in. The green light on the windscreen indicates that from a hybrid point of view, it's in safe mode. The two of the AMR safety teams are with that car. They are. I think he was just trying to get it out of gear before it being towed. Recovery truck is there, and flat toe from the back of the car, maybe. Yeah, Albuquerque's out again now, and he's being led away from the car. He's reluctant to leave his race car, Jeremy, because he's hopeful that the racing gods might smile on him, and if he presses enough buttons, it might actually start. He's frustrated. You can see it in his body language, shrugging of the shoulders. Joe Bradley with this CrowdStrike update from what should be the pits of Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport.
Well, there's no look of despondency here. There's more a look of action, and crew members running back to the garage, which is literally just behind their pit perch. It's one of the garages. I think it's garage 2 that they're in, so that's not far to walk and not far for the car to be recovered back to. So whatever the problem is, I'm going to dive in and ask the question what they have found out as to why the car has been brought to a halt. But they obviously feel, John, that it's not over yet. They're getting prepared to have a go at fixing it.
Difficult at this distance and this light, Joe, but they are going to lift that car rather than flat tow it. And as I say, difficult with the light. Oh, there might be some damage to the right front of that car. The right edge of the splitter looks a little bit odd, and there may be something inside the nostrils, if you see what I mean, the air intakes at the front of that car. If that is, it could have punctured a radiator or something like that. But that is, as I say, I'm looking from a long way away with not a lot of light.
And the timing of this full course caution, the overall race leader had just lapped the GTD class leader, which is Aaron Tielitz. That's not that big a deal at all. But what is significant so far as the race is concerned is that the two cars ahead of Aaron Tielitz in the GT category in the race were the two pro cars, number 1 and number 62. But with the time of this course, when the safety car came out, then the number 1 and number 62 have completed a lap more than the GTD leaders. So now, with those cars that were between the safety car and the class leader, that being the number 1, they are able to go around the safety car, around the pile, and make up positions at the back of the pack. But those in the GTD category, the non-pro class, they weren't in that position to do so. So now, when we get for the restart, the GTD Pro cars will all be a lap ahead of the GTDs, which actually makes it a lot cleaner to watch.
Yes.
To be fair.
And it'll make the GTD Pro guys very happy, because they've had it the other way before and never got back. And of course, then we had a GT,
which is what happened last year. The GTD beat the GTD Pros for exactly that same reason.
Correct.
But this time it's worked out the other way around. So we'll have all the GTD cars. There's nine GTD Pro cars. There's 9 of them still on the lead lap. Who's the next one? Next one is the McLaren, the FAF Motorsports, which is 20 laps back. So 21 laps back in actual fact. So there's top 9 cars. We'll find it out from there, and then we've got a big long string of non-pro cars, GTD. I think there's probably going to be 15 of them on the lead lap.
What's worrying me is they've lifted that car. That would suggest a transmission or some kind of mechanical issue. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane as the pits are opening. First of all, Joe, what have you been able to glean from the Wayne Taylor Racing pits?
Well, it's kind of very busy, so I'm not really going to push in and interfere when there's a lot of sort of communication going on between the pit team. The team has dashed back to the garage. I came across Marcus Ericsson, who was already suited and booted and clearly ready to take over the car. So I don't know how far that number 10 was off its pit stop. That might be a clue. What I'm going to do...
Well, they are showing with 35% energy remaining.
Right. Well, I'm going to head across to the garage, and I may be able to deduce what sort of job it is that they're going to attempt by the range of tools that are now being brought out from onto the garage floor. So we'll wait and see. I mean, the car will be brought back here, and then we'll be able to stop speculating and actually tell you what we think's wrong with it. But right now, the team are the driver. By the way, Marcus Ericsson, I asked, any information regarding why the car is stopped, and he says, I don't know, and I believe him because he's a racing driver. Why would he need to know that? Yeah, he's just the driver.
Thanks, Joe. Good hunting. Of the GTP cars, as you might imagine, Richard Westbrook just off the lead lap stayed out, as did though Jesse Krohn. So that's not good news for Richard Westbrook, because he won't get his lap back there, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know where he was in relation to the number 24 car, because the number 24 car was quite a long way down the order in 7th position. So I'll have to wait and see. Wait till they come around, or as you can see it on the tracker. So I don't know is the answer to that one.
Okay. me see if I can answer that question. I have a screen for that somewhere. But at this part of the... There we are. So safety car has picked up. Who is the answer to that? 57's right at the front of the field. That's the Winwood car. So I think that this might, because they're all so close, it might have to be a bino job. Let's see who comes in this time. The pits are open for the GT cars, and it is mostly GTs. Doing a bit of sweeping as well as they go through. So staying out a number of the GT cars as they go through down into turn one. We'll try and pick them off. Well, there's Richard Westbrook, third in line. He's got two GT cars ahead of him. Oh, it's time for the fireworks. Just after 11 o'clock. And we've even got a safety car. Now, this is going on film as well for the movie. Although they're going to come back and refilm fireworks, which are going to go off in 3 different areas of the track. They've got another 2 weeks of filming here for the approximately 10 minutes that IMSA will feature in the movie.
As it stands.
As it stands. Well, the script's written at the moment, but that doesn't mean you can't rewrite it, does it? Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, and he's gone back to the paddock area for this CrowdStrike report.
Felipe has arrived back. I think he's a bit bemused. Felipe just discussing with the team, and he's reporting back what he can smell and what happened.
I don't know. So we just something burned there because I could start feeling some smell in the car, and then out of nothing, like actually I reported like, man, something strange here, and like feel some smell, and literally the second after the car completely shut down and nothing left. Like I couldn't pick it back again. I tried to put the emergency buttons on the outside, but that was it. It died. So we cannot even go to neutral. We cannot tow. We got nothing. We need to put on a trailer to bring it back the car.
Thanks. Electrically. Cars arrived back as well, guys.
I thought there must have been something that was potentially fire because of his haste to want to be out of the car, but he got the door open very early, and then he was sort of half in, half out of the car, but he didn't want to step out the car in case the hybrid hadn't deactivated, and he was waiting for the AMR safety team to let him know, and they gave him the thumbs up so that he could step out. Just after 10 o'clock. Let's give you a quick rundown. There's been a whole host of P2 and GTD pit stops. So let's run through what's going on at the front of the field. That's interesting. At the head of the field, it's Jesse Kron.
Yeah, because he did not stop during the sequence.
That's right. Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Shea, the team told Shea earlier on in the race when 24 also didn't stop that they were splitting up the cars, so they didn't want to trip over each other in the pit lane, which sounded rather bizarre to me, but maybe they're doing the same again now.
So
they wouldn't be doing that in the later stages of the race.
Now he's coming in the pits.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, strange.
And we've had a Porsche as well.
He was at the back in any case, so it doesn't really. So in this instance, it doesn't really make much difference. He's only going to lose one position by doing this, whereas before the cars had been running nose to tail pretty much. So that was curious, but maybe this one makes a bit more sense.
Also coming in there when the pits were up for everybody, Nick Tandy. He was on the lead lap, so maybe just he's going to end up where he was basically. So again, just going a couple of laps longer not coming in at the same time. 265 laps completed by the leader.
The 6 car, that's made an awful lot of pit stops during this. I think it's pit stop number 16 for them.
70.
70, is it? Okay, well, yeah, it was a penalty as well, wasn't it? That's right.
Oh yes, good point. I'm just looking at how many times it's been down the pit lane. It's been down twice for penalties, Jeremy, for the powertrain issues.
Yeah.
However, no harm, no foul.
Well, it just came in consecutive laps, did it? Oh yes, it did, didn't it?
Yeah. So no harm, no foul in terms of being behind the safety car. Can't read too much into the fact there.
Did Nick Tandy get aboard that car just now, or the stop on the previous lap? You know, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just curious.
Was he not in the car already?
No.
Who was in the
Before
car?
that, just sixth car, Kevin Estre.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Fairly long stint actually. Got in a better part of a couple of hours, about an hour and 3/4 for Kevin Estre.
Let's go to Joe Bradley, who's been ferreting around for updates in this CrowdStrike pit lane report. What have you managed? Did you have to interview anybody under caution for this one, Joe?
No, not at all. It's just an observation, really. I've had my fair share of cars being returned to my garage on a flatbed, I can tell you. So they lifted it off, and as they were lowering it to the floor to then be wheeled in, before it even touched the floor, the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti engineer was in the cockpit, pulling out the data cards and then literally handing them straight to a Honda racing engineer, who, before the car had even hit before the tyres had touched the ground from the tow car, from the lift, the Honda racing engineer had them plugged into his laptop and downloading the data to see what the problem is. The car's in its garage now, and it's basically swamped. It looks like a swarm of bees around a honeycomb, is the only way I can describe it. But the main area of activity is in the cockpit of the car.
And we're back to green flag racing. Thank you, Joe. Pete Motorani back to the head of the field with Connor De Filippi in second. Jensen Button was in third, but Sebastian Bourdais has dispatched JB. So the 0-1 car back up into third position. Bourdais likes these restarts, doesn't he? He's getting, and there he is side by side with Connor De Filippi going down into turn number 6. He's done him on the outside, going into turn number 6. These Cadillacs on the restart looking very strong, and particularly when Sebastian Bourdais is behind the wheel, Jeremy.
Yeah, particularly, absolutely right. He's been absolutely charging that last stint, and now he's got his sights back on the lead of this race once again.
.5 hours still remain. Lovely evening. Air temperature and track temperature sitting around 23 Celsius. It's pleasant, much warmer than we had at the Raw.
And Richard Westbrook is now back on the lead lap in number 85 car. However, we went back to green pretty quickly there, so he wasn't able to catch up to the back of the pack. So he's the better part of a lap down, but not in danger of going a lap down. So he's back where he needs to be, that number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports team. And then P2, number 2 car has just leapt into the lead. It's who driving that car? Yeah, Pato Award.
Pato Award, yeah.
It was PJ Hyatt who led at the restart, but Pato has jumped him and is now leading this race. In second position is Josh Burden in a Riley Motorsports entry, and then PJ Hyatt back to third place in Spike the Dragon, the AO Racing purple
in
Dragon.
Fact, it is not Bourdais, apparently it's Renke van der Zande.
Oh, is it back?
Behind the
Oh,
wheel.
really?
Well, I've got 2 different screens showing 2 different things,
I
actually.
think so. Bourdais he got in.
No, it's now switched back to Bourdais again, so, yeah.
Bourdais only got in at the last stint, so.
Confirms Felipe Nasser behind the wheel of the Porsche Penske Motorsport third place car. So awards, Josh Bird, PJ Hyatt, top 3 in LMP2. In GT Pro, Milner from Seb Priol in the EO GTD Pro car. It's Rexy, and Chris Meese, Antonio Garcia in respectively the Ford number 64 and the Corvette number 3. In GTD, Phil Ellis for Winward. So that excellent drive by Daniel Morad has given the Winward guys a platform there, Jeremy. Daniel picking off a few cars as he came through. And then behind that car is Tom Gamble for Inception's McLaren. Inception really want to step up their results this year, doing the full season. They said there is no reason that they can't challenge for the championship. Spoke to them earlier in the week. Mick Grenier is in 3rd place for the 32 Korthoff Preston Motorsport Mercedes. And off in the infield, it's the high-class racing car. This is the MDK number 20. Also involved there, Iron Dames. So this is a turn 2-3 again. And in the LMP2 car, the car's quite a few laps down, isn't it? So I'll have to find that for you. It's Dennis Anderson again. And the Dames have got going the 83 car. That's good news. Now Rahel Frey, the most experienced of the Iron Dames, former Audi Works driver, and one of the loveliest people you could meet. Always ready to talk and give you information. Meantime, at the front of the field, Durrani. Just about. From Van der Zande, Cadillac's 1-2. Then Porsche, number 7. Rennie Rast, number 25. That's the first of the BMWs. And they are all together. Rennie Van der Zande.
Felipe, I think, at the moment, the 25 car, I think, isn't it?
Yes, you're right, it is actually. That's just changed as well. Sorry, that's... I should... doesn't matter. So let's see if we can work out what happened to Rahel and everybody else. Okay, so Dennis Anderson spun on his own, and then Rahel locked up in avoidance. It's again another right-hand side wheel off the circuit. I think that was perhaps another Lamborghini might have tapped Rahel and tapped her into spin. She's done well not to hit the wall there. So that was people checking up after Anderson had dropped his right rear Michelin off the side of the circuit, coming out of turn 1 into the kink in turn 2. Just joining us, maybe coming back in or put the kids to bed or whatever, just on 20 minutes past 10 o'clock, back in Europe by the way, 3 o'clock in the morning. Wow. Just coming round to the end of the Dubai 24 hours as well, so if you're joining us after that race, we've got 15.5 hours of endurance racing for you. The latest full course yellow caused by a systems failure, bit of a burning smell, and then a complete shutdown for the Acura ARX06 of Philippe Albuquerque and Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Autosport. Very bizarre. Car grinding to a halt very quickly at the International Horseshoe, having to be lifted. Couldn't even get the car into neutral. Now, danger time for Durrani up behind the Sean Creech Motorsport car, goes over the top of that car and the Iron Dames Lamborghini.
Not literally, thankfully.
But yes, indeed. In terms of on the banking, Bourdais cuts one way, then the other, because De Filippi is right there as... No, it's Nasser, rather, that's right there in the
and
Porsche.
Filippi, actually.
Filippi's not that far behind. 4 for the lead, going into the first corner. And Durrani picks his line, sticks to it.
No, thank you very much, says Pipo Durrani.
Yeah.
But the three of the top 3 cars covered by less than 2/10 of a second as they cross the line, 31, 01 and 7. And Conde Filippi also within a second. The BMW number 25.
Marvellous stuff at the front of the field.
Jenson Button's watching that from a couple of seconds back, thinking,
yeah, I'm not wanting to get involved in that, thanks very much. I know, actually, JB will be going, hang on, how do I get involved in that?
Yeah,
that's
quite.
what he'll be saying.
He will, won't he? But he's got his mirrors full of the of 2 more Porsches with Neil Jani and then Nick Tandy hot on his tail.
Equidistant down to the Le Mans chicane. Durrani, Bourdais, Nasser De Filippi, Jenson Button in 5th position for the darker blue number 40 Acura.
Richard Westbrook, he's just over a minute behind, a minute 6. So keep actually a minute 13 in total behind the race leader Pipo Durrani, but that would leave him 25 seconds or so away from being in any danger of being lapped. 56.8 there for Pipo Durrani, the race leader. Can hurry up a bit.
LMP2, Pato Award in the United Autosport number 2, the remaining United Autosport car, the 22, having been retired. Just too much damage. They did repair it, put new bodywork on it, but the car just wasn't running, and they decided then to pull it out. Thanks very much to Murph, I haven't seen for a little while, for the delivery. Things to keep us going through the night. 107.9 FM around the circuit, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. Sirius XM 207, and of course on the World Feed TV. Coming up later on into the early hours are now famous night owls. As in recent years, it'll be Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones from Studio 2 of the Global Broadcast Centre, powered by Sacred Coffee. Tight at the front, top 4 by just on a second and a half. Ward's pulled out 2.7 seconds in LMP2 over Josh Byrne. And then there's another 6 seconds or so back to 3rd place. GTD Pro top 2, 2.5 between them.
Yeah, GTD in the top
That's tight.
5 are covered by less than 2 seconds. Jake Walker at the wheel, number 96 car. He's a youngster managed by Buddy Rice, who did some Lamborghini Super Trofeo racing last season. This is his debut start in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship.
Penalty.
New leader.
Bourdais gone past Durrani. Yeah, absolutely. Penalty for it's the Magnus car. Fire extinguisher not properly manned. That'll be a drive-through for the number 44. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Nicky T has been in fact, he's on his outlap now, so he'll probably come straight back in. Push them back down the field. So Bourdais and Durrani side by side across the line, and Durrani gets the decision that time around. Well, actually, I've got Durrani ahead on one screen and Bourdais on the other. There's Durrani back to the top on the other screen. That's fine. And he's pulled out 1.5 seconds. They've been having a scrap. Let's put it that way. So they've just gone across the start-finish line. Let's see if I can pick them off through the infield. There they are, going through with Nasser and De Philippe trying to chase them down. Big puff of smoke from the far end. Somebody's gone straight on at the west hairpin, and now I'm sort of looking at that thinking that's a GTP car, and it was in the vicinity of the leaders. It's reversing out now, and I think it might be Bourdais' car. I'm only looking at it through the binoculars at the moment. Is that the 01 car? It is the 01 car. So Bourdais off the track whilst trying to chase down the leader. So Nasser's gone through into second place, and it's all on his own. Locked up, long way out for Bourdais. Durrani was having his own struggles through the traffic, but that was quite extraordinary. And he's got a puncture. There's a puncture on the 01 car. It's scraping the ground. Sparks coming off the back of it all around the oval, heading towards the Le Mans chicane. That would suggest to me it's running very low at the back, so there's either a suspension problem or a puncture. Another bit of drama for the Cadillac. Yeah, he's pulled off. He's not taking the racing line. One of the advantages of having paved off the area that used to be grass is that anybody who does have an issue can pull out of the way. Is it a left front problem? Because the car is certainly sparking right underneath. Had the helicopter shot, we can see it coming out the back, but I think it's emanating from the front left of Bourdais' car. So Joe Bradley, stand by for action. I'm guessing, and it's only a guess, but I'm guessing this is a left front puncture or suspension problem. What are the team up on the wall, and what have they got up there, Joe?
Oh yes, they've gone springing into action and ready to receive the car. Bourdais onto pit lane now, comes immediately across to the left, skirts my feet. It's a front left puncture, that's what it is. So front left puncture. It's going to get new wheels and tyres all the way around, and a change of driver. So, battle for the lead. That was intriguing, wasn't it? Just so captivating watching these drivers duke it out, and where he's picked that up, I do not know. We haven't seen, and it's left hand. I mean, there's a lot of energy going through the right-hand side tyres here at Daytona, but left hand, that's got to be a slight contact or something. Or maybe, I'll tell you what that is. You saw the length of lockup going into that horseshoe.
Yeah, but
and
was
then
it cause or effect?
I think the puncture is because he's flat spotted the tyre.
I think he was locked up because he had the puncture.
Because he had the puncture. Let's find out. I'll dive in.
There was the contact between those two Cadillacs when they were going back and forth and battling for the lead, as they did on a couple of occasions.
Meantime, in the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 car garage, and I mean garage,
the lead lap.
that car is still being worked on. Era Motorsport in the pit lane with the number 18 LMP2. It was such a long way back, Jeremy, from the overhead. I'm pretty certain that Sebastian Bourdais had that puncture early. Joe Bradley's down there. He'll try and have a word with Bourdais, with Sebastian. The sidewall on the tyre was ripped Let's see if we can find out what's happened. Sebastian Bourdais is with Joe Bradley for a crowd strike report.
Seb, was it the tyre deflating that caused that off?
Yeah, the GT that was in front of me coming off of 3 swerved to the right, and there was a pile of debris right there. I don't know what it was. There was, I think, a mirror and something else. And initially I thought it was just a piece of debris under the car, and no, it sliced the tire right away. The tire went down, and I was lucky not to hit the tires because I didn't think it was going to stop it.
Not sure you've lost a massive amount of time. You've got to be straight back in it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I had hit the tires, it would have been really bad. But obviously now we're probably a lap down, but it could have been a lot worse.
Okay, man.
Okay, so we were all wrong. Except, no, we were all right in a way, weren't we? Because the off down there was caused by the puncture. It's just a cause for the puncture was running over that debris beforehand. So yeah, great work there by Joe Bradley. Thank you very much, and hats off to Sebastian Bourdais for answering those questions, because he wouldn't have been a happy Frenchman.
No. He's a man from Le Mans originally, isn't he? He's Saint-Oise, yeah.
St. Petersburg now. Wife Claire and the family, they've been there for many years now. So Pipo Derani leads them, 277 laps complete. 277 laps, not bad, is it? By 7.5 seconds it was last time over Felipe Nasser, so he hasn't got the other Cadillac to worry about anymore. Little exchange between those two was our 22nd and 23rd lead changes in this race for the overall in GTP. Countless changes in the other classes as well. In third position now is Conor De Filippi. He's about 3 seconds ahead of Jenson Button, who's maintaining a similar gap and actually pulled away a little bit over the last few laps from Nick Tandy in the best of the Porsches. That's kind of a 6 in the 5th position. Behind him is Neil Jarni in the Proton Porsche, car number 5. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Felipe Nasser's in second place, excuse me. So yes. Felipe Nasser in second place in number 7 Porsche. In LMP2, Pato Award leads the class in car number 2 for United Autosports, but not by very much. Josh Burden, who's a very talented young man in that driving the Riley car number 74, had a lot of success last season with Gar Robinson. And he's just a couple of 3 seconds back. And then Nick Boole, who's back at the wheel of the number 52 car. Nick, who qualified the into Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsports car number 52, that yellow and orange car, in second position, just a 1/10 of a second behind Ben Keating in qualifying last weekend. In GTD Pro, meanwhile, as it has been since the restart, the Corvette of Tommy Milner leads by a couple of seconds only over the Ford. So it's Chevrolet and Ford first and second. The second Chevrolet, Antonio Garcia, in third position. Then the Lamborghini of Andrea Caldarelli, number 19 car. That car's overcome a couple of penalties due to refueling infractions, or too fast refueling.
Yes.
Has been the problem. David Arrigon is now at the wheel of Risi Competizione Ferrari in 5th position. And behind him is Neil Verhagen in number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. So the top 9 cars in GTD Pro, a lap ahead of all the GTD cars, which is currently led by Phil Ellis in car number 57. Again, since the restart, that Winward car has been at the front of the pack in GTD.
Yeah, hard work done by Daniel Morad, picking his way through with some very stout drivers out there. That's your VP in race.
After a brilliant drive yesterday as well.
Oh yeah,
race.
Just incredible. And Jeremy Shaw there with the VP Racing in race update. Through the middle for the number 40 car, Jenson Button threads the eye of the needle. He has to. He's being chased by Nick Tandy. A couple of Brits going at it there and splitting the two GTD cars. There was a little a tiny hesitation from the Jenson Button Acura, but only a tiny one, and then he thought, nah, they've seen me. Could have got very messy very quickly, couldn't it? Tandy, sterling work for him as well. 16 seconds off the lead, just 3/10 away from JB. Oh, and the McLaren slides out, the Inception McLaren slides out through turn number 1, and right rear clips Jenson Button. That put him offline. He's dirty his tyres. Here's Tandy down the inside of the International Horseshoe. They touch again. Button with the inside line to the left-handed King, but Tandy's made it through. Welcome to Daytona, Jenson. Very interesting that they only put JP in the car once it got dark. So originally it was the Inception McLaren that just lost the back end a tiny bit, pushed Jenson offline. Battle for 4th in GTP we're talking about here. Tandy says, I'll have a little look down the inside, maybe I can make this work. The Inception car.
Oh, was it the Inception car, was it?
I think so, yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
If it was number 9, it was Alexander Rossi.
Yeah, it was Rossi. It was the FAF car, my apologies.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's hard to get our heads around the fact there's 2 McLarens in the race now.
We haven't had one for such a long time, then we had one, and then we lost it. Yeah. And also, with due respect to FAF, and please don't take this the wrong way, I don't think FAF McLaren, I think Inception McLaren. I think FAF had another manufacturer at that point, so you're absolutely spot on. As soon as you said, was it the number 9? I went, yeah, of course it was the number 9. That is the FAF car. Thanks, Jeremy. So, Nick Tandy with the opportunist move, as Jenson Button tried to go on the high side of the FAF McLaren. Alexander Rossi, Alex just getting the power on a little bit too much, slid the car out. That opened the door for Nick Tandy on the inside, gets right on the back of the Jenson Button car. He made the pass at the International Horseshoe. Well, from one McLaren involved, that was the FAF car, to the Inception car. Joe Bradley is down at the Inception pit.
Sean Goff, your team principal down here at Inception McLaren. The boys were just speculating about, your season ahead here in IMSA and just how ambitious you guys are. It's a championship that you're going for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming out to America, a British-based team is always a daunting task. The Americans are super passionate about being hugely successful on the home soil. But we've embraced the culture out here and we love racing out here, but ultimately we're here to win, and we've been close on many occasions, and really we want to start this year off with a bang, really, and we're all focused on trying to score as many points at the 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, and ultimately being there at the fighting and the finish at the 24 hours.
So your engineers kind of deliberately going for those what they're called? Yeah, those points in the race.
Those points, because as we all know, points make prizes, and we've got Brendan Arib in the car, who's a bronze driver, who's one of only a few bronze drivers in this championship, and he has to do 4.5 hours, and we strategically placed him in the car. He's got 20 minutes left to do. So he'll go in after the 12 hours, so we'll try and go for the 12-hour points. We got second at the 6 hours, and so we're aiming to get the 12-hour points. Currently sitting second place at the moment. So yeah, it's a big strategic battle all the way through for 24 hours, and yeah, I mean, we'd love to be there at the end. And last year we finished third. It's our third Daytona 24, and well, fingers crossed it's third time lucky.
You know what, Sean? It wasn't that long ago when we thought of McLarens in endurance racing as kind of a fragile option, but that's certainly not the case these days, is it? It's a cracking product.
Absolutely. I mean, the guys at McLaren and our little team of people really have fully focused on refining the products now, and you know, it's proven itself. You know, it's always in the fight in any endurance race we do. You know, Asia Le Mans Series, we got a podium finish there. Then we went straight from there to Gulf 12 Hours and got a win there at Gulf 12 Hours. So, you know, we're very happy with the products we've got, and the people like Faf jumping from Porsche to McLaren, I think, is off the back of what we've seen we could do with the car, and you know, we're probably McLaren's biggest shot window at the moment. So yeah, looking forward to it. And IMSA's a big old long season, and yeah, we've got to take each race as it comes, like, you know. But we're ready for it this year.
Thanks for that chat, Sean. I'll not pester you again, mate, I promise. Cheers, bud.
He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind at all. While Joe was talking, Scott Dixon was in and out of the pits in the 0-1 Cadillac. Was that on time, Jeremy?
No, he was only in after the lap, so he took over for Boudet after that puncture, so I don't think that would have been on schedule at all.
They were standing around looking at the car, but they couldn't seem to decide what to do with it, so Joe Bradley's going to have to hot-foot it all the way down the other way. Meantime, the number 4 Corvette is in. They were checking the brake wear on both the front and the back brakes. They're cleaning out assiduously now every pit stop, cleaning out all of the air intakes, both at the front and on the side. They put a new set of Michelins on. Yeah, they just put right side Michelins on there, I think, as they head out down the pit lane. And I can tell you that car was brought in by Tommy Milner. If you give me a second, I'll tell you who's taking it out as well. Eric Lux has just brought the Dragon Speed 81 into the pit lane. Chris Meese in the 64 Ford, second in GTD Pro. It's a very long time for Tommy Milner to get out of the pit lane. And in fact, that's because it's not Tommy Milner. He's still in the pit lane. Nicky Katzberg has taken over the number 4 car for Corvette Racing by Pratt and Miller. Scott Dixon back into the pits, and has he gone behind the wall, or is he doing a drive-through?
Who?
Scott Dixon's just done a drive-through, I think. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, pit lane speed violation.
Right, thank you.
So it's no something, is it? Thanks.
Exactly 15 hours to go. It is just past 20 minutes before 11 o'clock Eastern. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. The leaders have completed 285 laps. Pico Durrani leads by 7.5 seconds. Felipe Nasr. Cadillac versus Porsche. BMW in third. 3 of our 4 manufacturers in the top 3.
Yeah, the Acura Challenge has been halved, unfortunately, with the length you did. I think the car's been retired, but it's been in the garage for a long, long time, number 10. So just number 40 car remained in there. Jenson Button running in 5th position.
Moment to go. The Triazzi Ferrari taking a grassy run across the normally pristine turf over at the Le Mans chicane.
Riccardo Agostini driving that car at the moment.
Oh, is it? Getting lots of different information. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm being stupid. Doing exactly what I told everybody not to do early on. I was looking at the 23, not the 023 on the timing screen. Because I was thinking, what's I think Ribera's doing in that car? Inception McLaren then, looking at the back of the number 57, Phil Ellis, or Tom Gamble, battling for the lead in GTD. Should say that the GTDs are now all back on the lead GT lap, if you see what I mean. They got split up, didn't they, with one of the earlier safety cars. I think they're all line astern behind the GTD pros now, Jeremy. We've got 9 GTD pros before we get down to Phil Ellis in the 57 car.
No, I think they are a lap down. It's just that some of the other, yeah, because I think that's a bit confusing because some of the GTD pros just made a pit stop, so they've fallen kind of almost a lap down. So I think that's what the difference is. Oh, Mikey Taylor.
Come on, Mikey, come and sit down. Yeah. Don't be shy.
With the story, one of the many stories of yesterday.
Yeah, spoiler alert, if you've not seen Michelin Pilot Challenge, go and put the kettle on for 5 minutes. Because you will want to see it when it pops up on YouTube, and I don't want to spoil it for you. Mikey, good evening, sir.
How you doing?
I'm well, how are you?
Fantastic, fantastic.
You come off that cloud yet?
Working my way. Just came off a 4-hour spot instant, so.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Hey, yeah, you're spotting for the JDC Miller Motorsports team, which is the team you drive for in the Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Yeah.
So there was a while there, I don't know, an hour or so ago, where the car seemed to be off sequence, made a couple of stops that were a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated. The car fell off the lead lap.
Yeah.
Was there a problem there, or was that just running older tyres, or?
We were just trying to beat a yellow, actually. There was an incident, we tried to beat the yellow, and we just fell off sequence. We came in, got some energy, and went back up, but just missed it a little bit, and so fell that behind. But overall, I think the pace has been pretty good. Yeah, we were trying to be clever.
Well, sometimes you're the windscreen, sometimes you're the bug. Got to talk about yesterday. And the day before, actually, we just had a spin
no, it was all yesterday.
Well, yes, it started the day before, let's not forget. True. We just had a spin for the Gradient NSX, by the way, and that now going slowly round the banking. So I'll keep an eye on that one. Sheena Monk in the Jesse Wentworth white and green car. So the worst words you can hear on a road car or a race car is electrical problem. And you had the absolute doozy. You had the mother of all electrical problems, because the damn thing wouldn't even start. And you missed a couple of sessions pretty much, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the car ran perfectly fine on Wednesday, and we tried to crank it on Thursday, and it just wouldn't start.
So nothing?
It would turn over? It sort of turned over, but it would just never actual fire up.
So no, you know, if there's something, you know, it'll try to start sometimes, and you think, oh, am I not getting enough fuel through, or... But nothing. It just didn't even cough and splutter. It didn't try.
The ignition would kind of turn over, but there was just no, you know, there was no fuel. There was no ignition. None of that. Yeah.
So, where do you start with that? Where did you start with that?
That's always the biggest problem with electrical.
Exactly.
There's so many components on these complex cars that it's near impossible to narrow it down. So we just started on the list. We started with ignition coils, we started with the starter motor, the alternator, and worked our way down the list
Fuel
from there.
Pump. Exactly. So you exhausted all of that. So what was left?
The only two things that were left was the ECU and the actual wiring harness on the chassis of the car, which is so complex it would be near impossible to go through.
Right, so the ECU was what you needed. That's easy. It's a race car. It's an Audi race car. You know, ring up Audi Motorsport, or you go on the website, and a bloke pops over and says, "There you go, mate. Sign here." That's easy, isn't it? You're at a racetrack.
I wish.
So that wasn't possible.
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. This was it. No one in the US had a spare one of these. And I think we highlighted to a couple of the other TCR teams that this could be a problem for them too, because we asked all around.
So none of the teams here had a spare?
Nope. no one had a spare, and even some of the other manufacturers didn't have spares for their own cars. So I think we highlighted a bigger issue here, but and unfortunately we were the ones that had to learn the lesson the hard way.
Right, so then you have to go further afield from the States. Where do you even start? Is there a website or an app where you go, right, who owns a RS3 TCR?
Unfortunately not. We were just looking and trying to use my network and the team's network to see what's around. We looked in Canada, we looked in Mexico, we looked all around and just kind of see what's close by and what we had access to. Because a lot of, there were no spares. There's not a spare sitting on the shelf somewhere. All of the ECUs are in the cars themselves.
Right.
So we either had to find someone that had a car we could borrow, or another solution.
Right, and you found another solution because, and I'm intrigued to know how you found this out, you located a car that had been racing but had been crashed and therefore was sitting rather sadly. There's the AWA car going back behind the wall again. Was that the 13, Jeremy?
Yes.
Right, that's been a tale of woe for that car as well. And by the way, there's an incident under review with the Triage car. We saw that car on the dirt a little while ago, and Sheena Monk has pitted as well in the 66 car. Mikey Taylor with us talking about yesterday and the day before, and that interesting story with the number 17 Audi from the Michelin Pilot Challenge. So there's an Audi TCR feeling sorry for itself, sitting under a dust sheet somewhere. You find this car and you decide at least to let the TCR ECU out of that car fulfill its Audi destiny and go racing. But then you've got to get it from Mexico. That's the next part of the story that I find incredible. Tell us what happened.
That was just crazy, and that's just testament to kind of the paddock working together. Our friends from Gao Racing, a new IMSA competitor, and a fellow TCR competitor, they had some people in Mexico that they kind of knew had this crashed car. It wasn't even an Audi. It was a Seat, which we don't run.
Same engine. Yeah.
So, same engine.
But actually built in the same facility.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we got the Golfs, the Cupras, and the Audi RS3s are all built in the same facility.
Exactly. Yeah. But the scary part about that is we didn't actually, we didn't know until the race that this would work at all, because it was a different car, different country, different timeline of the.
So am I right in saying the guy who owned this Cupra pulls the ECU, but you need the control box as well because they're matched together. You can't just stick an ECU in because it won't talk to the rest of the car. Stick that in his hand luggage and jump on a flight to Orlando.
So a fellow from Gao Racing in Mexico located this crashed car at 10 p.m. on Thursday nights.
Oh my goodness, you're racing on Friday.
And eventually got it out the car and everything by about midnight. And we booked the flights, and he made it to the airport at about 4 a.m. on Friday. And hand luggage exclusively. This gentleman, Roberto, spoke not one word of English. And he boarded a plane for Orlando.
Jerry Bruckheimer, are you listening? Because this is his story, mate.
We're only about halfway through the story.
Oh, yeah. We're not even in Act 3 yet.
That's great.
So he lands at Orlando.
And then it's straightforward, right?
But no, hang on. I want to know what happens to. First of all, I want to know what happens to Roberto. Does he come to the track and watch you win, or does he turn around and go home?
Go back a bit. Backpedal just a little bit, John.
All right.
No, so we arrive at the airport. I decided I really wanted to take charge. I wanted to be there. So we got to the airport early. We were sitting and waiting. But I know myself, and you probably know, when you're coming in, sometimes customs can take an hour, 2 hours. I've waited before. So we didn't have that. His flight only landed at 11 o'clock. And the pre-grid started here at 12:45, and Orlando's 1 hour plus away. So he landed at 11.
Don't admit to anything that you can be prosecuted for here, Mr. Taylor.
I'll try not to. And we were just waiting, and he said he was texting back and forth with us, telling us that the line for customs is quite long, so we're just waiting. He was texting another guy in Spanish, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So just waiting until he could get out eventually, and he only made it out at about 45 past 11.
So did he turn around and go straight home, or did you bring him to the track?
We brought him with to experience the Daytona and the Rolex 24 weekend.
Good for you.
So he had a good time, and he got to witness.
So you get into the car, you plug it in, and you literally have no clue. So it's waiting. How much time did you have between plugging that in and putting the car on the pre-grid?
We were late to the pre-grid actually, so zero, no time. But
and did it fire first time when you put the stuff in?
When we connected it, it fired, which was
well, that's
great.
more than you'd had.
Exactly. So that was a win in itself, but it wouldn't shift. The gearbox wasn't talking to it. So we had to run some diagnostics there, eventually worked it through and pulled it onto the pre-grid.
So you start dead last.
Yep.
And you're exhausted by this.
I was tired before the race even started. So
thankfully, Chris Miller was there to do the opening.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
But never mind the physical. So you must have been mentally completely blown away at this point. How could you even? Like, hang on, where's my earplugs? Where's my gloves? I'd have been. You might as well have just buried me at that point.
I'm really glad my co-driver Chris took the first couple stints, because I was pretty knackered after. We had basically been through this from 7 a.m. on Thursday all the way through. Didn't sleep much on Thursday night, and yeah, eventually there at 1 p.m.
Okay, this is the spoiler alert. So close your ears if you haven't seen it and you want to see it. Incredible drive. The car performed faultlessly. It was a rocket ship, like you'd been practicing all week, and you'd missed a session and a half effectively. Didn't even qualify. And long story short, you win the race. I mean,
dream come true.
Jerry Bruckheimer's just sent me a message saying, can't use that. It's totally improbable, even for me. You can't write this stuff.
I was waiting for the shoe to drop during the race at some point, because it's just everything was going right. We had a couple pit stop issues, but when I was in that car, I was just waiting, because we had no idea it would work. We had no idea. At some point, I still felt that the issue could be in the electrical harness for some reason.
Yeah.
So we had no idea.
Because this was a Hail Mary. If you plugged it in and 100%. It hadn't started, that's it.
We were done. We were done.
And the fact that it starts, you think, great, but then you've got to reprogram the gearbox. Was it the same gearbox? Was it a sequential, or was it a DSG on the Coupe?
It was a sequential, but I don't know why when you plugged it in, just didn't link up.
They're all temperamental, because they have to do the little handshake.
Yeah,
don't they?
street car,
yeah,
race car, and everything like that. Yeah.
So is it specific ECU to the race car? Is it?
It's specific to the Audi. It's a magnetic Morelli ECU.
All right.
So that is a race car. You'll find the same one in the old LMP3s that used to be here.
Yeah.
And then I think the Porsche might have it too, the GTP.
So Roberto got to see his ECU win at Daytona.
He did.
So it did fulfill its racing ECU destiny.
It did, and we're going to use it.
You're going to keep hold of it?
We're going to use it for the rest of the season, hopefully.
Stay with us, Mike. We'll finish off the story in a second. Let's go down to the CrowdStrike pit reporters. We're in with the GTPs. Nick Tandy in the pit lane.
Yeah, just straightforward it looks like, and I think he stayed in the car there. It's a little bit further up. It's already off the pit apron and coming past me, John. So you might have had a better view as to whether we saw Nick. In fact, let's just wait until he gets out there and we'll see if he stayed in. The 31 in the pits as well. There goes the 25 BMW. So we have got a flurry of GTP cars. We've got the Proton Competition Porsche 963. That's the Mustang sampling car number 5. That's finished its. I think we're still waiting the 31. No sign of it yet.
No, it's just passed you.
Oh, it has it?
Yeah.
Are you sure that was a BMW?
No, it's Jack Aiken that's taken that car over. He got out ahead of Tandy, and Tandy stayed in the car. Connor De Filippi's coming in the 25. Neil Janney's coming in the Mustang sampling car. It's Nick Yellerly who's taken over the 25 BMW RLL.
I tell you what I did notice though, with the lights that are coming head on towards me, those 963s, they've got the look of a 962 in this light. It's incredible.
Squint a bit, no doubt.
Don't have to squint.
Purple running lights for Nick Tandy's car, by the way, is the way to see. They turn the headlights off as soon as they hit the pit lane limit, and they just leave the 4 little LED spots on, which is the Audi. I'm talking about Audi, might you say. The Porsche light signature. I need to know how to get coloured LEDs. There'll be on the wiring loom. There's bound to be something that I can have a fiddle with on my Porsche to get the formal lights in a different colour. Jimmy Bruni, by the way, took over the Porsche 963 for Proton competition. We're waiting for Philip Eng to come into the pit lane and Felipe Nasser. Mikey Taylor with us from the winning TCR team yesterday in Michelin Pilot Challenge. Well, I'm delighted that Roberto got this in. Was there a bit of celebration at the end of that one,
Oh,
Mikey?
for sure. Oh, for sure. We were just celebrating being there, and everyone had a great time. So
that's a hell of a story, man.
Heck of a story, and just to be there, and just to everyone worked so hard to just get it done. So
when during the race did you realise you had a chance of winning? Because the car came when Chris started the car, he steamed through the field. He passed 10 cars in a few laps. Aaron, who's our producer, who produces the pictures for us in the World Feed, he's up at Concord, and he was saying to me, biggest mover is the 17 car. We've just had a little bit of a whoopsie, I think, there by Tandy, haven't we? That is the number 6 car coming out of the Le Mans chicane. And he's back up to speed very quickly. It was the 5 car, Steele Janney. Jimmy Bruni just took over that car. I just said that, didn't I? Yes. Should listen to myself once in a while. And that Porsche in the Mustang sampling colours running okay, a little bit dusty on the right-hand side of that car. So Mike,
Tandy's in the lead of the race.
Tandy is in the lead of the race. He's got past. Well, he didn't leave in front of Jack Aiken, so he must have just got ahead of him.
That's interesting, yeah, because I mean there was a big gap. There was 15 seconds between the pair of them before that round of pit stops.
So let me see if somebody's short fueled. No, everybody who came in there got the full energy.
They came out the pits at the same time, so something must have happened there.
The 31 car was ahead, yeah, for sure, when he came out. Mikey Taylor with us. When did you think that the win was on? Because Chris had a tremendous opening 4 or 5 laps.
Halfway through the last lap, I would say,
because you really were waiting just for it to go pop.
And we were running out of fuel. We didn't have. We finished the race with 0.3 liters of fuel left.
Wow.
So we were running out of fuel, and the Hyundai, and then before that the 61 Audi were pushing us. So we were barely making it.
Top 4 cars together here, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. How did that happen? Because they were all fairly well spaced apart before that round of pit stops, but all of a sudden now it's number 6, 31, 7 and 24, covered by just 2 seconds as they cross the line.
I mean, a final question, Mike, before we let you go, because you've just done your spotter stint and you'll need a bit of rest. Although you're probably still full of adrenaline from yesterday. Did you have to recalibrate anything? Because with an ECU, that is literally the heart of the car nowadays. It controls everything. So that's not just the engine and the spark and the fuel and the injectors, but it's things, as you said, it's like the paddle shift and all that sort of stuff. So did that throw any of, like, your fuel calculations, for example? Did that throw your fuel calculations out?
No, luckily before we rolled to pre-grid, we were able to reflash it. So when we realized we couldn't shift, we reflashed it to the IMSA.
So that's fantastic. You had an 11-year-old in the pit who could actually do that for you, did you?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Oh,
our guy Jimmy did it for us. So.
Mate, it's superb. And your Mexican mate, have you sent him home now?
He has gone home now. Yeah, I don't believe he's still here, but he's gone home. He experienced it, and
What a
hopefully he'll be
story
back.
he's got to tell.
I told him he's a hero. He should go back and tell everyone in his hometown, Mexico City, that he's a hero there.
I love it. I want to know if he gets his Cupra back out now after that, repairs the Cupra.
It was pretty badly damaged,
Oh,
so I
really?
think that one will be a spares car for the whole of Mexico, maybe.
Right, okay. Mikey, brilliant story. You were a unanimous. In fact, when the car got, it wasn't even, I think it was still about an hour to go, and we started talking about the Michelin moment of the race. And we said, well, whatever happens to the 17 crew, the GTC Unitronics are getting the Michelin moment of the race, just for getting the car started. It was the Michelin moment before the race, actually. So you've got a brand new set of Michelin tyres coming your way, courtesy of the Michelin moment of the race.
That's awesome. Now, I really enjoyed it, and now we're doing okay here with the 85. So hopefully you can climb a couple spots.
Well, let's talk about that, because Tymon van der Helm's in that car. What a young talent he is, by the way, and he's took to this like a duck to water, hasn't he?
Super impressive. I mean, even in qualifying there, you know, these are the top drivers in sports car racing around the world. I mean, it really is impressive.
Well, we wish you all the best with that, as we've got a slow-moving NSX. Sheena Monk in the gradient number 66, staying well down below the yellow lines, and now in fact pulling even further over to the left. That car had a little problem earlier on, but then got back up to speed, and with 14 and a half hours to go, I think she's going to get back to the pit lane. Yeah, she is. As she pulls in now. Nick Damon has joined us in the pit lane. Evening, Nicholas.
Good evening, John. The temperature's dropped noticeably in the last 2 hours when I was enjoying the wonders of the press room. So it's actually become exceptionally pleasant now to be out here. The glorious nighttime ambience of smoke and barbecue and audiences and all sorts of things. Sheena Monk goes past me in the 66. Had a huge set of GTD cars to greet me as I came in, and we all saw an accident between the car that's pretending to be Brad Pitt and the Turner Motorsport BMW as the
Car's pretending to be Brad Pitt. That would be a little bit beyond the bounds.
Let's not start putting our own values on the car. The car may identify as a well-known Hollywood star. Who knows? But yeah, so there was a very close. The 120, which is of course the Wright Motorsport car, dived in as the BMW left, but just managed to stop as they kind of were thinking about having what would be a very embarrassing, actually quite spectacular incident. But we've seen a couple of near misses, but so far everyone's managed to avoid an actual hit.
I'll say thank you very much to Nick Damon there, and also thank you to Mikey Taylor, who's been with us, mate. Please pass on our very best to the team. That was so entertaining on a number of levels yesterday. The race itself was a corker. I hope you get to sit and watch it back, because you have no idea what was going on at the front of the field. It was just as intense as what was going on in TCR. It's worth a watch when it gets onto YouTube, mate.
I'll definitely do that. We'll hopefully have a good year of racing ahead just like that.
I'll take it. I'll take that, fella. Oh, and by the way, a 4-hour race at Mid-Ohio.
That's going to be exciting. I'm really excited about that. Yeah, I know. Famous. Yeah, I'm really excited about that. So that'll be a good time.
Go and get some sleep.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mikey Taylor from JDC Unitronics. What a story that was. Let's nip back down to Nick in the pit lane, and the next voice you hear after that will be Peter McCartney.
Yeah, with the Gradient Racing car, Sheena Monk took it in. They are having a look at the intake side of the big Acura engine. There's a V6 twin turbo. They're having not actually more where not so much the actual air intake, but the ancillaries around it. They're moving back the heat shield, so it does look like there might actually be it is the intake plenum that they're looking at. Not too sure whether they've got something loose, so it's not quite connected. There's no great let's attack it with all the spanners we have situation at the moment, but they are having a good old searching. But my guess is the thing's suddenly gone down on power and they don't know why. But I'll hang around and find out. And meanwhile, let's see what Peter has to tell me.
All I have to tell you, Nick, is that you're brilliant. With one of our crowd strikes.
That's all I want to hear.
Lane reporters. Good, good. it's not brilliant though, sadly, for the Gradient team. Jeremy, they've had some great pace all week, and this is, you know, middle of the night. This is not what they're looking for.
No, very disappointing for them. And the pit stops going on now for the GTD cars. Number 12 car is currently second place in the class, has just made a pit stop. Number 70 car is now in the pits. That has been the leader for the last little while. Number 57 car came in a little while ago, so I think that pretty much completes the sequence now in GTD for pit stops. But the action has been at the front of the field. After the pit stops, we saw number 6 car in the lead of the race. Number 31 car that had been leading pretty convincingly. Jack Aitken has taken over the wheel of that car from Pipo Derani, and he was overtaken by Felipe Nasser, and then 2 laps later Felipe Nasser took over the lead of the race. We're now on lap 300, just completed. On lap 299, Nasser overtook Nick Tandy and took the lead of the race. So it's now a Porsche 963 1-2 with the number 7 ahead of the number 6. But right behind them is Jack Aitken in number 31 and Philip Eng, who's driving number 24 BMW. So the top 4 cars covered by very little.
Quite remarkable, isn't it? This new GTP category that's celebrating its first anniversary right now. It debuted at last year's Rolex 24, and how special has it been? Problem for Jenson Button in the number 40. Oops. Oh dear, Wayne Taylor Racing Acura with Andretti Autosport goes for a move up the inside of a GT Lamborghini at the International Horseshoe and spins. In fact, excuse me, it wasn't a Lamborghini, it was one of the Corvettes. One of the, there was the number 3 Corvette. So the door is open. Button goes for the inside and just gets a little bit late on the brakes and bang into the side of the Corvette. The Corvette carries on, but Button has to flick turn it around. So it's a bit of a baptism of fire here for Jensen's first Rolex 24 at Daytona. Has, of course, has done plenty multi-class sports car racing before, but Daytona is new. Every day is a school day, as they say. He's been in that car for quite a while, Jeremy.
This is a double stint for Jensen. He took over the controls of that car took over at 7:41. So he's been at the wheel of that car for
2.5 hours.
An hour and a half. Yeah, well, yeah, coming on for 2 hours. Yeah.
At 7:41.
Race time.
Ah, sorry. I do
and we're now 9:26.
Yes,
so an hour and 50.
Yeah.
It has been a long stint for Jensen.
Yeah. Meanwhile, his sister crew trying to work on their number 10 car, and all the HRC crew are there, previously known as Honda Performance Development, now HRC USA, and some, not a great deal of urgency, well, some, but yes, long faces there. The chances of that number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura adding to its tally, seemingly over. But when you've got 2 cars, when you've got a 2-car team, that's the benefit. You've got 2 chances at it. Now, we've been keeping just a sort of half of an eye on the weather. The weather's been spectacular, really, since we arrived here for race week. It was cold during the roar test last week. This race week it's been quite nice and balmy and warm. And today it's been incredibly humid. And looking at the weather forecast, there was a little bit of weather forecast for tomorrow morning, but that appears that it might have been fast forwarded, Jeremy, because all the weather radar I'm looking at, there is a front of rain heading straight for Daytona International Speedway right now.
Oh, shame. Ouch. When?
Well, I'm no meteorologist, I'll be honest, but from the radar picture that we've got an access to, and I'm sure all the teams are studying their own weather radars right now, it's not too far away. say, it was basically on the other side on the western side of Florida at the start of the race. It's now very much over on our side of Florida. Now, unfortunately, with the number 66 Gradient Acura GTD is still in the pits, and Nick Damon has an update.
Well, from observations, it is some sort of throttle fly-by-wire issue, whether they're trying to get the potentiometer or the actual wiring loom itself. So they've taken off the sort of elements of the floor to expose all the full base part and the wiring of the throttle itself. And they're also looking at the various myriad of cables that lead from the control area back to the engine itself. So it's obviously it's a throttle problem they've got, and they are trying to do it in an electronic way, because of course there's no lovely little wire cable as you would have found 30 years ago, which when that snaps, just put a new one in. You've now got to try and reassociate the ones and the zeros with each other, which is slightly more difficult.
Thank you, Nick, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Penalty has been applied to car number 17, the AWA Corvette. Wheel rotation while elevated, drive-through penalty. That's one of our Porsche keys to the race. Avoid the penalties. This is one of the tightest, if not the tightest, Rolex 24-hour Daytona we've seen, well, in history, really, and any mistake will be severely punished. Especially when you look at the top four in GTP with 3 different manufacturers covered by 6 seconds. This is just the stuff of fantasy, really. If you wind the clock back not even that far, it's just incredible to watch and to witness this real landmark event in sports car racing. New cars, new teams, new manufacturers coming here in what is a thriving sports car industry. So the rapid battle in an LMP2, Award leading by just under 13 seconds at the moment for United Autosports and their number 2 car. Gordon second in the number 74 Riley Ranch Resort machine. So quite tight there at this moment in time. In GTD Pro, well, we've got another cracking battle with the number 64 of Chris Mees. Yes, that Chris Mees, who was with Audi for so many years, has moved across to the Ford factory and leading on his debut with the factory, leading by just 0.4 of a second, maybe a little bit more than that. It was 0.4 of a second when they last crossed the line from the number 4, Nicky Katzberg, the winner of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring last year for Fricadelli Ferrari. So he's right then, Ford versus Corvette, GM versus Ford. Jeremy, I've heard that, I've seen that film before.
That'll do, and it would have been a tremendous battle between those marks for many years, and it looks like it's continuing on now as well. There's a Porsche only a couple of seconds behind as well. Then the second of the Corvettes with Alexander Sims in car number 3. He's only about 10 seconds behind them. And then there's a battle between the Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper, that's number 19, and number 62, Rizzi Competizione Ferrari, with James Collado driving the number 62 car. And he's just set that car's fastest lap of the race, and I went 46.6, which is about a second quicker than the class leaders last time around. Meanwhile, in GTD, it is a Mercedes 1-2 right now. It's the number 57 car for Winward Racing, Daniel Mored, who's been on absolutely on top form this week. A brilliant drive yesterday in the Michelin Pilot Challenge race with one of the team principals, Bryce Ward, dad of Russell, who is sharing number 57 car today. He leads the way at the moment by about 5 seconds over Michael Grenier in the Courthoff Preston Motorsports car number 32. And then hot on his heels is Tom Gamble in the Inception Racing McLaren in 3rd place. Parker Thompson, the pole sitter in GTD, is driving in the 4th position. That's car number 12 for Vassar Sullivan in its Lexus. He's about 13 seconds farther back down the road and being pursued by Robbie Foley in a Turner Motorsport BMW car number 96.
Change for second position then. Jack Aitken in the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac has just moved past number number 6 of Nick Tandy for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Nick Tandy returned to the Porsche factory last year to join this program, and Daytona didn't go all that well for that car last time out last year at Daytona, but going much better this time. So getting reports that the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura, the number 10 car, is getting an entirely new wiring loom. Wow. That would
massive amount of work.
Yeah, that would rack up a fair bill at your local dealership, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it certainly would. And even now, as far as that car behind, answer is a long way. It's completed 260 laps, so 46 laps then behind. Laps, I say 260. The leaders have now done 306, so 46 laps already behind, and that's going to take a long time. That's not the work of even an hour or more, so even an hour. So a lot more work than that, and that car is going to be, well, it is already totally out of contention. All the other 9 cars in GTP running well, although that problem for Sebastian Bourdais with that puncture, and then an extra drive-through penalty for Scott Dixon. Number 01 car is 2 laps down now to the overall leaders, and number 85 car, Tymon van der Helm, the JDC Miller Porsche, he is also now 1 lap down to the leaders, but trying to hang on to the tail of the leading Porsche.
It's incredible, isn't it, Jeremy? That 01 Cadillac it's really been the benchmark of the field all week. It's been so quick. Okay, it didn't qualify in pole position, but it was in every practice session. It's just been out there grinding on a great race pace, and it's not going their way at the moment, but they are far from out of it. Do not write them off. You cannot write either that team or indeed its driver lineup out of. One driver though who's on the charge, and that's at the front of GTP, is Jack Aitken. He dispatched with Nick Tandy a couple of laps ago, and he's now got his sights set. Felipe Nasr took 0.3 of a second out of our race leader Felipe Nasr on the last lap, while our GTD leader Daniel Morad making his way through the pack. And just you said it just right there, Jeremy. He's just in the groove this week, and we see a few drivers in the IMSA WeatherTech paddock that pull double duty in the race in the Michelin Pilot Challenge as well. And I do wonder if it's just and I know there are 2 championships in their own right, and both are significant. But the Rolex 24 is a massive race, but having that run in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, I think it's a great tune-up. It gets you fully rearing to go for the race.
Well, that's for sure, particularly somebody with his level of enthusiasm, that's for sure. But look, it's a great battle going on here in pretty much all of the classes at the moment. In LMP2, Pato Award, he's pulled out now at 19 seconds over Josh Burton, so just little by little he's extended that margin. They made their most recent pit stops a little while ago now, so it'll be pit stops looming for the LMP2 field again before too long. The 2 car leads from number 74, Nick Bull, once again doing an excellent job in 3rd position, number 52. And also PJ Hyatt, his first ever race in a prototype car, in 4th position in that AO Racing car number 99. And he's done a really good job in that car. He's been at the wheel of that car now for the last couple of stints and turning some fast lap times. Very impressive for somebody with such little experience. But he only started racing a couple of years ago.
Would you allow me some pedantry, Jeremy? He has raced a prototype before, a Porsche 962.
Oh,
a modern prototype. I know.
He's got all sorts of vintage cars as well.
He's got an amazing collection.
I wouldn't say he's raced.
He has at Grandsport. He did. Yeah. Jeremy's giving me a look.
No, that's fair comment.
Now, Nick Damon is down in the garage, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Nick, what's going on?
Well, I thought I'd tell you about what you don't know first of all, because more bad news for Wayne Taylor Racing is that their Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the number 45 car, is also currently in the actual garage, not on the pit lane. That car's got a problem with the front left. They're replacing the whole hub on that front left-hand side, as well as having a look around other bits underneath the car. The Acura, the number 10, the blue Acura, the Taylor, Ericsson, Hartley Albuquerque machine, that is in a state of disable as it has been disrobed. They've taken off a lot of... You take the windscreen out, which I think is quite a useful way of getting a bit more access to it. But yeah, as you say, they are obviously doing a pretty major piece of electrical work. They're also taking a chance to do everything else with fluids as well. But yeah, there's a large amount of wiring going on. Most of it is obviously placed around the front of the car, which is where the hybrid system is, and also a little bit moving into the footwell as well. On a bit of good news, the 44 Mercedes rejoined whilst these two cars were feeling a bit sick. So you've got one car back, two car out. Yeah, it's almost even, Stevens.
The 44 Aston or Mercedes?
I think it's... well, I saw it's... Well, I think it was 44. I mean, I went, oh, there's a car, as you do.
I think that sounds like the 44 Magnus Aston.
If it's been behind the wall, then it's back out of the wall again.
Okay, when do you think the Magnus goes?
If I've made a late night supercar misidentification, I can only apologise.
Thank you, Nick. It gets busy down there in the paddock. I'm pretty certain that's the number 44 Magnus car that had to go back to the.
Just see the pit stop for number 24. That's Philip Eng was driving. He was running in 4th position, and that is certainly a lot earlier than I would have anticipated. That car was only in to the pits 16 laps ago, so much shorter stint than I would have expected. So I don't know if there's a problem or what. But Eng has resumed. He's back out on the racetrack, and he's now in 7th place. So it's cost him 2 or 3 positions, and he is. He's still on the lead lap, so
pits up there for Eng. Yeah, he just ran out of usable energy. Yeah.
Shouldn't have done.
Yep, he was running very, very low on usable energy. So
he was in on lap 293. So maybe that's weird.
That is weird. He was maybe they didn't get a full fill in at the last stop, possibly, but. According to the now this is if you're watching at home and you've got multiple screens up, this is a great resource, IMSA.com/GTP-telemetry, and we can see here in the booth, and you can have it too, each car in the GTP class, their throttle trace, their energy regen, what gear they're in the X-Track gearboxes, what speed they're doing, but most critically in my view is the energy remaining. So they have an allowed amount of energy they can use, whether that comes from fuel going into the internal combustion engine or the electric power combined with, and it gives you an idea of just how much long is left in the tank, so to speak. So Scott Dixon right now has just 5% left, so we should see the 01 Cadillac in any moment. The number 77 AO Racing Porsche, Rexy the Porsche, is in for service. Tyres being changed there. Little clean out of the grille as well, very important. The amount of clag and bits of tyre pickup and all sorts of mess that can get stuck in the air intake there. Not what you like. Fuel still going in. That car was brought in by. So I just have a look. Who was the driver there bringing that in? That was Lauren Heinrich. I think Lauren stayed on board there. The GTD Pro Porsche, the only Porsche in the GTD Pro category. A couple in GTD. This lineup, very strong lineup, a combination of youth and experience. On the youth side, you have Lauren Heinrich and Seb Priot, both young stars with a big future ahead of them in their early 20s, and then Michael Christensen, who's only 33, but hugely experienced, a Le Mans winner, etc. Nick Damon, though, has the 01 Cadillac.
I'm with Scott Dixon, who, after many conversations, Pete Mack and I both agree is one of the greatest drivers in the world at the moment. That's carried on over a year ago, that is. No, Scott is fantastic, and he is staying on board. It is a full set of fuel. However, there's a bit of concern around the front left. I'm not sure that's just pickup. They're trying to pull out some gunk around that front left-hand side. Now, having a bit of a look, I think that perhaps they've noticed a bit of a drop in downforce. Now, having a look at the leading edge of what would be the start of the downforce generating under tray, or where it would be a plank if it was a Formula 1 car. They're happy with what they've seen. They've dropped it, and away it goes. And they didn't manage to find anything particularly exciting. Someone's pulled something off. A battery, I think, and it's back out and running. But yeah, a good old shufty around, and Scott Dixon goes out and sets off for another 45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah, if there's anybody to chat to down there, Nick Damon, that might be a good idea, because that car obviously was running really, really strongly until Bourdais had that puncture about an hour or so ago, and since then, after that there was a drive-through penalty for Scott Dixon. And so it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for that team. It's now, I think it's maybe just still 2 laps down, but it's 2 laps it's got to make up if it's going to be back into contention at the front of the field.
Well, we're getting...
It's 3 laps down, actually.
Well, I don't write them off. With 14 hours to go, no way. Because on that in-lap, Scott Dixon set the best sector 1 of anybody.
No, that's actually, that goes, when the car's in the pit lane, it resets to what the best sectors are.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah. Thank you. Apologies there. Yeah. Apologies there.
So it was a bit misleading.
Yes, it is. It is a bit. Us commentators were very easily caught out, aren't we, from time to time. Getting reports, thanks to Off the S's on Twitter, who's tweeted us at IMSA Radio, it's in the spits of rain at turn 1. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're just 11:30 local time, and looking at the weather radar, that rain is looking ever so close. But is it going to catch us here in real noticeable fashion here at Daytona International Speedway? We'll ponder over that one, because it's now time for a VP in-race update. So your leader right now, Felipe Nasr, for Porsche Penske Motorsport in their number 7 car, leads by 3.8 seconds from the chasing Jack Aitken for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Then it's the number 6 Penske Porsche machine of Nick Tandy, with the 25 BMW of Nick Yellowly in 4th. And rounding out the top 5 is the number 40 Acura of Jenson Button. In 6th, it's number 5 Mustang sampling Porsche of Jimmy Rooney, followed by the 24 BMW of Philip Eng. Then it's the 85 GDC Miller Porsche of Tymon van der Helm, and rounding out the GTP field, all out there, it's got all but one out there and running at the moment. It's the number 01 Cadillac of Scott Dixon. Unfortunately, number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Acura, the Konica Minolta machine, is in the garage at the moment, receiving a new wiring loom as well as various other bits and pieces. In LMP2, the race is led at the moment by the number 2 United Autosports crew of Pato, and that's driven by Pato O'Ward at the moment. Then it's the 52 Inter-Europol car of Nick Bull, excuse me. Then it's car number 74 for the Riley Ranch Resort crew, or was. It's just come into the pits, and that moves up the number 99 Spike, the LMP2 of PJ Hyatt. Sitting in 5th in LMP2 at the moment is Toby Sowry for the 04 CrowdStrike Racing team. Then it's the number 18 Era Orica of Ryan DL. Then in 7th we've got the number 8 Tower Motorsport car of Ferdinand Habsburg. That's not his full name, but I'm not going to read out his full name because we'll be here all night. Car number 81 Dragon Speed sits in 8th at the moment. Jeremy.
I did that earlier in the week, so we're done with that.
You've done that. Go back and check it on the archive. Jeremy did it very well, and we do it once and that's it. I think it's that the sort of thing a school teacher says, I'm going to say this once, you'll listen to it. GTD Pro, Chris Mees on his Ford factory debut leads the way by just over a second from the Chevy Corvette of Nicky Katzberg, car number 4. That is the battle that sports car fans and race fans have been dying for, that Ford versus Chevrolet. It's one of the classic rivalries in motorsport, and it's being acted out right now in this Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. Third place is the second Chevy Corvette, car number 3, driven by Alexander Sims right now. Then it's James Collado, the Briton, in car number 62, the Ferrari for Risi Competizione. Car 19 for Iron Lynx Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper sits in 5th in GTD Pro. Then is the second of the Ford Mustangs, another new signing, Fred Vervish, another driver who's moved across from Audi to drive for Ford. 7th in GTD Pro, we've got Ross Gunn driving the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And in 8th, we've got car number 1, Madison Snow, in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Lauren Heinrich still aboard the number 77 Rexy Porsche for AO Racing. GTD led at the moment by 2 Mercedes, Daniel Morad from Mikkel Grenier, Windward Racing from Korthoff. Then in 3rd place in GTD we've got the Inception McLaren of Tom Gamble, car number 70. Car number 96, Turner Motorsport BMW in 4th, Robbie Foley at the wheel right now. Then it's Parker Thompson for Vassy Sullivan Lexus in car 12. Alessandro Balzan for Conquest Racing sits in 6th. Then it's the other Ferrari 023 Trasi Competizione, driven by Alessio Rivera at this moment. Then it's car number 120, Wright Motorsport, or also known this weekend as Chip Park Racing, is Elliot Skier. Then in 9th is Eddie Cheever, 47 Chetolar Racing. And rounding out the top 10 in GTD is Corey Lewis for the Proton competition for Mustang team. That is your VP Racing Fuels in-race update with 14 hours and 6 minutes to go. So, we're sitting in this tense moment now in this race. There is weather in the area, there is rain clouds circling around on the radar, and yet they've yet to arrive here. Are we going to stay lucky, Jeremy, or are we hoping for rain? Are we not? I'm sure the teams are.
No, I don't, well,
some might.
Some might. But, yes, the weather experts out there might be, certainly. And there's a few of those in this field. The last time I checked the weather, let's have a look at the radar screen that I have just on my phone. There's certainly rain just to the north of us, and kind of a little cell here. It might miss us. It's very, very close to missing us completely. There's certainly rain, like within probably 4 or 5 miles up the coastline from here, maybe even less than that. But at where we are right now, it isn't. Looks like we might get in it within about maybe the next half an hour. There could be just the edge of that little shower that's moving on through.
Very, very close. Well, Nick Damon, he is down in the pits at the moment at the AO Racing Garage. Nick?
With the, just out of the 99 car, the Spike the Dragon P2 is PJ Hyatt. PJ, tell us your reading of the race in P2 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's as many cars out. The beginning of the race was way too exciting as far as I'm concerned. I wanted to just go out there, do some laps, get it into a rhythm, and it wasn't that. So I think we're still dealing with the aftermath of what was happening on earlier in the race. Now, we got right back in it. We're just doing lap after lap after lap because we got a lot more race left.
Did you get caught up in some of that early kerfuffles with the P2 cars in?
Yeah, I got a little love tap into the bus stop. Yeah.
No one wants that. That's the last thing you want.
I'm saying again?
That's the last thing you want. Are you one of you one of the 3 cars who ended up facing the wrong way? Ah,
yes,
right.
yes, yeah. Yeah, you're very, very excited. Missed the tire barrier by about that much. So yeah, very exciting.
So how long did it take for your heart rate to go back down again?
It didn't come back down until I came back in for the driver change.
These cars now, of course, these P2 cars, they're very, very established. They've been around a huge amount of time. Effectively now, do you tend to always have a car that's good because everyone knows how to set them up? So it's just a case of managing that good car to try and beat another good car?
Well, that would make a lot of sense if we weren't a brand new team running a P2 car. So, yeah, we don't have the giant setup notebook like a lot of these other teams we're racing against, but we've got a really killer crew that have done an amazing job, and we've got a very competitive car. So we're figuring it out.
PJ, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
PJ Hyatt there for the number 99 AO Racing LMP2 squad as part of our CrowdStrike pit lane report. Great, echoing what you said a moment ago, Jeremy. PJ doing a top job in a car that's very, very different to the GT3 Porsche that he drove last year. Must also be a bit of an interesting experience driving one car and owning another car in the race and not doing a Ben Keating jumping between the two. He's got a car he owns in the race, but he's not driving it.
Yeah, I don't know whether he was tempted to drive both. I think Gunnar Giannetti, who's sort of team manager there at AO Racing, and very much the sort of guiding force behind what PJ has done over the last few years. I mean, he's done a lot of racing over the last couple of years. They did most of the World Endurance Championship last year at GTE, didn't he? So, yeah, and Porsche GT3 or Carrera Cup racing the year before that. So it's been pretty intense for PJ since he started racing just 2.5 years ago.
And as we touched on, he's got an enviable collection. He owns the car that won the 1983 Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, the Handile 935 swap shop car, which the AO team actually ran a tribute livery to at last year's Rolex 24. A great team and a great addition to the paddock. The gap has come down at the front of the field as we were having our CrowdStrike pit lane report there. Felipe Nasr's gap has been trimmed to just 2 seconds with Jack Aitken on the charge. It's just a 1/10 of a second on the last lap by, and it has ebbed and flowed through the traffic, but great stuff there. So tight, and they've pulled away a bit of a gap from the third place car, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Nick Tandy. If you look at it up closely, if you get the chance on Nick's social media, you see the back of his helmet. There's a crocodile on the back of his helmet, and that was actually a nickname that was given to him by Franz Conrad when he drove with him in the Porsche Super Cup, because he thought he called him Crocodile Tandy. So that ever since then he's had a crocodile on the back of his helmet. So very cool that he still carries that in honor of his old team boss Franz Conrad, who still runs at the Nürburgring and various other places. So this weather, is it coming towards us? Is it going to miss us? That's the question. Then, you know, can you imagine what it's like on the pit walls right now, Jeremy? With every team, I'm sure they'll be studying every last second of all the radar to see if they need to be getting ready for a potential switch.
Yeah, I mean,
wet tires.
If we do get some rain, judging from the radar that I can see here, it shouldn't be very long and it shouldn't be very heavy. Whether it even require a switch to wet weather tires, you know, it'll certainly make things tricky out there, because we've been, you know, this race is well underway now, and we're coming up towards, where are we? Not just, it'll be 10 hours in just a few seconds. And this has been a good long run since we last had a caution period. Shouldn't have said that, should I? But it's been quite a long time, so yeah, there's a fair bit of debris out there now, but there's still lots of cars running, and it is busy, and it will get very, very interesting if we were to have a quick shower of rain.
Well, I guess if we did have a light amount of rain, and as you say, that switchover point from going from the dry tyre, the dry slick tyre, to the wet, it's got to be properly wet for the wet to work, because if it's sort of halfway between, the wet tyre can overheat very quickly and begin to chunk up, and it feels like you're driving on chewing gum, really. So that would be a really awkward one for the teams. But with that being said, you really wouldn't want to get, if it was just in that halfway house where you had to stay on the dry tyres, the dry slick tyres, in a little bit of rain, you wouldn't want there then to be a full course yellow, because then you've not got the temperature running under the full course yellow. You can't generate the tyre temperature, and therefore you lose the grip. So if we do get that kind of halfway house, the teams will definitely want it, and the drivers particularly will want it to stay green flag racing to keep the tyre temperature up as best as possible. So this is a real moment in the balance. We're staring at the weather radars as close as we can, and any meteorologists out there who like to lend us a hand, give us a tweet at IMSA Radio. It was great to hear from so many of you who've been so kind to get in touch with us here in the booth. Thank you very much for joining us. What is the 62nd Rolex 24-hour at Daytona? Endurance racing has been a part of the Daytona International Speedway history virtually from the very beginning. The circuit opened here in 1959. The first Daytona Continental was in 1962, won by Sir Dan Gurney in a Lotus 19, with the first 24-hour race kicking off in 1966 when Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby won in a Ford GT. Will Ford pick up more silverware here on their debut with the new Mustang GT3 at the Rolex 24 at Daytona? Well, if they do, they will have deserved it, because the competition is so fierce. We've talked about it all the way through race week. I don't think ever before we've seen so many different brands capable of winning. Not just teams, but brands. I think in general, the balance of performance between so many different types of cars, I think if you look at it with a fair eye, I think it's been a very good effort from all those concerned. I mean, at the moment in GTD Pro, Alexander Sims leads by 0.6 of a second from the Ferrari, James Calado.
It is so tight, isn't it? It's phenomenal. In GTD, the two Mercedes still hold the first two positions. They're separated by about 7 seconds. But Tom Gamble in the Inception McLaren remains glued to the tail of the number 32 Mercedes of Michael Grenier. And that battle's been going on and on and on. It's been all the way through this stint. The leaders, the leading GTP cars, who should be ready for some pit stops before too long now.
Well, I would hope that Felipe Nasr has got 0% energy left, so he's got to be coming on this lap. I would suspect Jack Aiken has 5% left, as does Nick Tandy. Nick Yellerley in the 25 BMW has 0.
Right on cue.
Right on cue. This telemetry, it's the unfair advantage with perfect timing as a Porsche Penske car comes in. Oh, but we've got a car stopped down on track, and it's the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. It's drawn to a halt just on the exit of the Western Horseshoe. It looks like the car's trying to cycle through. The lights are off, so the headlights and taillights are off. Who's at the wheel of that right now? 27, that is Marco Sorensen. Well, Aston Martin works driver, if anyone can get it going, it'll be him.
That's true. That car has worked its way up from the back of the field. It started way at the back. It worked its way up into the lead not too long into the race, and they've been ebbing and flowing, and everybody's got it going again. And it fires up the engine, the lights come on, and away he goes. So a reset there of the electrical system perhaps on that number 27 car. This has been going pretty good speed through turn 6, that's for sure. So maybe he's just got it going again.
Well, that was a bit of a heart-starting moment for the Heart of Racing. Now, my memory serves me, I think they had a similar issue quite late in the race last year. Yes, they did. With 5.5 hours to go, this very car that won the race in GTP last year had a bit of a scare. 5.5 hours to go, the car briefly stopped on the circuit and then refired. So they've had
that bodes well.
Well, quite. I like your positive thinking, Jeremy.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we had the second, third, and fourth place cars into the pits after 323 laps. Now 1 lap later, the race leader, Jack Aitken, brings number 31 Michelin Engineering Cadillac onto pit lane as well. Regular service for all of these cars.
So as the GTPs come into the pits, Nick Damon is right there.
Yeah, with the JDC car, which was yellow and now is mostly black at the front, with the tyre detritus being thrown at the front of this Porsche 963. No sign of a driver change, in fact, no sign of new tyres for the driver either. He's just going to have to carry on the old rubber. So as we have some slightly cooler conditions, they're not still humid, they can run a bit more double seating. Our leader, or our erstwhile leader when he came in, Jack Aitken in the 31, off he goes. With a 42 on the side of the car, which I just realised, rather stupidly, is actually the amount of time they were stationary in the pits. So it's 42 seconds in the pits. It's 43 seconds for JDC as they go past me. I think it counts up all the way to the exit, so I kind of get a snapshot of the whole situation. I kept wondering why everyone was so far down in the overall rankings. 36, 39, oh right, that's not their position. That's not, their position indicator is no longer indicating their position, which is a bit of a problem. Here comes the Mustang sampling Porsche, the number 5. That comes in, the big 0 this time. It's got a one slight failure, which apparently isn't an issue, I suppose, as far as IMSA is concerned. It's the left-hand running light, I call it, or brake light, which is obviously vertically mounted on one of the wing end plates. That is no longer working. This is a full service tyres, but the tyres going on this number 5 car are not new. They've seen some action before. Possibly, my guess is something during qualifying. But there is a bit of faffing going on in the steering wheel as well, initially. That has led to nothing. They've managed to finish that. Again, the mechanic on the front right examines the... oh, I see what they've done. They put fresh tyres on the right-hand side and used tyres on the left-hand side, but new used tyres. So slightly less medium tyres coming off the car. Big M, I can tell you, on the tyres that came off. Let's see which went on there. It's probably will be softs. So as the temperature is dropping, they're getting a chance to use these tyres, which are, as you've heard, the soft tyres actually completely out of their operating window the entire time.
Thank you, Nick, for that comprehensive CrowdStrike pit lane report. Ricky Taylor of the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura told us in our Michelin countdown to green that he expected there to be around 10 double stints required for the GTP cars, so there's quite a lot of
that many that's required, really, but
even if it's in that general range, that's a lot. Particularly now, if it were a cold Daytona, which is what we normally expect in the end of January, or even a cool Daytona, you would kind of think, well, that's not such an issue. You have the soft tyre for the night time, the medium tyre daytime. It's just so unusually warm and humid this year, so that makes that double stinting and that time management quite a bit more difficult. Track temperature at the moment is 23 degrees Celsius, which is about 7 degrees Celsius lower than it was in the middle of the afternoon, but air temperature is still 23 degrees Celsius. So I don't, at this stage, Jeremy, I don't see the track cooling a great deal more. And that's 5 degrees Celsius higher track temperature than the minimum track temperature that we saw last year. So Ricky also again told us in our Michelin countdown to green that it's way out the window for the soft tyre in its ideal window, and then even in the mediums it would be quite difficult in the hotter part of the day. So it's a big question mark of what we're going to see for those last 4 to 5 hours when we go into daytime towards the finish of the race at 20 to 2 tomorrow afternoon. Plenty to play out between now and then, and meanwhile, with 13 hours and 50 minutes to go, Felipe Nasr and Jack Aitken are having a bit of a time trialling competition at the moment. They aren't actually right beside each other on track, but the way that they're battling with one another on the timesheets, trying to get through the same bunches of traffic. Felipe Nasr going through about 2 seconds ahead of Jack Aitken, trying to make the way through and trying not to lose time, but also trying not to take unnecessary risks. There's still a long way to go in this motor race. So take that one off your bingo card if you hadn't had it already. Last time by, this is how close we're talking about. Bearing in mind, we've got a Cadillac in the hands of Jack Aitken with a 5.5 litre naturally aspirated V8 engine. The Porsche has a V8, but that's about where the similarities stop. And yet, there was 19 thousandths of a second between them on the last lap. These are top pro drivers performing at the absolute peak of their ability in the middle of the night, and it's just it's just a joy to see them go out and do their thing. I'm sure their respective teams are rather pleased right now. They've opened up a bit of a gap as well. Car number 24, Philip Eng for BMW, Team RLL, that's about 12 seconds behind Jack Aitken. That's the gap from second to third. But Felipe Nasr at the front of the field, of course, joined the Porsche factory 2 years ago, joined actually with this project in mind. He had a year of testing effectively of this new car, drove a few races in GT, and in fact 2 years ago won this race in GTD Pro in the FAF car alongside Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet, in one of the most dramatic finishes we've ever seen at this at this race.
So just to follow up what Peter was saying earlier on, there are 2 compounds of tyre available for GTP. We saw that in the cold of a couple of seasons ago, and once again they can't be mixed and matched. You can use the medium compound tyre anytime. The soft compound can only be used after 7 o'clock in the evening and up until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You don't have to use the softs, as far as I'm aware. So if you want to just do the medium compounds all the way through, then that's absolutely fine. And I think that's key. It's not mandatory, Peter, to use those soft tyres.
Okay, so either way you've got...
but you still only have the same amount. So you could use
all mediums.
All mediums right the way through the race.
Yeah. I think either way with the heat that we've had so far in the hours of daytime, and the heat that we'll have when we come into daytime tomorrow, no doubt, it's going to be tricky for the teams. But they've all been aware of that. They've all been well aware of that all the way through the race.
23 sets of tyres, but that's for practice qualifying on the race.
Yeah, and you look at a good example is the number 5 car, the Proton competition car with the Mustang sampling livery. That car is, yes, Proton competition have got a bit of experience with the 963, but still very much in the learning process. In practice 1, they did 47 laps, practice 2, 52 laps, and practice 3, 44 laps, and practice 4, 20 laps. So they did more running than any other GTP team. However, the more running you do, the more you wear the tyre allocation out.
Yeah.
Whereas there's other teams that were a lot more conservative in the running that they did. I mean, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport team did quite a lot less than that. They just kept a very controlled run plan.
Yeah.
And that was the way they've gone about it. So different approaches. Which will be the best? Which will be the best one? Let's see.
Philippe Eng is the GTP with the least amount of energy remaining in this stint. He's down to 30%, 35% for Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10 car. That car sitting in the pit lane, actually. That's why it's sitting in the garage. Remember there was a little bit of a smell of burning. Philippe was about to pull the car over, just being taught the team, and then it went foot, basically. And once it went foot, he wanted out of it quickly. So that car having a new wiring loom, or part wiring loom at least. The windscreen was out, front bodywork was out, and extended test, I suppose, is what will happen. They'll need to complete the requisite percentage to get points, and that might be difficult. We'll see how far through the race they can get. 13 3/4 hours to go. Nick Damon in the pit lane with Heart of Racing and the number 27 car.
Yeah, we've had a complete run through of GTD cars whilst you were on the changeover. I thought I'd be paying particular attention to this 27 car, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, because of course it stopped on track about 10 minutes ago for what appeared to be a control alt delete. They are, by the looks of it, trying to either activate, they're removing a module. There's a module coming out which is connected to several sensors, and that is being removed at the moment. That's been chucked out. That module is in the hand of the mechanic next to me. Not the new module yet, unless it was already in the hand. That was the mechanic had that already, you see. So they've obviously worked out what the electrical problem is. It's one of those sensor modules that you see with those massive, like, big circular sort of 10-pin connectors that go into them. That had 4 potential connectors. There's a man with several tie wraps who'll be tying it back up again, but I'm seeing no lump hammer at the moment, so it's like, or any tank tape. Only a real dearth of tank tape since the Mustang stuck on their rear wings, to be on their rear boots. But yeah, this is obviously a problem which I think, as Peter alluded to, there was a similar problem this time last year for this car. So obviously it's a known electrical issue. They are getting through it, and they're about to finish it, and it's cost them, I would say, about, well, they finish it now, about 2 minutes, 90 seconds to 2 minutes to do it. Thumbs up, roll the car back, slightly run over the mechanic, I think it's a little bit iffy, and just waiting to go. I think what has happened actually is during this pit stop, I think the teammate car, the other car in the Heart of Racing, I think they had to do a run through the pits because there wasn't enough space, and now it's coming back again to actually get to a pit stop. So not sure that you can tell from tallies of most recent runs through the pit lane, but I think that the Heart of Racing, their other Aston Martin, which number completely escapes at the moment, the 23, there we are, I think that car had to do a run through the pits. But there are 2 or 3 dark Aston Martins, so it may be one of the other ones going through. But now the 23, the teammate Heart Racing car comes in, just about misses the spot there, and has to come in even after they pulled back the 27 by about 4 feet. It's coming at a massive jaunty angle. Just about enough for the field to get in. Taking a bit longer for this 27, actually. They're still rooting around trying to reattach the sensor box more firmly, but they do seem to know what they're doing, and it's just taking a bit longer to get everything properly attached. And the teammate car, that's getting a fuel. So a not particularly great 5 or 6 minutes for the Heart of Racing team, John.
Thank you, Nicholas. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Hello to our listeners around the world as we're heading towards... Oh, no, in fact, we're there. We're now into Sunday. So we're into the second day of the race, if not the second half of the race just yet. In which case, happy birthday, Tommy Milner, says Jeremy Short. I'm not sure if everybody heard that, but he said that to me. Hello to all of you around the world. People in Singapore listening. That must have been an early start. Kuiper Hoffman. So it was nice hearing Mickey on air during the Rolex after that wonderful race yesterday. Rexy and Spike being a lot of favourite liveries. What are yours, says Finley Gunn?
That's a long conversation.
How long have you got? That's a conversation for when I'm looking after the middle of the night at the Nürburgring, when I'm sitting there with my feet up and my cup of sacred coffee and just saying, hi, all you truckers out there, let's hear what you're doing. The Sacred Coffee powered night owls coming up with JP and Bruce from 2 AM Eastern. It's 7 o'clock in the UK, 8 if you are in Central Europe, which is nice. And I was trying to find a particular tweet there, and the problem is, Peter, they're coming in so quick.
They are.
That every time. Right, we've got somebody being pushed the wrong way down the pit lane.
Oh, that's
it's the Heart of Racing 27.
Oh no!
So that's bad news. That was the car that
it
stalled out at the west end of the infield, didn't
about
it?
20 minutes ago, and they had they won the race last year. They were so fast, and yet 5.5 hours before the end, they had the car stutter to a halt and then refire, and they still won the race. But this is a much more. It appears a much more of a difficult problem where they're having to push the car all the way back up the pit lane. Yeah, that's a long way. There's 4 mechanics working hard at it, and what a shame for Heart of Racing. It is a new Aston Martin GT3, but more of an evolution package. You can actually use the old car and buy the evolution package. Yes, exactly. So you need to buy an entirely new car.
We're not really talking about it, are we? The GT3 or the GT4, particularly not the GT4, because that car, the shape of that car was disguised by, well, the car's not actually released yet.
But
hang on, if I put my microphone down, the car isn't actually released yet. So Aston Martin have allowed it to race.
Although, if I'm allowed to, the front, the lights on it are exactly the same as on the Valhalla. I think they call it the Son of Valkyrie, which is the Valhalla is like one down from the Valkyrie.
Daughter of, I know that would be. Yeah, okay, could be Son of. Yeah, Valkyries were the females.
That's certainly what they've got. Certainly what they've called it. So, yeah.
What,
so
what have we had in the V cars? We've had Vulcan.
Yes.
Yeah. Valkyrie. Yeah.
Valkyrie AMR Pro.
Yeah. Vantage, of course, is the standard car.
Vanquish.
And what? Have we had the Vanquish yet?
Oh, we've had a Vanquish.
No,
in the past.
There's a new Vanquish, isn't there? That was meant to be the V6 car. There was sorry, I'll fade you up, Nick, and then everybody can hear you. So
I just thought wasn't there a special called the Valhalla, like the ultimate thing? Because remember they kind of split off when they had the Valkyrie and the Red Bull. Then someone started producing an ultimate version that wasn't Red Bullified. Now Red Bull have gone off to do their own thing as well, and they're kind of a weird. That's a Lamborghini, by the way, from Iron Links.
That's the way to get out of the pit box, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's the big Lamborghini Bull saying, no, stop talking about Aston
yes.
Martin, talk about me instead.
Yes.
Look at me, I'm bright and yellow and loud.
I mean, this is about the Urus or the Huracan, none of this Aston Martin rubbish. Right, do you want me to talk to Romain Grosjean or Dorian Pain? Who do you want?
Both.
Well, I'll see if I can. Dorian looks quite tired. To see if she wants a quick word. Oh.
She's a big favourite.
Dorian, good word. So how's the race going for the 83 so far? It's very confusing with cars. So do you feel in a good position?
Well, I think we are pretty happy right now. We do no mistake and we have a pretty consistent pace. So yeah, we still keep pushing like this, and more we are consistent, better will be the position at the end of, the 4 last hours to fight. So yeah.
Now, we have something in common. We were both at Yas Marina last weekend. I was covering the endurance sports car race, but you were racing Formula 4. What's that like, and why have you decided to go back to single-seaters?
Well, that's always had my dream to be in Formula cars, and my ultimate goal is to be in Formula 1 one day, and I have this opportunity this year to race in Formula 4 and also together with Mercedes, so I'm pretty happy about this opportunity, and yeah, now I'm doing Daytona, but it's not easy to switch, but it's quite interesting because it's 2 different racing, and but you learn on both sides, so yeah.
Now, of course, you're also taking part in the Formula Academy racing for Mercedes. How do you feel about going to a female-only series when you've been racing so competitively against men as well?
I think it's a good championship for women in sport to have the possibility to race in single-seater. Yeah, I will. For sure, the goal is to win this championship. and I'm really happy to do that with Mercedes and Aaron Dames, and yeah, I'm looking forward. The first race is in Jeddah in 3 weeks. So.
Are there any sort of conversations with Mercedes? Because obviously they have a young driver test at the end of the year. Is that something you possibly could get into?
Say again?
There is a young driver test at the end of the year for Formula One. I mean, is that a possibility for you in the next couple of years for Mercedes?
Well, I hope. I will give everything to be there in a few years, but I think the most important thing is to focus on what we do this year and build a good relationship with them and start to work with them as well. But yeah, I think we are both really happy to work together.
Jordan, congratulations on everything for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very competitive in that F4 Middle East Championship as well, gaining confidence and reputation all the time. Dorian Pan talking to Nick Damon in that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Welcome to those of you here in the United States who are still up and around as we've gone by the witching hour. If you're listening on RS2 and you've got the capability, you can now watch and listen to us on Peacock as well here in the United States. XM Sirius 207 if you've got to move around, no interruptions of course, and for the rest of the world of course nothing has changed. We're still talking to you as well in sound and vision. A bit of a change, maybe a change of filter I think going on at the front of the McLaren that's in the pit lane at the moment. I'll come back to that in a moment because Nick Damon's obviously wanting to practice his French at the moment. Romain Grosjean.
Romain, it's not been a great run so far for the 60 Iron Links, has it?
Well, I think the pace is good. I mean, the drivers are doing a good job, but sadly we had a mechanical issue early on in the race. Last 25 laps or so. So yeah, it's kind of game over for the final result, but I think we just go out there, get a data, and try the best we could, and hopefully some guys will have trouble in front of us, which would give us some position.
You're talking about gathering data, but realistically, surely isn't everyone's sight now on the debut of the SC63 in LMDH?
No, I think there's still a very important GT3 challenge with the rear Carnival 2 for Lamborghini. Of course, for me, SC63 is going to be a good one to drive, but I think in terms of Lamborghini brand, we have two cars, the prototype and the GT3, and you know, I think this weekend the GT3 has been working really well.
Going back to the LMDH, because of this, how is the testing going? Do you feel you're on the pace of the cars that are going around now?
Yeah, testing has been really good. I'm going to be honest, I think we're lacking a few sessions to be fully ready, but we take our chance in Sebring and Qatar for the WEC. We should have 2 or 3 more sessions before that, so hopefully that's going to put us in a good spot.
Great stuff, thanks Robert.
Thank you.
Hello to Justin Henderson, tuned in from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Dubai 24 still watching on the little TV as well. He's still tuned in up here with potential bad weather coming for them as well. Side-by-side action, Peter Mackay coming out of turn 1. That is a pass. Oh, I was about to say it was a pass for
It
position.
nearly was.
It nearly was.
Yeah, so this is the battle for GTD Pro. Lauren Heinrich in the green, Rexy the dinosaur car for AO Racing. That's the Porsche being chased hard by the Risi Competizione Ferrari of Le Mans winner James Calado. That number 62 machine there trying to find a way through. The Ferrari was very, very fast. In the opening hour of the race particularly, Daniel Serra, James's teammate, climbed 10 positions in what felt like no time at all.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, at the same point, conversely, the pole-sitting car, the number 77 Porsche, the car it's trying to pass right now, dropped quite a few positions. So the 77 Porsche for AO Racing's definitely got stronger through the races, it seems. And right now, battling hard with the Ferrari. The Ferrari's picking up a really good draft here. Going to try and go around the outside, up the high side on the high bank. It's a side-by-side as they go to the Le Mans chicane. And, well, that was a great deal of a contest. Calado just blows by the Porsche like it's standing still. Perhaps Lauren Heinrich trying to play the smart game here, tuck in behind Calado and just play it smart.
You may be right there. and the 57 is not too far away, being Daniel Morad, which is the leader in GT Daytona. That's the cars that are technically identical to the GTD Pros. You just have to run fewer pro drivers, basically, is how that works out. There's no need to explain the intricacies of that at the moment, but basically it's all about the driver grading. Daniel Morad has been absolutely superb. The stint earlier on today, which brought this car into contention, was stunning. He was out with all the big names, more than held his own, picked off some big scalps there, ably backed up by his teammates. His turn has come around again, and it's time to go hunting.
They're just looking at the stint lengths. James Collado pitted 8 laps ago, and Lauren Heinrich pitted 24 laps ago. Now, we don't know for certain if they're both took tyres at the last stop or not, but the way at which Collado and indeed Daniel Morad went blowing past Lauren Heinrich, I suspect Lauren Heinrich is towards the end of the life of his tyres, and he's going to need to come in and change at the when the tank runs out. You'll hopefully get some new shiny boots on the car.
Lauren Heinrich, of course, highly thought of at Porsche, did all. If we cast our minds back to what our esteemed leader, Eve Hewitt, the responsible adult, called the long yellow flag, by which she means the couple of years that we spent under the umbrella of COVID. Lauren Heinrich was doing all the driver training in the virtual world for the Porsche real world drivers. She's a superb virtual reality racer. Cars might not be real, but the racing is, and that has translated very nicely. He's one of a couple of people who've done that. Whatever was going on the front of the driveway faff McLaren, Nick, you might want to nip down to the McLaren pit, because they've changed something underneath the luggage cover at the front, but now it's going behind the wall, coming out from behind the wall. 1 out, 1 in here. Is, after a very long stint in the pit, the number 10 Konica Minolta Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acura. That car went in hours ago. If you remember, Philippe Albuquerque was in that car. He smelled what he thought was something electrical, maybe, and then all of a sudden the car cut out, and it was recovered. It wouldn't even go into neutral. That car has come out of the pit lane with Marcus Ericsson at the wheel. It is 79 laps down on the leader, so that'll tell you how long that's been. It's about you might as well call it a 2-minute lapse or double that, with you add the pit stops in. However, they had too many people over the wall, so they'll have to come straight back through for a drive-through on that car. Now, I was going to give you the retirements, actually. Stephen Thomas, TDS Racing, the number 11 car, clipped the curb coming out of the Le Mans chicane, headed straight for the wall. 88, Luis Perez Compang, Richard Mille AF Corsa. 22, Daniel Goldberg in the car, United Autosports, trying to fix their Oreca LMP2 car. Got it back out with some new bodywork on, but I think it was a bit of an uneven task for them. The 75 Sun Energy 1 car, I've seen that as a retirement on the official channel, but I haven't had that confirmed yet by the teams. So I wouldn't get that as crossed out with your
maybe the
Sharpie of Doom yet.
Maybe like a heavy pencil, like a 2B pencil of Doom. Now the number 10, so the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura.
This is the penalty.
Yeah, serving its penalty. for having too many people over the wall as the
spine goes out.
99 AO Racing LMP2 takes a routine pit stop. Now, there is a little bit, you think, why should this Konica Minolta Acura so many laps down, multiple hours down, really? Why bother going back out again? Well, there's a multitude of reasons. These are cars that are under constant development, but I think also if we're going to get changeable weather, it looks like we've perhaps survived the front that just passed very close to Daytona International Speedway, within 5 miles of us. It very nearly caught us. But if we do have another weather front come in the morning, having a car that's completely out of the running, you can use it as a kind of guinea pig. Whether
test
you run,
mule.
yeah, test mule. You say, right, let's try wet. Are we too early? Are we not? And you've got a car that you can play to your favour, and that's the benefit of having two cars.
Let's catch up with a few of your messages at IMSA Radio. Hello to Brendan Roberts. Welcome to Sunday. Sydney, Australia. It was a 5:40 a.m. start for him. Said, I'm pleased the race has settled down. I'm enjoying this now. Adam Green, hearing us on Peacock for the Rolex. And hello also to SKS Motorsports, who enjoyed that Lamborghini blasting past Nick Damon, our crowd strike pit lane reporter. Hello to Drew Adamson from iRacing, who's still up and around, or at least he was about 24 seconds ago.
If I know Drew, he'll still be going.
Yeah.
He'll still be going.
Oh, side swipe. That was a bit naughty. The number 55 Mustang taking a bit of a hip check there from the GTD in 22nd position. That was Misha Goikberg in the Forte Racing, number 78, not number 40. That is the Lamborghini Huracan. I don't know what was going on there, but it didn't look very friendly, Peter.
I just don't think he saw him. I don't think he saw him at all. Of course, that Forte Racing car had a big, what I thought was a race-ending shunt, to be honest, at the Le Mans chicane earlier on, but amazing work from that crew to get the car repaired and back out at all. I just don't think he saw Corey Lewis there and just moved down, and great heads-up driving from Corey Lewis in the 55 first form Ford Mustang. Managed to avoid anything a little bit more serious than that. It's been a fairly solid run from the Proton competition team with their new Mustang, with Ryan Hardwick, Corey Lewis in there as well, and again another new signing. Of course, Ford starting up with a brand new program. They've had to go out and do some hiring of some drivers, and they've hired who I think is a real steal. Dennis Olsen formerly drove for Porsche and had a lot of success with them, and he's been signed up for the Ford program, and he absolutely dominated karting when he was younger, and yeah, he'll be a good addition to the Ford program.
One of our regulars for Midweek Motorsport every Wednesday night at 3 in the afternoon, 8 in the evening in the UK, 3 in the afternoon here on the Eastern Seaboard. Blurfiend, Porsche technician extraordinaire, right across from us in the International Horseshoe. Late night racing starts now. We've got the Night Owls, Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, powered by Sacred Coffee, coming up from 2 till 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Hello to G. Hendrickson. Enjoying what he says is the added colour to the racing in the entry. Cadillac Ferrari out on the circuit. This is the blue car in 10th position in its class at the moment, the class being GTD. And that is Eddie Cheever. The car that is sitting in behind it is the Heart of Racing number 23. So that's not for position, is it?
No, and it's got the Forte car in there as well, the Forte Lamborghini. So being chased by two cars that are down a couple of laps. So it's not a battle for position there for that Cetilar Ferrari.
Let's have more from the pit lane and Nick Damon.
I'm not in the pit lane.
Oh, you're not?
No, I'm round the back.
I'm not listening to you. That can fade you down immediately. All right then.
No, I'm in the paddock. I mean, European race fans would obviously, they'd be watching the race long enough to know there is a lane where all the work goes down, but then you go behind the wall where it's actually the pit garages that we would normally expect to see in a European style pit. And interesting, the two cars in the pits are actually next to each other. I'm not sure whether that's just a coincidence. And that is, of course, is the FAF McLaren, the number 9 car, whose apparently their issue is that the starter motor won't, which is always a problem. And I think they're also going through a full electrical check. And of course, they've got the Heart of Racing car. Now, the only interesting about that is that came in what seemed to be a simple throttle body issue. It's now in about 14.3 thousand pieces. I mean, they've even taken the rear deck off. So I'm not. Was it Marco Sorensen? Just want to have a quick word with Marco. Marco, there seems to be a complete disassembly of the car. What was the problem?
No, it started with a little. Let's go out of the way here. It started with a little electronic issue where the car shut off. So that happened. That happened twice out on the track. Then we came into the box, and then we had the same issue. So we're trying to find out what the actual electronic issue is right now, because obviously I lost the power steering when I was going through a very quick corner, and went basically straight. But yeah, not ideal for now. But now we do a little bit of a bigger service because we lost so many laps. So yeah. I don't think we're going to be in the chat for a win anymore, but if we can just get the car out and get some valuable data for running, then we do that.
So the electrical failure was more affecting the ancillaries like the power steering. The engine carried on running, didn't cut the engine out then?
It cut, so when I came through the corner, it cut everything out, and it did it twice. And then we had a planned pit stop, and then we tried to sort the issue, and then it stopped again in pit lane, unfortunately. So I think, well, after the boys have done a full service, I'm sure it's going to be up and running again.
Great stuff, thank you. Well, not great stuff, sorry, great stuff with the cop chat, but not great stuff with the car. So we haven't got another electrical issue. We've got electrical issue to my right with the Aston Martin, electrical issue to my left with the McLaren, which is currently manifesting itself with the starter motor not starting, but that doesn't necessarily mean the starter motor is the problem, as you know. So
I get what you're saying, Nick. CAN bus, connections, etc., etc. Don't like the sound of that at all. Chris Lemon is building a fresh 12th scale whilst enjoying our coverage in the US on Peacock at the moment in central Ohio. Nick Damon has found another interviewee.
It's I'm going to try and endorse up Mr. Jarvis, Ollie Jarvis, out of the 9. We're hearing it's starter motor, is that correct?
I don't know. I think, as far as I know, it won't start.
Well, it can't be start. I mean, that would kind of be starter motor. I mean, this is this project. Ollie, you have literally driven everything over the last few years. You are one of the drivers who enjoyed the glory of the proper LMP1s, to say it. I mean, what's the excitement? How do you about this new McLaren project?
Yeah, it's been really exciting. I think the difficulty with it is that the team got the car mid-December. You know, and GT3 racing, they're still very complex cars, and you need time to sort of iron out any issues. And unfortunately, that we've been doing that here at the Rolex 24, which isn't ideal. I mean, we were hopeful that we'd have a clean, trouble-free race, but it just hasn't proved to be that way.
Talking about your career, up until a week ago, you were the ultimate lap record holder here in the Mazda. I think you beat a 26-year-old record set by PJ Jones. I mean, we all know records set to be broken, but does your heart break a little when a record like that gets broken of yours?
No, not at all. I didn't even see the qualifying session because we were debriefing, but it was always going to happen with these new LMDH cars. They're extremely quick on the straight. Probably not as quick as the DPIs in the corners, but you know, it was only a matter of time. And like you say, records are there to be broken. You know, the sport continues to move forward, and you know, I was just grateful that, you know, myself, John Doonan, Mazda, we could be a part of history and break that record that stood for so long.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question. If the Audi R18 had been around here in racing, how much quicker would that have gone round a lap of this track?
that thing would have been amazing round here. Yeah, I'd say it would be quicker than the LMDH quite comfortably. That car had everything. It had the, you know, we were talking nearly 1,000 horsepower on pure acceleration with the combination of hybrid and, you know, combustion engine. And then you know, aerodynamically, I have to say, Audi did an amazing job. But that's what happens when you have these development wars that we had back then. But as a downside of that, budgets got out of hand. And as you always see in motorsport, when that happens, you go through a cycle and people start to pull out.
I wish we were on camera, because the smile on your face when you were talking about the LMP1s, is that the fondest memory of your career?
Yes, I would say so. You know, I've got to say the DPIs were awesome to drive, absolutely awesome. But just the whole Audi project it was one of those things at the time, you know, as a driver, you're always, you know, saying things we can improve and, you know, where we're missing. And then, you know, when you step back and a few years later you look at it and you realize just how incredible that project was, and how lucky I was to be part of it. So, yeah, definitely amazing memories. But, you know, I've been very fortunate through my career. You know, won the DPI Championship in IMSA, an incredible car. Now driving for, you know, an incredible team in FAF Motorsport. Unfortunately, it's not always highs, and this is the reality of motorsport, is what we're seeing right now, is things do go wrong. And that's why these 24-hour races are so hard to win and so precious to every driver, because you can do them 10 times. You could have the quickest car 10 times and still not win it.
Too right. Ollie, thank you so much for your time. That's Ollie Jarvis out of the FAF 9, the McLaren, for one of our many, I hope, to come, more CrowdStrike paddock reports.
Well, you're supposed to be in the pit lane. You've overstepped your remit there, I think, Mr. Damon. Hello to you all. Particularly welcome to our traditional overnight slot on NBC. With you on Peacock right now here in the United States of America. John Hindhoff and Peter Mackay in the booth. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. We've got an Insta feed as well. That's Radio Show, all one word, LTD, all one word. Radio Show LTD on Insta. That's how you can get in touch with us. I'm trying to keep up with the messages coming in. Apologies to Jerry. Jerry Bundles just said, "Oh, I've enjoyed the IMSA Radio commentary. I'm glad to be off the road now to watch the overnight fun on Peacock." And he's got in and he's found it's still us. We are following you around. Jerry, thanks very much for tuning in and staying.
I thought you were saying there, John, oh, it's still them. I thought that's what you were getting at there, but well, no, that's very kind.
He might have had a shock. He might have been expecting Diffie and the guys. So he may have had a little stutter when he got in. Chicago here in the US, doing a couple of iRacing races, well, on full sound and vision, keeping up the work, loving every minute of it, says Mum's Spaghetti. And back in the UK, good evening to the brilliantly monikered Lanzarote Camel, who is Alan Prosser to the rest of the world. Good to have your company, Alan. Thanks for the screenshots earlier on. Scott Fitzsimmons, down under in Australia, trying to keep on top of the Daytona 24, the Dubai 24, plus the test match, Australia versus the Windies as well. And Scott will be at Bathurst for the 12 hours in a couple of weeks' time, just over a couple of weeks actually. And I'm pleased to see you there, Scott. Hope you can make it down to the Oxford for the Friday night meet-up. Shakedown there as well this year. You've got to love a motor race where they sign up an official brewery. Reckless Brewing has just been made the official brewery of a motor race. Responsible drinking only and never when you drive, quite obviously. Got to say that one.
Most breweries now do a good 0.0, so you can still enjoy their wares whilst...
Richard Westbrook, who's driving here, he and his wife Jess have been doing brewing for a little while, but have come up with some motor racing themed beers, which there's low alcohol and low carbs and gluten-free versions of them all. So if you're doing a bit of a keto diet, trying to keep the carbs down, still the opportunity.
If you want to be fighting fit like Richard Westbrook, who's already driven. He'd put in some big stints early on in the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport car. They're only sitting one they're just off the lead lap at the moment, but they're right in this motor race, make no mistake. And they will have got Ben Keating's minimum driver time done for the GTP class. It's not as you've got a lot less minimum driver time required. So in effectively, let's call them the pro classes. So we say the GTP class and the GTD pro class. Your minimum driver requirement is just 2 hours, and I think Ben ticked that off from my memory. In LMP2 and GTD, you've got to do 4.5 hours. That's a significant chunk of time. So how you do that, very important.
Jack Aitken in the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. That's very recognisable livery. Look at white on the car in different places this year. White on the roof. Last year it was the red front fading to the grey back end on the car, which they're still doing, but there seems to be a little more white, particularly over the roof line, down the back of the car, down the central spine of the car.
Still so recognisable. And also, it's more often than not driven by a rapid Brazilian. It seems to be the tradition for that car. Felipe Nasr, who now drives for the Porsche Penske team, did drive for that team, but they still have Pippo Durrani, who's been with the crew for many years now, and such a formidable force. A force to be reckoned with. And Jack Aitken, full season now. He did do the endurance races last year, moved up to full season, and he's got a special helmet painted for this for this week with the Scottish thistle on the back. I didn't realise he had Scottish roots until I saw that.
Another one to add to your list.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, if you've stumbled across us, or if you are a regular to IMSA Racing, welcome. Reminder that we're not that far away from Sebring weekend. So that's the 16th of March. We'll have coverage early in the week here on IMSA Radio. The audio coverage via IMSARadio.com is always absolutely free, has no blocks around the world, no ad breaks either. You can follow all of the early sessions. And for the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, every one of the qualifying sessions this year, we have that in sound and vision for you via IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. And that is whether you're here in the States or further afield. Pit stop for the number 6 Porsche. Peels in. Mathieu Jaminet, jam to his friends. Porsche Penske Motorsport coming towards Nick Damon.
Yeah, coming at such an angle, I thought he was going to run on his shoes for a bit, but that's a kind of an optical illusion. He's kind of burgundy, I think you'll find.
Burgundy, are they?
They have a fan club already, so let's not knock my shoes. But yes, there's a full service. They've actually just put 2 tyres on, both on the right-hand side, and big M's on them. So they're using the medium tyre on the right-hand side. No change of driver, fuel going in. Just ahead of him, we have both the Corvettes are in. There's the Corvette number 4, and there is a driver change on that as well. So the Corvettes have been double stacking just about every single time, the Pratt & Miller cars.
I'll tell you when he gets to 100%. Oh, 100% now.
Whoa, that's a very impressive slide out. I was chatting to someone in the paddock who did a lot of RC drifting. Well, he'd been very pleased with the drift as Jaminet power slid it out. Also just ahead in one of the BMWs has done a full service as well. And the gap between them coming in and coming out is about the same.
Felipe Nasr and Jack Aitken are down to 0.5% of energy. And Timon van der Helm is down to 0% of energy. Jimmy Bruni, 5% of energy, so they're getting very, very tight indeed. They'll be peeling off in the pit lane. How do I know this? That if you go to imsa.com/GTP dash, like the minus sign, telemetry, TELEMETRY, then you'll see what I'm seeing. We have live coverage from each of those cars, when they're on the brake, when they're on the throttle, what gear they're in, what miles per hour they're pulling at any given time. And you'll see them go over 200, by the way, and also whether they are in the pit lane, whether they're regenning, and when they're changing tyres. And Nick Damon has Timon van der Helm in. He's only got 15-20% of his energy back in.
Yeah, well, he's more importantly, he's got a different driver getting back in as well. He's a little bit out of my view to see who's got in, but Timmon's definitely gone out. It's a complete service. He's getting 4 new boots, I think, and a big slug of fuel on that yellow JDC Miller car. Out of interest, as I wait for the number 7 Porsche, if you go over your energy allowance, which they can do, they can go below 0 because they've actually got a bit of extra in there. Is it what, a drive-through or a penalty or what?
Well, that's one of the energy usage penalties that you can get. You can either be putting too much power or torque out through the drive shafts, which are being monitored in real time by IMSA with the logging loom that they have in the car, or you can overuse your energy from coming out of the pits to going back into your pits. You have a certain amount of energy that you can use. And if you overuse it, as Nick says, that is noted. Here comes the number 7, Felipe Nasser, who was spot on 0%.
Yeah, he also
did he come in dead stick there?
He also tried to run me over. Again, not really. The 31 car, the Cadillac, is to my right as well. That is getting 2 right side. No, it's getting 4 tyres, but not a driver and some fuel. Just right side tyres again for the 7. When he comes in with the rear view, it's really quite exciting because it's got those high exhausts and they're glowing red. It's all kind of like a real kind of eye candy for us motorsport and motoring fans. Oh yeah, glowing red exhaust, fabulous. But both of these
brakes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it leaves to a cacophony of sound and smell. It's marvellous. Obviously, probably life-shortening, but who cares? And there goes the wheel and energy car.
Kick in, and there it goes. Hello to Mitchell Brent Legg up on the Gold Coast of Australia. Mikey Maguire says these night racing stints are better than therapy. About that. Hello David at Fan Institute, listening in from the Sierra Mountains in Northern California. I'm supporting Nolan Siegel in the 33 LMP2. It has not been a good run for Sean Creech Motorsport in that Andy Blackmore liveried machine. Lance Wilsey is out in that car at the moment, but there are many laps down. 9th in LMP2 at the moment. We've had the number 10 Acura back in towards the pit lane. That was the car. That car had to have its wiring loom changed, and in fact it's gone a bit back behind the wall. Meantime, the gold and black Mustang sampling Porsche is in there. Now they were they're doing the driver.
They've done a driver
bottle
change.
Yeah, they've done a driver bottle as well.
Yeah, so Jimmy Bruni out. That was Roman Dumas getting in, making his debut in the Porsche 963. His 3rd generation of Porsche prototype that he's raced. Started off in the iconic Porsche RS Spider LMP2 machine, was from start to finish in the Porsche 919 project, in which he won Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship. And this is really special because he's reuniting with Neil Yanni when he won the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours. He did that with Neil Yanni and Mark Lieb, and Mark's long since retired from driving, but Neil in the car with him. So it's really nice to see this reunion, and they are running strong. They're on the lead lap, and they are just throwing fuels and tyres at it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you've got to do. Christopher Huntsman is in section 148 in the grandstands, which is just about where you turn down off the banking, which is where the Whelen Engineering Cadillac is right now. Also means you get to see them come back up the banking as well, right in front of you at turn 6. And he's having a great evening, a real gem of a view from there. It's 5 AM where I am, says Jimothy B. I've hardly slept on my 2nd cup of great coffee. Rolex 24 on, cheering on Magnus Racing and Nicky Team, and about to get ready for a 13-hour shift at work. The dedicated life of a race fan is normally untold. Luke from Melbourne, Australia. Does the Ferrari 296 have more straight line speed than the old 488? I would say it probably does, because this is a GT3 version that is less dependent on aero than the 488 GTE car was.
Well, there was a GT3 version of the 488 too.
True.
That is a very good question. It very much depends on the balance of performance. So it can really depend on what pace is brought to the track. So they have to balance it in with each of the other cars. So the straight line speed can vary.
Let's go to a CrowdStrike pit report. Just out of his 963 Porsche is Jimmy Brady with Nick Damon.
Jimmy, the Mustang sampling the Proton Porsche, I mean, it's just so much ebb and flow. How do you feel you're doing at the moment? How do you feel you are relative to the other cars in the GTP class?
No, I mean, very good. I think the run is going very well. My first two stints early on, not now, was quite competitive compared to the other competitors, and was quite good. And also these runs were quite smooth, and pit stop were very good. So we just now go through the schedule and see at the end who has more tires left.
Last spoke to you at Petit Le Mans when you just started racing this car. We've had, what, 5 months since. And how much better do you know the car, and how much better is the car being run by Proton?
Yeah, the car, for sure, the people involved in this project, they know the car very well, including myself for sure, and Neil. So this is for sure a good boost for the competition and for the speed. But we still miss some final tuning that unfortunately we couldn't enter the test day here in December, and so it was okay. I mean, we're catching up the others, so I'm looking getting closer. When the season is starting from now on, we will be competitive every race, better and better.
You're, of course, in a unique situation, being the only customers with JDC in this class. And are you really measuring yourself against the Works Penske cars, or are you measuring yourself against the fastest car in the field?
Yeah, as a drivers, you want to be the best and faster, but obviously sometimes you have to look what you have and try to do the best for the condition, for the moment with the car you drive. I think Proton competition, they're doing a great job with knowing the car very limited time on track, and actually we never had any test day so far since Monza WEC last year. So I'm pretty happy about all the group that Christian and Michael was able to putting around.
Will you get some test days before Sebring?
Will be difficult because the team will be involved in the WC, so it will be difficult again. So I expect when it's about mid-season or just before to be right there.
Great stuff. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Nick Damon with that CrowdStrike pit lane update. It's IMSA Radio, IMSA TV and Peacock all together as we have the whole of the endurance racing community all tuned in. John Hindhaugh, Peter Mackay, Nick Damon and John Doonan, president of IMSA. How you doing, John? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
What a race. Well, first of all, let's go back 24 hours. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen the Michelin Pilot Challenge on the two Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup races. But we are going to talk about them now because we have to. The Mazda races were bonkers, as always. Jonathan from Mazda said, we should just race here every other week, shouldn't we? It was incredible. And then we had the first of the two 4-hour races for Michelin Pilot Challenge. Both classes going right down to the wire. Brilliant stuff.
Unbelievable. First of all, thanks for having me. Hello to all the listeners. We're thrilled. Those watching also on Peacock. What a weekend, honestly. I had several pinch me moments over the course of the last 24 hours, like you said. Not just what's happening on track, but Has anyone seen the infield? The aerial shots early in the race, not just the infield, but the surrounding camping areas. We've never had them out in the airport like this.
Is this a record?
Unbelievable.
It must be a record.
Frank Kelleher, president of the track, said this morning that they were trending on to a record. I think we'll be able to confirm that. We'll see how the final results come, but an all-time record for the Rolex 24 sounds pretty good to me.
Well, I remember what it was like for the last big event 2 years ago, which was the 60th, and we were coming back after what had happened at the long yellow flag, and that was pretty good. The 50th was pretty good. This is at least as busy as that, if not more so. I've given up trying to jump on the golf cart and go around. I haven't left this side of the track since this morning. I'm not kidding you. I went as far as the Porsche hospitality to have some words with Mr. Hurley Haywood, and that's as far as I've been since the drop of the green flag. So that was yesterday, and this morning we've got excitement because we've got Hollywood here with glamour. I spent 45 minutes, or an hour and a bit actually, watching the Hollywood magic happening in the IMSA hospitality suite. About 50 people descended to build a pretend NBC booth to do some filming in. They did have a real Lee Diffie who was coming later on. They didn't have to have a pretend.
They don't have a stunt like Lee Diffie.
No, they do not have a stunt. Lee Diffie. He does all his own stunts and all his own
just
talking.
like Tom Cruise.
And this is all about Brad Pitt's movie, which ostensibly is going to be about Formula One. They did a lot of filming at Formula One tracks during last season, which is going to have to be done again because they've kind of timed out with that. But the story arc starts with our hero Sonny Hayes here at the Rolex 24.
Yeah, it's you list off all those things, John. You list off MX5 Cup. You list off the Michelin Pilot Race. Amazing. You list off the fact that Brad Pitt and Jerry Bruckheimer and company, Kaczynski, are filming a major motion picture here. It's unreal when you piece it all together. And if someone had told me, you know, even a year ago or 6 months ago, that all that was going to come together, a record crowd for the 62nd running, and then an epic race so far. Candidly, it's in every category, just unbelievable. And you mentioned a Formula One movie, but tell me where Formula One drivers end up. Jenson Button is in IMSA, in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Felipe Massa is in IMSA.
Fernando Alonso here.
Yeah, of course.
Paul di Resta is there.
There you go.
You know, we've got 14 active IndyCar drivers in this field.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, when Bill France Sr. had the idea to have an international endurance sports car race here in Daytona Beach, his philosophy was the best drivers, the best teams, the best manufacturers in all of the world come here and put on an amazing show, and that's what you have up and down the field. And I'm just really happy for our sport. That's what I'm happy.
And on the high banks at the moment, we are watching a battle for the lead with 12 hours and 51.5 minutes to go, with Dane Cameron in the Porsche 963. Porsche, what a history that brand has with this place and with endurance. There can't be an endurance race without a Porsche in it. I think it's against the regulations. And behind them, the 31, the Cadillac, well, they've got endurance heritage as well. If you go back through the years to Le Mans, specials were brought over from the United States to race at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And at the moment, they're on the high banks coming down to the completion of another lap, and that will be 361. They go under our feet now, and here comes Aiken to the inside. One of those IndyCar drivers we're talking, he's brilliantly uses the Turner BMW as a pick, and they're side by side. That Turner BMW has to keep their wits about them. This is the beauty of multi-class racing. That looks like the caught-off car ahead of them as well. It's the number 80 machine, excuse me, that is an AMG. And through they go, and we have had a change for the lead whilst we were talking about it. That is not manufactured. We have not seen, honestly, Jerry Bruckheimer John Kaczynski did not write that script. That happened in real time.
And we can't have another take.
No, that's,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That happens. That happens, and it will continue to happen. And the joy of seeing this kind of racing for 24. I still think, John, you're a race fan. You always have been. There's something slightly illicit about watching racing in the dark, as if we really shouldn't be doing this, should we?
Yeah, you're right. And you know, I think it was end of the season last year. We're watching the end of Petit Le Mans with you and Jeremy in the booth, and you get to start just like that moment there. I get to start giggling because you know, it is like I'm just a racer. I'm still a young boy in the stands.
Exactly.
I'm still the young boy that is on the other side of the fence. And the kind of racing that we have here in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, you can't script it. It is epic. The best drivers, these GTP cars, they went and broke my track record, John.
I know.
From 2019.
We just talked to Ollie Jarvis about that.
It.
The team told us that last weekend in qualifying at the Royal, they didn't tell Ollie until after he finished his
texted him. He said I hadn't seen.
And that lap record that the 77 Mazda broke in 2019 was 26 years old. PJ Jones, an All-American racer. We thought that was going to stand forever. The little team that could, with that Mazda, the smallest engine car in the field, took the lap record.
It did. It was a special moment for us. You know, we went out and celebrated with Justin Gurney and Evie Gurney, and I had Bill Patterson do a painting with both those cars on the banking. The Mazda was a little bit ahead because it owned the track record now, but what a special moment for us, and to celebrate what the Gurney family had done with that program. But in the end, records are made to be broken.
Yeah.
And you know what? The conditions on Sunday were much like that day that Ollie broke the track record.
Quite chilly.
Cool temperatures, a tailwind going into turn one off the tri-oval. It was just perfect, and the entire GTP field was under the track record.
That was the thing for me. Now, I know last year the conditions weren't conducive to lap record running pace, and the cars were new. But to have the whole field under Ollie's record this week, and in fact all of the pole positions reset the qualifying records for their individual classes. Aside from GTP, and we've got Jack Aiken leading now as he comes through with the Turner BMW, the number 96 car, just going back out of the pit lane with Patrick Gallagher on board of that car.
Former MX-5 Cup champion.
Indeed so. And there are plenty of them here as well,
sir.
By the way, with Luca Mars and, well, there's all kinds of people
Stephen McAleer.
Stephen McAleer.
Elliott Skier.
There are plenty. As they come through the field, obviously they're running their own race. LMP2. IMSA have stuck by LMP2, John.
Yes.
How long can LMP2 be a part of this? We've got a fabulous array of cars, not just for this race, for the whole season. Enough, in fact, that they will be the headline act at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
Yeah, it really excites me. You know, that platform obviously is the spine or the underpinnings of the GTP car. That was our whole entire philosophy when it came to DPI, and I'm super proud of the folks at Multimatic and Orica and Ligier and Dallara who've stuck with that philosophy. Obviously in LMP2, Hugh Shonak and his team have brought the Orica as now what is the LMP2 car worldwide, but thrilled that the Ligier is back with Sean Creech Motorsports. So really epic field, excited for what that's going to do throughout the season, and I think if GTP was the story last year, and an LMP2 field increasing, this year is great. GT is where it's at.
In our Michelin Countdown Green, when I said to Peter, watch the story this year, and he said straight away, 2024 is the year of GT. GTD Pro, GTD, they're the same cars, just the drivers that put them into the two different classes. What is it then, John, about this type of racing? We've got 4 classes on the track at the same time, which some people find confusing, but just break them up into different races in your head. It's like, for those of you in Europe, it would be like putting Formula 1, Formula 2, F2 and F3 on the track at the same time. Indy next, IndyCar, and, you know, maybe Formula Ford 2000 on the track at the same time. It's that same idea. Everybody's racing at the same time. But what is it here? The difference here, John, is we have manufacturer support in endurance racing. And IMSA has built a place where they want to come. Dr. Don Paynos at the start of the American Le Mans series, if you build it, they will come, using that well-known phrase. It's built, they've come. What is it? Can you define it?
Again, I'm so grateful that we have 18 automakers that chose to race with us. My hope, and I believe we've proven it, that this is a marketing tool in their toolbox. When you have 9 manufacturers activating on the midway, right in the center of the speedway, with product displays, with road cars, with the race car brother and sister of the road car. You got the Mustang GT3, which is an amazing machine for the street or for the track if you're a track day, and you got the Mustang GT3. Obviously, that's a big part of.
There's a couple of those Mustang GT3s that got no trunk lids now.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
How cool is that?
You know, this morning, Mr. France held his annual chairman's breakfast down in the Rolex lounge, just one floor from where we are. And in that room was what I would say is arguably the biggest gathering of automotive executives and senior leadership anywhere in the world in the same place at one time. Because you got 18 manufacturers, you have board members coming in from Europe, you have board members coming down from Detroit. It's a really, really special story about us being the place where the OEMs want to showcase their brand, showcase their powertrain, showcase, in the case of GTP, their styling cues and tell their brand story. So we're very fortunate that they have entrusted us with providing the platform. They've invested in it. And in the end, you know, when I was a kid, I said this morning, I used to go to the Chicago Auto Show with my father. And you to go there as a little kid, as a racer, I always wanted to see in the display what race car they brought, because I think the most authentic and frankly the only authentic way to market an automotive brand is in motorsport. Obviously I'm biased, but this has turned out to be the new auto show, not only on the midway but on the racetrack. And to see
particularly for GT cars,
100%.
And also that was part of the thought of GTP and DPI before that, to bring in styling cues to make a Cadillac GTP car look like a Cadillac. You cannot deny the BMW M Hybrid V8 looks like a BMW. Like or loathe the front of that car, anybody's going to point and go, that's a BMW.
Yeah, that's the thing with the record crowd in the Trioval and the ball field today. All of those families and individuals identify with one of these brands that's racing here. And a new Mustang, a new Corvette, a new Aston Martin Evo, the 911 GT3R that launched last year, the Ferrari 296 GT3 launched last year, the Huracan GT3 last year. All these cars, these people identify with these race cars, and in the end, we are here to serve as a platform for the auto industry. So what an epic time.
Don't go away, John, because I've got a couple of listener questions for you, a few questions if you don't mind. Significant potential action on the track now as the leader, the number 31 car of Jack Aitken, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac V-Series R, is catching Romain Dumas in the Proton competition, a non-factory team. This is a customer team of Porsche with the 963, Mustang sampling back on that car. Now this is to take that car off the lead lap, Peter. That would be significant, because it's not impossible to get laps back here, but that you begin to see on these long green flag runs how the performance starts to stack up.
you've got to remember how feisty an animal Romain Dumas can be. How many times have we seen him not say die in any competitive situation? And for sure, he will be trying everything to keep on that lead lap. Remember, he's been in the Saudi Arabian desert for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
he's been on the Dakar rally. He was setting
a lot of pent-up energy.
Oh, yeah, top 5.
Don't talk about sandbagging, Mike, with him. That would have been last week's joke.
I'm saying nothing. And yeah, so he's been setting top 5 stage times in an independently entered Toyota truck, and his own team flies straight here, straight into the car.
That's great.
It's his 3rd generation of Porsche prototype he's raced. Amazing. I love his spirit.
Battles right the way through the field. 3rd in GTD, also up for grabs at the moment. That is Frederick Schandorf in the Inception Racing McLaren Inception British team. They built a base over here. That's the car with the purple LEDs over the header rail on the driver's side door. The McLaren 720 really coming of age now. Behind it, the AMG number 32, Mike Skeen, doubly competitor there as well, as they're cutting through traffic. That's the Iron Lynx Lamborghini that they're going by at the moment, and more traffic with the that must be the 85 JDC Miller car coming through. So there's 3 different classes that we're watching. Phil Hansen, new young Charger in the JDC Miller car, is in between that battle at the moment. Here comes Skeen down the inside, dispatches the number 19 green Huracan, and he wants to try and take away 3rd position. They're on the infield. A far more technical part of the circuit than people give it credit for. John Doonan with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. This from JJ on Twitter. I should have left this till last. What are you going to do for 2025 to top this? We haven't even finished the first race of the season, John.
Someone asked in the media center that same question earlier today, and I think, you know, one of the things that has made the last several years incredibly stable is consistency of our schedule, consistency of dates and venues, consistency of corporate partners, consistency of the manufacturers. Yes, new rules, new regulations, but we need to stay stable, and I think that's been the key. And we obviously want to continue to evolve and grow, but stability has been a key term, and I think you're going to see more of the same in 2025.
We got a full course caution out at the moment, and we'll get you some news on that in a second. John Doonan, president of IMSA, is with us. On the same turn 5 is the problem down at the far end of the circuit, and let's see if we can pick off who is Stephen McAleer has come into the pit lane with damage. That would be entering a closed pit.
As did the 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus.
Right. They are allowed to come in for what's called emergency service. We've also got the JG Wentworth car in the pit lane. This is the 66. The Acura. Sheena Monk, along with Catherine Legg and Tatiana Calderon. Stephen McAleer's teammates there. 9 female drivers in this race. Not that the stopwatch, the cars, or the circuit nor any different. They are just competitors here, and very impressive competitors indeed. Catherine Legg was on provisional pole overall in GTD last weekend for a little while, ended up starting well up the field and has been at the sharp end in her first stint. So still waiting to see where the yeah, we've got debris on the circuit, and that is the problem. It's just off the racing line down at turn 5, and coming out of turn 5, there's been a bit of a schmozzle, bit of a coming together. We'll take the opportunity to put this to to John Doonan. Mikey Maguire says, how does the excitement around the start of the GTP Year 2 compare to the excitement around last year's GTP launch? Well, we've got more GTPs to come because we haven't even fulfilled this year's quarter yet, John.
No, and hi to Mikey. He's up in Plainfield, Illinois, I suspect. Classmate of my daughter's in high school, ironically, small world. But yeah, we haven't even gotten there. The Lamborghini SC63 will make its debut at the Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring, which we're excited about. We're not even there yet. So, you know, Mikey is right. We got an incredible field. It's going to get better, and we're really, really, really excited about that. And I think the other piece for me is to see the customer teams out of Proton Mustang Sampling, to have the Mustang Sampling brand back is terrific. And obviously John Church and the JDC team, you know, John Miller, they've done an amazing job. And you think back to GTP in the 80s, Porsche set the example with the 962 and customer racing. And for me, that is the underpinnings of not only GT racing, but it can be also GTP. So that excites me. And speaking of Porsche, I need to give a shout out to my dear friend Jens Walther. He just texted. I know he's listening.
Hello, Jens.
Yeah, he must be having his coffee over there in Germany, I suspect, something like
Former
that.
head of Porsche Motorsport North America, who went over to Leipzig, where they build the SUVs.
Exactly.
And I was just about to go over and see him and get the factory tour when COVID hit. It's something I still have to do.
Yeah.
So Jens was, he's a fantastic guy. So he's tuned in, is he?
He is, and I
Excellent.
think, you know, certainly I've always seen motorsport as a family, and that's the culture that I've tried to create with my teammates at IMSA in the garage area, in the paddock, up and down pit lane, up here in the broadcast booths. And when Jens was at Porsche, you know, at that time we're fierce competitors in GT, and if a Porsche won, I was the first guy to come find him and congratulate him, and vice versa. When we ended up in victory lane here at the Rolex 24 twice, he and Elwin Springer were the first guys to come say congrats. And you know, that's how it works. We battle fierce on track, but in the end we're friends and family off track.
We've just had a pit caller. That was the 01 Cadillac. Now, thanks to a new piece of technology which has been introduced this weekend by IMSA, I could tell you that Hello Palo was out of energy. He had nothing left in the tank or the battery, so he had to come into the pit lane, otherwise he'd have stopped out on circuit. Now, obviously, that's not the right thing to do. A few years ago, IMSA introduced a rule about emergency service in closed pits. That's what he's had to do. He's come in, he's allowed 5 seconds of fuel. That's given him 15% energy. And I can see that on imsa.com/GTP-telemetry. And you can too, along with a whole host of other timing and scoring via Alcamel and IMSA that is available to you. Let's go to a CrowdStrike pit update. This is Shea Adam at Gradient and the NXA.
Went down and checked in with them. It was a tire issue on the right front. It actually ripped the headlight out, and the team did a little bit of repair to try and make sure that the hood won't fly up, which is good, but the IMSA officials aren't necessarily satisfied that the repair job that Gradient did was good enough. So this car, which was down 15 laps before this caution, looks like it's going to drop off a few more.
Thank you, Shea.
52, the Inter-Europol LMP2 car was leading, and it pitted just before that full course yellow, and so didn't enter the closed pit, just got in, got the service and back out again. So they'll be in a really good spot coming back to green here. Unfortunately, we're getting confirmation that the 44 Magnus Aston Martin is retired. Fan favourite.
Hang on, that's another double number. That's another number divisible by 11. So that's 11, 22, 44, and 88 have all retired. Shea Adam will be plotting that on a graph
It's, yeah, I'm a numbers guy too. My favorite number was 8 because that was Dad's racing number. My basketball number in university was 44. 4 plus 4 is
8.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know,
55 will be getting worried by now. We've just got the 2 Porsches coming in, John. We'll get back to you in a second. I'll just have a quick look to see what they're doing, and they've had to push the number 7 car back just a little bit. Also coming in the 25 BMW, the RLL prototype with the big V8 engine. A full set of tyres out for the Porsches, no tyres at all for the BMW number 25. That's the one with the white lines around the grille. Its team car has got the sort of purpley colours around. The 2 Porsches, you can tell in the pit lane by a blue light on the front of the number 7 when they're in the pit lane, and a purple. And the BMW has jumped the Porsche in the battle of the German brands. Smart work by RLL, got those cars turned around. You can do just as much good for your cause in the pit lane as you can on the racetrack. There's a red light at the end of the pit lane because we've got cars on the front straight. Now it goes green. In comes the number 40. This was the car Jenson Button was driving earlier on. It's Louis Delatraz now for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. The Acuras struggling a little bit in the longer runs, but they've still got pace off the front end. There's a little bit of pressurized fluid going into the right-hand side of the Acura, just behind the number. Somebody's got a torch in there as well, and it's going to be a nose change for that Acura. So some kind of damage may be there, maybe a headlamp problem, and Shea Adam has more from the pit lane.
Putting scrub tires on this Cadillac as well, so Alex Palou going back out not only with a new nose, but not quite new tires. A lengthy stop, taking advantage of the opportunity to get it done while there is this yellow flag out on the track with the full course caution. I don't see any damage to the nose of the Cadillac, looking over it quite closely, and it looks to be okay, but it might be that they've just changed the arrow slightly. But the 40 car is still further down the pit lane. I didn't see if they did a nose change for that one.
Did
you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was darkish red coloured bodywork at the side of the circuit earlier on. My dad was a policeman for most of the early years of my life, and he said there's no such things as coincidence. I think that might have been evidence, to be honest. We'll have a look at that later on. Shea's already walking down purposefully towards the Wayne Taylor Racing number 40 pit. John Durnan with us here, taking an opportunity to speak to the president of IMSA whilst we have this slight cessation in the racing action behind the Cadillac safety car as it brings the field around. John, lots of excitement. We've talked about a lot of it. As we move forward, there's other things we've got to consider now. We're getting the GTs in, and Shell keep an eye on that. I was talking about this with our friends from Michelin earlier on today in our broadcast. We've got to consider the future of motor racing, and we've got to consider that in a whole, in a holistic way that keeps motor racing relevant and keeps it able to happen in the first place. And that means sustainability in all its forms. Nobody's suggesting that we're all going to go to wind power and put sails on cars or go battery tomorrow. But IMSA's always been at the forefront of this. And you and I remember in the ALMS days, Mazda engine cars running on cellulosic E85 made from old cardboard and paper. That was years ahead of its time, and IMSA continues to try and lead.
You're right. You know, in those days we had the biobutanol, we had a clean synthetic diesel. We want to remain the platform for the OEMs to showcase their brands and all the things we mentioned earlier. But another message item from this morning at the chairman's breakfast, and the remarks I had the opportunity to make was sustainability. You know, in the room was representatives from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the U.S. Department of Energy. They are our partners officially. They endorse what we're doing because it's authentic. We're running an 80% renewable fuel in GTP. We're running a hybrid system that's helped us run and save fuel. We've Michelin bringing a tire that currently has 30% sustainable raw material in it. They're going to push that boundary even further. We're using a third less tires than we did 2 years ago. So there is a story. It's authentic, and the OEMs want us to continue to push those boundaries. We want to do that for them and explain that you can be responsible in what we're doing and still show performance, still make the sounds, and still put out an amazing show.
And when you say using a third less tyres, that's not because we're doing shorter races, that's because IMSA mandates the amount of tyre sets that each individual category within the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship and the other championships as well. So the teams don't have any choice, and working with Michelin, you've been able to give them tyres that are durable and continue to be competitive throughout maybe 2 sets of fuel. In the pit lane, the Forte, number 73, this is the Huracan, and they've got a fire on the left-hand side. I think that was just a brake fire. How cool was the team there? Just a squirt of extinguishant and send the driver, because, you know, no, it's fine. Somebody will be on the radio saying, what's happened? I think it was just when the fuel probe, oh no, he moved early, I take that back. So that was fuel that was pulled out of the Bowser. I thought it was just a brake fire because they were all over that very quickly. And it was the back of the car. It tends to be the fuel vapor that catches first. These cars exceedingly hot. And that was dealt with very, very quickly by the Forte team. And that will be a penalty for safety reasons, leaving with equipment attached. That's a mandatory drive-through penalty. We're just going to put the GTP cars back at the front of the field to make things safer again for the restart. You don't want your fastest cars mixed in through the pack when you have mixed class racing. So that's what's happening now. If you're not used to watching and listening to this form of racing, we're live from Daytona, around the world on RS2 and on IMSA.tv, flag-to-flag coverage, and joining us in the US, as well as our coverage on SiriusXM Channel 207. Welcome to those of you on Peacock who will be with us through till to 6 o'clock in the morning. Our esteemed TV colleagues are taking a well-earned break, and don't forget the Night Owls. That's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones will be with you, powered by Sacred Coffee, from 2 o'clock this morning, so around about 40 minutes time. John, I know you've got stuff to do. Thank you very much for being with us. I ask you this every time I speak to you, what's going to be the highlight for you this year? Personal highlight, not president of IMSA, John Doonan, race fan, still the 14-year-old with his nose pressed up against the wire fence, John Doonan. So what is it you're looking forward to the most this year? And it's fine. If you've got a favourite thing, you can tell everybody as a race fan.
Yeah, for me, walking out of the media center this morning, coming to pit lane and seeing the ball field packed, jam-packed. And I make a little tradition to come over to the driver introduction stage and greet all the pilots that are out there. You know, what's on track, these cars and the technology and the stories of sustainability is one thing. But in the end, the men and women on pit lane executing these pit stops, the men and women behind the wheel of these cars, they're putting on the show. Yeah. And we are in the entertainment business. Jim France says it all the time. We believe it. We need to stay in the entertainment business with the sights and the sounds and the smell of this sport. We had over 4,200 Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts here last weekend. They're our future. And, you know, I say if I wake up and I'm not that fan who wants to come to the racetrack, I've got a problem. So thanks to all your listeners and the viewers who are watching, tuning in on Peacock. We're really thrilled. I'm so happy where our sport is. While you have listeners, my phone's been blowing up here. I'm getting in deeper trouble because I gave Jens a shout out, but I haven't given Danny Bender, Ken Sayward, Efren Olivares, Rob Warkaki, my dear friends in the infield, Carl Koenigstein from Michelin, Kyle Kimball. They're all blowing me up. And last but not least, Cooper McNeil, who is at home keeping track of time on his Rolex watch that he won here last year in GT3.
Nicely remembered.
You like that?
Yeah, that's nice, Mr. D. That's quality. You've got a future. If you decide that you're not going to be a race fan anymore, you've got a future doing the overnight slot on some radio somewhere. That was really
I
nice.
showed up early. I showed up early. Normally we do this about 3 a.m.
That's true.
God knows I have a face for radio and broadcast that is not shown on television. But thanks for having me, guys.
That's a great job. Thanks.
Thrilled, and I used to do my own little radio show on a cassette recorder. Nobody ever heard it except me, and I thought I was pretty darn good.
The listener thought you were fine.
The single listener.
The listener.
But thanks for telling the stories. There's lots of them out there, and let's pray for another safe 12 hours here, almost halfway. We'll see what happens in the morning.
John Doonan is the president of IMSA, taking time out of a busy schedule. Yes, I know we're in the overnight, but IMSA never stops. Motor racing never sleeps. If you're not going forwards, you are losing. It's as simple as that. It's great to have President John Doonan in the booth with us, the Global Broadcast Centre. Let's give you, before we go green, let's take the opportunity to do a slightly early in-race update from VP with Jack Aitken leading the motor race from 2 BMWs. So Cadillac number 31, the red and white Whelen Engineering car from 24 and 25, Augusto Farfus and Max Martin, the 2 BMW M Team RLL cars, right in the line behind him because we're behind a safety car. Then it's Dane Cameron for Porsche Penske Motorsport. That's the number 7 car. His teammate right behind him is Lawrence Vanto. In 6th position, Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing. Their 40 car, that's the dark blue and red car, sits in 6th position. They are on the lead lap. First car off the lead lap is, see how important that pass was that we were talking about earlier on. Proton competition, Mustang sampling, Romain Dumas in the number 5 Porsche. Then it's Phil Hansen, also a lap off the lead, and Alex Palou for Cadillac Racing in the 01 in 9th position. For LMP2, double duty for Ben Keating. He's in his United Autosports wins and Mission Food number 2 Orenger. He leads from Tom Dillman, the Frenchman, with the very English sounding name, into Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsport, the 52 car in 2nd. Felipe Massa, Formula 1 driver and Formula 1 race winner for Riley. Aero Motorsport, the blue number 18, has Connor Silic. And in 5th position, Malte Jakobsen for CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing. In GTs, Alessandro Pegidi leads for Risi Competizione in the 296 number 62 Ferrari. Alex Sims for Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller in the new for 2024 Chevy Corvette GT3 number 3. Then Franck Pereira for Iron Lynx, the best of the Lamborghinis, is the number 19 car, that bright green machine. EO Racing's 77 car, that was the pole sitter earlier on the day. It's now Michael Christensen in the Dinosaur liveried Porsche 911. The top 6 made up by the Ford number 64 of Englishman and decent darts player Harry Tinknell in the Ford Mustang GT3, and Paul Miller Racing's Brian Sellers at the 6th position in number 1 for BMW. In GTD, it's Inception McLaren that leads from Mike Skeen and Ritomo Miyata for Vasa Sullivan as we go back to green. And it's a pretty clean start for everyone. Jack Aitken at the front of the grid trying to pull away. We'll give you the official retirees in a moment or two when this settles down. With the number 7 Porsche struggling a little bit, and there goes the teammate car, or the same manufacturer car coming through. And let's see. Yeah, that was the number 6 car coming through. BMW with the white nose on that car. Also looking feisty earlier on. Slight confusion from my old eyes here, because I saw a Porsche with a number 5 on it. And of course, that's 5th position that I can see out there. We do have a number 5 and 6 in the FIA World Endurance Championship. So a swap around of the Porsches there. But at the front of the field, it's still Jack Aitken who leads from Augusto Farfus, and then everyone else trying to chase them down. Lawrence Vanthoor in the number 6, ahead of the second of the BMWs. BMWs have come to the fore, Peter.
They've been thereabouts the whole race, just keeping their nose clean, clicking off the laps. They're quick, but it is worth saying though that car number 24, that BMW in second position, and well, it's about to lose second position because Lawrence Vanthoor is on the charge. Vanthoor goes streaming past Farfus in the BMW. Now that BMW there, car 24, did not pit under that caution, so they're a little bit behind on the strategy. Likewise, and this is the curious part, car 31, our race leader Jack Aitken, did not pit either. He's only got 40% of his stint energy left, so rolling the dice here, Whelen Engineering.
They're going for the Michelin Endurance Cup points, aren't they? 14 minutes to go to half distance. That's the next 6 hours. I said we'd give you, in that VP Racing in-race updates, the official retirements. It's a bit tricky, but for sure, the 11 TDS racing car. Oh, who's that with no lights out in the darkness there? That car, oh, that's the 40. That is the
GTP
best
Acura.
Yeah, that is the best of the Acuras, Louis Delatraz. And I wonder if he's lost power. Now remember, the sister car just stopped with an electrical fault, and this is spookily similar to what happened to Philippe Albuquerque earlier on, where the car, there was a foot and a little smell of burning inside the car, and then everything went dark. And that's exactly what's happened again coming out of turn 5. My goodness me, great driving from everybody behind to avoid that car. I think that car's dead stick again. Full course yellow.
Unsurprisingly, because that car will need move. The door is open. This is a mirror image of what's happened to the team car. So Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti, they've come here with a strengthened program of 2 cars. We saw one car go out earlier or have problems earlier, and you thought, okay, they've still got one other car in the race, and the same thing's happened.
Don't touch it, Louis, if you're not sure. No, I can see, actually, I can see the green light reflecting.
Oh.
That is just, if you weren't with us earlier on, that it was coming out of the other end of the infield, at the eastern end, the international horseshoe, and Albuquerque's car did exactly the same. Oh my goodness me.
You think about it, Wayne Taylor Racing for so many years, where they just seem to turn up to Daytona and it just seemed to go their way, and they got so many wins, so many successes. But this is not an exact science at all. The last couple of years, the luck has just not been with them, and today no more so than this. Wow.
Louis Delatraz looking at the inside of the car, but he was keen to get out quickly. And I said it when I saw this happening with Albuquerque, it, to me, looked like they were worried about fire. Now they've got the